Chapter 2386. Xinghe, didn't I, Sun Songqiong, come back with you? Tianluo Great Emperor asked with some anticipation. Since Xinghe had become a true emperor, his grandson, Luo Songqiong, must have reached a higher realm. Luo Songqiong is dead. Xinghe said faintly. What? Tianluo Great Emperor was shocked and his pupils shrank rapidly. In the next moment, his eyes turned red as he roared. Songqiong is dead? How is that possible? How did he die? He was killed by Lu Ming. Xinghe said. He did not lie about this. Luo Songqiong was indeed killed by Lu Ming in Alcade Ancient City. Lu Ming, Lu Ming, Lu Ming again. Tianluo Great Emperor roared. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with endless murderous intent. Lu Ming. Two of his Daoyuo Heaven Sex geniuses had died in the hands of Lu Ming. Back then he was also injured because of Lu Ming. Damn it, damn it. Tianluo Great Emperor roared in his heart. Of course, he did not care why Luo Songqiong and the others died in the hands of Lu Ming. Today, all of you are gathered here because of Lu Ming. I heard that Lu Ming has also returned to the Yuan realm, right? Xinghe continued. Returned to the Yuan realm? What do you mean? Did Lu Ming also go to the heaven realm? Great Emperor Heng's expression changed. That's right. Xinghe nodded. How is that possible? Didn't they say that Lu Ming can't become an emperor and go to the heaven realm? How did he go there? Great Emperor Heng, Great Emperor He, and the others were extremely surprised. I don't know how he went to the heaven realm, but he did go there. Otherwise, how could Luo Songqiong die in his hands? Moreover, Lu Ming has already become an emperor in the heaven realm. Xinghe said with a gloomy face. What? Lu Ming has become an emperor? How is that possible? He has mastered many different supreme laws at the same time. Even the heavenly emperor said that he can't become an emperor. How did he become an emperor? The three heavenly emperors exclaimed in shock. Not only did he become an emperor, but Lu Ming's strength is also an emperor now. Xinghe said. Hiss, this time the Heng clan, He clan, and Tianluo Great Emperor sucked in a breath of cold air. They couldn't be more shocked. Not only had Lu Ming become an emperor, but he could also fight with a great emperor. What kind of freak was this? They could not calm? What now? Great and the others, and they become anxious, they become anxious? They xian, they become them, great they. Emperor Ming return? Tis. They became more anxious. Emperor become an. Xinghe had been hiding emperor. Hiding. For example, Lu Ming's combat strength. Recently, there were rumors that Lu Ming's combat strength was enough to kill a 4-star Great Emperor. Heng Xinghe did not say it out loud as he was afraid it would frighten Great Emperor Heng and the others. Lu Ming is too overpowered. If we allow him to grow, we will be the ones to die in the future. So we have to get rid of him before he becomes too strong. Xinghe's eyes shone with a cold light. Get rid of him? How? Lu Ming's combat strength is comparable to a great emperor, and he has the body of a heavenly emperor. How can we get rid of him with our strength? Great Emperor Heng said anxiously. Great Emperor He and Great Emperor Tianluo were the same. All of them wanted to kill Lu Ming, but given their abilities, they could not do so at all. We can find help. Isn't Lu Ming and the Mu clan in the God's Fate land sworn enemies? We can borrow the strength of the Mu clan to get rid of Lu Ming. Xinghe River. Everyone's eyes lit up. Yes. The Mu clan sent a great emperor to the ancient moon sacred ground to kill him, but he was killed by Lu Ming with the body of a heavenly emperor. Mu Yang, the peerless genius of the Mu clan, also died in Lu Ming's hands. The Mu clan probably wants to get rid of Lu Ming more than us. We can contact the Mu clan, and they will definitely help us. Great Emperor Tianluo said excitedly. Luo Songqiong died in the hands of Lu Ming. Great Emperor Tianluo's desire to kill Lu Ming was extremely strong. Does Lu Ming have any backing in the heaven domain? Will there be any trouble after we kill him? Great Emperor Heng was more careful. Don't worry. I have a master in the heaven domain. He's a heavenly emperor expert. Although it's not convenient for him to do anything, he will help us deal with the aftermath. Nothing will happen. Xinghe River. What? Xinghe, you have a heavenly emperor as your master? Good. Ha. Great Emperor Heng laughed excitedly. Great Emperor He Clan and Great Emperor Tianluo could only be envious. Since Xingha's master was a heavenly emperor, they were more confident. They began to make preparations to contact the Mu clan to discuss how to kill Lu Ming. That night, Xingha came to a secret place in Celestial City to meet an old man. This old man was Xingha's master, a heavenly emperor expert. In the heaven domain, this old man was known as the Nine-Demon Heavenly Emperor. Is it done? The Nine-Demon Heavenly Emperor asked. It's done. The great emperors of the Hung clan, He clan and Daoyuo Heaven sect will join forces with the Mu clan to kill Lu Ming. Xingha River. That's good. The Nine-Demon Heavenly Emperor nodded with satisfaction. Master, Lu Ming's performance in the Void Divine Island is amazing. With his current strength, even with the Mu clan, it won't be easy to kill Lu Ming. Xingha River. I don't intend to let them kill Lu Ming. I just want them to test whether Lu Ming has a heavenly emperor by his side. If he doesn't, I will kill him myself. The Nine-Demon Heavenly Emperor said with a cold light in his eyes. Master, there are more than a dozen heavenly emperors behind Lu Ming. Even if we kill him, those heavenly emperors won't let us go. And the Hung clan, I'm afraid they will be destroyed. Xingha said with some hesitation. Stupid. You are still soft-hearted. How can there be no sacrifice if you want to achieve great things? Every man for himself. Is the Hung clan more important or your own future more important? The Nine-Demon Heavenly Emperor scolded. Xingha's face changed and showed a trace of ruthlessness. He said, Master, I understand. Yes, it's inevitable to make some sacrifices in order to achieve great things. Lu Ming has great luck. I'm afraid he must have encountered countless fortuitous encounters along the way. As long as I kill him and obtain his fortuitous encounters, I'll extract the indestructible ancient sutra from his soul. By then, we can find a place to hide. Who would be able to find us? We will hide and cultivate. Regardless of the evil god tribe and the heaven realm fighting to the death, as long as we achieve great success in our divine skill, we will have invincible strength. At that time, no matter who is in charge of this world, there will be a place for us. The Nine-Demon Heavenly Emperor said as the cold light in his eyes became more intense. Master, I will listen to all your orders. Xingha's eyes were full of anticipation. Lu Ming, all your fortuitous encounters will belong to me. Chapter 2387. A few days later, Great Emperor Hung, Great Emperor Tianluo, and the rest contacted the Mu clan. However, the Mu clan was more cautious. They planned to invite assassins from the Death God Nation to assassinate Lu Ming. Great Emperor Hung, Great Emperor Tianluo, and the rest were overjoyed. With the help of the Death God Nation, it would save them a lot of trouble. Lu Ming was naturally unaware of all this. He stayed in the ancient moon sacred ground for more than 10 days before heading to Tsang State. With his speed, he soon arrived at Tsang State. Tsang State was now under the control of Dragon God Valley. It was a thriving place. Lu Ming flew directly to Dragon God Valley. At this moment, Dragon God Valley was having a meeting. At the peak of a mountain, there was an empty square. In the middle of the square, there was a battle stage. Two figures were fighting fiercely on it. If Lu Ming was here, he would recognize one of the figures on the battle stage. It was Fatty Kongjin, and the other person was Lu Ming's senior brother, Tian Chui. Both of their attacks were direct, using the method of meeting force with force. Boom, boom. One of them held a battle axe, while the other held a giant hammer. They constantly attacked and unleashed terrifying energy. After so many years, Kongjin's cultivation had improved greatly. He had already broken through to the Great Saint realm. However, Tian Chui was naturally stronger than Kongjin. He seemed to be at ease as he completely suppressed Kongjin. There were many people sitting at the side of the battle stage. Lu Ming's master, Cloud Dragon Valley Master. There were also Xielwan, Supreme Nine Sons, Yin Kuangtu, and the others from Divine Wilderness Continent. Dragon God Valley had sent people to Divine Wilderness Continent. The two places had been connected. Kongjin and Tian Chui exchanged dozens of blows. Kongjin was completely suppressed. In the end, Tian Chui's hammer smashed him until he rolled on the ground. His fat jiggled nonstop. I'm done. I'm no match for you. Let's fight again later. Kong Jin shouted. Weren't you quite arrogant before? Ha ha. Tian Shui laughed. You've been cultivating in Yuanlu since you were young. It's normal for your cultivation to be stronger than mine. Kong Jin curled his lips. Ha ha, fatty, did you get beaten up? At this moment, a clear and bright laughter came from the sky. Hearing this laughter, the fatty's eyes widened. Then he was overjoyed and shouted, Lu Ming, haha, it's you, Lu Ming. Where have you been all these years? At the same time, the eyes of the Cloud Dragon Valley Master, Xiao Wan, Xia Jiuyang, and the others around the battle stage lit up as they looked towards the sky. There was no one in the sky. But in the next moment, a figure flashed. Lu Ming's figure appeared out of thin air. No one saw clearly how Lu Ming appeared. Lu Ming, it's really Lu Ming. Many people were overjoyed and rose into the air one after another. Master, Senior Xie, Senior Jiuyang, Big Brother Yin. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed to everyone. Lu Ming, where did you run off to? You've been gone for over 20 years, and there's not even a shadow of you. Kong Jin pursed his lips and walked over to give Lu Ming a punch. I went to the heavenly realm, and now I'm back to see you all. Lu Ming smiled. Heavenly realm? Kong Jin's eyes lit up and said, You actually went to the heavenly realm. How is it? Are there many experts in the heavenly realm? Of course, there are many experts. Martial emperors are everywhere. Lu Ming said. Everyone looked forward to it. Ming, how's your cultivation? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master asked. Many people also looked at Lu Ming. They had all heard rumors that Lu Ming could not become a martial emperor. Master, don't worry. I've already become a martial emperor, Lu Ming said with a smile. Great. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master was overjoyed. Congratulations, Alliance Leader. Xiao Wan, Xia Jiuyang, and the others were also overjoyed. The scene was filled with joy. By the way, where are my parents? Are they still in the Divine Wilderness continent? Lu Ming asked. No, they came to the Yuan continent. I don't know why, but the passage in Nine Dragons City suddenly collapsed. The origin chi in the Divine Wilderness continent has become thin again. Now many people from the Dragon Alliance have come to the Yuan continent to cultivate. Xiao Wan explained. Lu Ming nodded. This was within his expectations. Then the news of Lu Ming's return quickly spread. The Dragon God Valley was bustling with noise and excitement. The people from the Dragon God Valley and the Dragon Alliance also gathered. Not long after, Lu Ming met his parents and some other acquaintances. I'm back this time to bring you all to another place with better conditions to cultivate. It was still the same square, but this time, countless people gathered. Lu Ming stood at the highest point and said, Another place? Ming, or where do you plan to go? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master asked. Celestial City, the leader of the 9 great sacred lands in the Yuan Mountain Land. Lu Ming said word by word. The cultivation environment in the Tsang state was still too bad. This time, Lu Ming came back to move the base to the Celestial City. Lu Ming would get rid of the Hung family and He family in the Celestial City to settle the people from the Dragon God Valley and the Dragon Alliance. Celestial City. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's eyes lit up. Such a sacred land was simply unimaginable for them. Lu Ming could actually bring them to the Celestial City? Now everyone can enter my small world first. After Lu Ming finished speaking, a small world appeared in his dantian. Lu Ming's body was surrounded by the resplendent World Divine Light. World Divine Light, True Emperor Realm. This is a true emperor. The legendary True Emperor. The scene was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked and overjoyed. Especially Lu Ming's father Lu Yuntian and mother Li Ping. They were even more overjoyed. The higher Lu Ming's achievements were, the happier they would be. For the people of the Tsang state or Divine Wilderness continent, the Void Emperor was a supreme existence, not to mention a true emperor. In the past, they had never even heard of it. The small world became bigger and bigger, finally reaching 100 miles in size, covering the sky above the square. Go in. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master, Xiao Wan, and the others rushed into Lu Ming's small world. Behind them, Lu Ming's parents and the others also rushed in one after another. One by one, the figures dashed into Lu Ming's small world and disappeared. Not long after, There were hundreds of thousands of people who entered Lu Ming's small world. When everyone entered Lu Ming's small world, it shrank and flew back into Lu Ming's Dantian. Lu Ming's soul force condensed in the small world. It was no different from a real person. Such rich origin qi. The origin qi here is richer than in the Tsang state. This is Lu Ming's small world, right? It's really vast. Everyone carefully sized it up and flew around curiously. Lu Ming's small world was 700,000 miles wide. Although it was considered small compared to the outside world, and was not worth mentioning, a few 100,000 miles was more than enough for one to cultivate here. When Lu Ming led the crowd to the Enlightenment Ancient Tree, everyone was shocked. Because here, their cultivation speed increased crazily. Some people gained enlightenment on the spot and broke through. Chapter 2388. After that, everyone began to make arrangements. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master sent some people to collect some of the Dragon God's resources in Song State and put them into Lu Ming's small world. For example, some spiritual herbs and sacred herbs were planted in Lu Ming's small world. Now Lu Ming's small world had taken shape. After dozens of years of reproduction, green grass was everywhere. The trees had also fully grown, and some were even hundreds of meters tall. There were also various spiritual herbs and sacred herbs that decorated the mountain peaks. Lu Ming even took the time to buy a large number of low-level demonic beasts and sent them into his small world, making it seem full of vitality. It looked no different from a normal world. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master left a small group of people in Song State. The others entered Lu Ming's small world, intending to move their base. After settling the matters in Song State, Lu Ming made another trip to the Divine Wilderness Continent. When Lu Ming appeared, the Divine Wilderness Continent was naturally shaken. Now that the Divine Wilderness Continent was completely under the control of the Dragon Alliance, Lu Ming asked the upper echelons of the Dragon Alliance to gather all the talented people in the Dragon Alliance. Then he asked for everyone's opinion. Those who were willing to leave with Lu Ming entered Lu Ming's small world. Naturally, most people were willing to leave. On the path of cultivation, everyone wanted to climb higher mountains, leave the Divine Wilderness, and enter a better place for cultivation. Who wouldn't be willing? After everything was ready, Lu Ming left the Divine Wilderness Continent and returned to Tsang State. Then, without looking back, he headed for the Ancient Moon Sacred Ground. He planned to go to the Ancient Moon Sacred Ground first, then go to Celestial City to deal with the Hung and He families. However, just as Lu Ming was about to reach the Ancient Moon Sacred Ground, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly moved. This was because Lu Ming could sense a cold murderous intent in the sky. Whoosh! At this moment, a sword light suddenly pierced out from the void. Its speed was extremely fast. This sword was a one-hit kill. It was fast, accurate, and ruthless. Its power was extremely strong. The sword light contained the aura of the Great Tao. The assassin was a great emperor. As soon as the sword light appeared, a terrifying killing intent surged out. The sword light was already nearing Lu Ming's forehead. But Lu Ming's expression was very calm. Before his opponent's sword light could pierce his glabella, his two fingers had already caught the sword light between his eyebrows. Then the sword light froze, unable to move forward at all. It was a black-clothed man with a mask on his face. It was the Death God mask. At this moment, the black-clothed man's pupils contracted rapidly. The killing blow that he had been brewing for a long time was actually caught between Lu Ming's two fingers. No matter how hard he tried, Lu Ming's fingers and his sword couldn't move an inch. Terrifying. What terrifying strength. He understood that Lu Ming's strength was too terrifying, and did not match the information they had received. Retreat. He let go of the sword in his hand and retreated as fast as he could. He had the cultivation of a great emperor, and was good at speed. His speed was extremely fast. However, Lu Ming was faster than him. Lu Ming's figure flashed and appeared behind him. He reached out a hand and clasped his neck. A terrifying force surged in. The black-clothed man's body was sore and weak, unable to move at all. At this moment, he was extremely terrified. His cultivation was a one-star great emperor. Given his cultivation, he did not have the slightest ability to resist Lu Ming. How was that possible? How could Lu Ming be so strong? Death God Kingdom, haha. It's too late to leave now. Lu Ming sneered and looked to the front. Then the muscles on his body shook and his figure dashed out. He did not know how far he had dashed in an instant. In front, there was another black-clothed man with a death god mask on his face, fleeing frantically. This person's cultivation was stronger than the black-clothed man in Lu Ming's hand. He was a 2-star Great Emperor. However, he didn't dare to stay any longer. A 1-star Great Emperor was as weak as a baby in Lu Ming's hands. Lu Ming's strength was definitely above that of a 2-star Great Emperor. He could only flee. Otherwise he would die. However, fleeing was also a dead end. Bang! Lu Ming threw out a punch. A terrifying fist intent crushed the void. The black-clothed man felt a deadly threat and unleashed his full strength, slashing backward with his sword. The slash was strong, but it couldn't withstand a single blow from Lu Ming's fist intent. As the fist intent passed by, the sword intent collapsed. The black-clothed man's body exploded and turned into ashes. A 2-star Great Emperor was killed in a single blow. The black-clothed man in Lu Ming's hand opened his eyes wide. Damn it, I've been tricked. He roared in his heart. They had received news that Lu Ming's strength was only equivalent to that of a 1-star Great Emperor. However, he had a heavenly emperor's body with him. However, in the eyes of these assassins, what they valued was the opponent's strength. External forces were useless. They could kill with a single blow. Even if they had a heavenly emperor's body, they couldn't use it. However, Lu Ming's current strength was more than that of a 1-star Great Emperor. Even a 3-star Great Emperor wasn't that strong. He was simply an advanced Great Emperor. Death God Nation, haha. Tell me, who sent you to kill me? Lu Ming looked at the black-clothed man in his hand, and said coldly, Don't you think you can get any information from me? The black-clothed man said. Oh, is that so? Lu Ming said faintly. The power of the realm swirled and the other party's mask turned into ashes, revealing a pale middle-aged man's face. Bang! Lu Ming suddenly attacked. The power of law was like a blade, cutting off one of the other party's arms. However, the other party only groaned and didn't even frown. These assassins had undergone strict training, and their minds were far more tenacious than ordinary people. Moreover, the other party was a great emperor. You don't have to waste your time. Just kill me. The other party looked coldly at Lu Ming. You want to die? Not so easy, Lu Ming said coldly, and then punched the man's dantian. The terrifying power directly tore the man's small world apart, and completely crippled his cultivation. With his cultivation crippled, the man let out a roar and stared at Lu Ming with bloodshot eyes. For a great emperor, having his cultivation crippled after a lifetime of hard work was worse than death. Are you going to tell me or not? Lu Ming said coldly. I won't tell you. Give up. The black-clothed man roared. If you don't tell me, I can only search your soul. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he pointed his finger at the other party's forehead, and a powerful force poured in. He wanted to search the other party's soul to find out the secrets he knew. At the same time, Lu Ming wanted to find the headquarters of the Death God Nation, and destroy this force in one fell swoop. This wasn't the first time this force had sent people to assassinate him. Back then, before the 10 Earths battle, he was assassinated by this force. That time, he almost died. If it wasn't for the scapegoat Xian Yanqing gave him, he would have been in danger. Chapter 2389. Lu Ming pointed his finger between the eyebrows of the man in black. A powerful force, together with Lu Ming's own soul power, surged into the man's sea of consciousness and rushed towards his soul to search his soul. However, when Lu Ming's soul power approached the man's soul, Lu Ming's face suddenly changed. This was because he felt a terrifying dark force near the man's soul. When Lu Ming's soul power approached, the dark force exploded and swallowed the man in black's soul. The man in black let out a shrill scream, and his body struggled violently. In just a few breaths, his soul disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming withdrew his power, and his face was gloomy. Someone had set up a seal near the man in black's soul. Once someone searched his soul, the seal would explode and destroy the soul of the person who was searched. No wonder the Death Nation was so mysterious. For so many years, no one had been able to find the headquarters of the Death Nation. At this moment, the man in black had completely turned into an idiot. Lu Ming waved his hand and flung the man in black away. He then fell into deep thought. The Death Nation wouldn't attack me for no reason. Someone must have hired an assassin from the Death Nation. Who could it be? In the Yuan realm, the most likely suspects are the Hung family, the He family, and the Daoyuo Heaven sect. However, the Death Nation is a huge force in the Divine Fate land. They have many experts. The Hung family, the He family, and the Daoyuo Heaven sect don't have such power. Then, it must be the Mu family. Many thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. He had deduced most of the matter. However, I can't rule out the possibility that other forces want to get rid of me. Or, it could be an expert from the Heaven realm. I must investigate this matter thoroughly. The Death Nation didn't kill me this time, but there will be a next time. I have to find someone to help me. Thinking of this, Lu Ming continued to move forward and entered the ancient moon sanctuary. He returned to the Great Elixir Development Hall and let everyone know that he was back. Then he used the Divine Breath skill to change his appearance. He left the Great Elixir Development Hall and came to the passage that he had used to return from the Heaven realm. Lu Ming arrived at the Grand Lucidity Celestial Realm through the passage and sent a message to Dandan. Dandan was very cunning and had many tricks up his sleeve. Perhaps he had a way to find out. At the same time, Lu Ming transmitted a message to Bubble. Bubble's current understanding of the space-time laws was already extremely profound. She might be able to help. Not long after, Dandan and Bubbles arrived. Big brother Lu Ming. As soon as Bubbles saw Lu Ming, it hung around his neck. Lu Ming, why are you looking for me? Dandan asked casually. It had only been a short while since they last met, but Dandan's cultivation had improved again, reaching the 7 stars Martial Monarch realm. I need your help, Lu Ming said. Ha ha ha, I knew you needed my help. You found the right person. Tell me, what's the matter? Dandan grinned and said with a smug look on her face. Immediately, Lu Ming told Bubble about the matter. Someone actually wants to harm big brother Lu Ming. Bubble, go and destroy them. Bubble was extremely displeased after hearing that. Kid, you want me to search your soul to find out the mastermind and the headquarters of the Death God Nation? Dandan asked. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. It's very difficult to search your soul after placing a restriction in your soul. Dandan frowned. Didn't you say that I found the right person? Lu Ming said in disdain. Dandan glared and said, What's wrong? Don't underestimate me. Let me tell you, although this matter is difficult, it's not difficult for me. However, I still need this little guy's help. After saying that, Dandan looked at Bubble. You need Bubble's help? Lu Ming was puzzled. Yes, we'll know when the time comes. Let's go. Dandan said. Wait a minute, just in case, let's find 2 more helpers. Lu Ming said. Then Lu Ming sent another message. Not long after, the void flashed, and 2 figures appeared. These 2 figures were Tu Yi and Lei Yi. Lu Ming was worried that there would be experts from the Heaven realm involved in this, so he found Tu Yi and Lei Yi just in case. Greetings, young master. Tu Yi and Lei Yi bowed. Immediately, Lu Ming told them about the matter. Tu Yi, Lei Yi, the 2 of you enter my small world first, so as not to alert the enemy. Lu Ming said. Okay. Tu Yi and Lei Yi nodded, then entered Lu Ming's small world. Lu Ming let Dandan enter the small world as well, only bringing Bubble along. They returned to the primordial realm through the passage, and quietly returned to the Great Pill Evolution Palace. After returning to the Great Pill Evolution Palace, Lu Ming stayed for more than 10 days before Lu Ming set off for Celestial City. He was deliberately giving the other party time to react. Lu Ming swaggered, not hiding his appearance and aura at all. Sure enough, on the way, he was assassinated again. This time, the Death God Nation sent out 3 experts, and their cultivation was shockingly high. One was a 4-star Great Emperor, and 2 were 3-star Great Emperors. Obviously, the last time the Death God Nation's assassination failed, and the 2 experts did not return, which made them cautious. This time they directly sent out 3 experts. With such a lineup, coupled with the assassination, even a 4-star Great Emperor would be in danger. There was a high possibility that he would die. Unfortunately, they met Lu Ming. This battle was almost a one-sided battle. That 4-star Great Emperor was smashed to death by Lu Ming with a few punches. The two three-star great emperors were also heavily injured by Lu Ming with a punch each. One of them had his cultivation crippled by Lu Ming, and all of his movements were sealed. He was then thrown to the ground. Lu Ming interrogated him, but the other party did not say a word. With a thought, Dandan's figure appeared. "Dandan, what should we do?" Lu Ming asked. "Their souls have been set up with restrictions. It's very difficult to search their souls. As soon as a force approaches their souls will self-destruct. Therefore, my method does not go through their souls. In the brain of every living being, there are countless tiny meridians. Some of those meridians are called memory meridians, and have the ability to remember things. My method is to use a spell formation to control this person's consciousness, and then have Bubble use a time reversal magic to see what happened in the past through his memory nerves." Dandan explained. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Indeed, this method was definitely feasible. With Bubble's current control of the space-time law, there was no problem in using time reversal. "You guys," at the side, the three-star great emperor who was not crippled was shocked. He wanted to struggle, but he was directly trampled to death by Dandan. Then Dandan started to set up the array. Runes entered the other party's body one after another. After a while, the other party's eyes became lax as if he had become retarded. "Little guy, do it," Dandan shouted. Chirp chirp. Bubble made a move, and the powerful power of time enveloped the black-robed man. Then Dandan waved his hand, and images appeared in the void. These images were the other party's memories. For example, the images of the other party ambushing Lu Ming, the images on the way here, and so on. Chapter 2390. Dandan used a formation to control the other party's consciousness. Together with Bubble's time reversal, she projected the other party's memories. It was as if time was flowing backward, and the memories appeared one by one. Soon Lu Ming saw an image. It was the man in black discussing something with several others. The celestial emperors of House Hung and Exalted. Lu Ming recognized them at a glance. They were the celestial emperors of House Hung, Exalted, and he. There were two others that Lu Ming didn't recognize. Apart from them, the rest were the men in black from the Nation of Death. It really is House Hung and he. A cold glint flashed through Lu Ming's eyes. And House Mu. Although there was no sound in the memories, he could discern what they were saying from the shape of their lips. House Hung, he exalted Heaven Sect, and House Mu. I didn't go looking for you. But you've tried to kill me time and time again. There's no need for you to stay in this world, Lu Ming said coldly. The memories didn't stop, but continued to rewind. Soon Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw what he wanted to see. How to find the Nation of Death's headquarters. The Nation of Death's headquarters was an underground city, an ancient underground city. Moreover, it wasn't static but mobile. Every once in a while, it would move to another location. Moreover, the way to get to the underground city was very complicated. One step was all it took to find it. No wonder no one has found the Nation of Death's headquarters after so many years. Lu Ming murmured, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. He would destroy the Nation of Death's headquarters as well. Ah! Suddenly the man in black roared and convulsed. He fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. The restriction on his soul has been activated. His soul has been destroyed and his nerves are damaged. His memories can no longer be seen. Dandan said. That's enough. I've seen what I wanted to see, Lu Ming said. Bubble called it a day and sat on Lu Ming's shoulder to recover. Using time reversal consumed a lot of Bubble's energy. Lu Ming, do you want to deal with the Mu clan and Hung clan first, or do you want to deal with the Nation of Death first? Dandan asked. Let's destroy the Mu family and Hung family first to avoid alerting the enemy. The Death God Nation isn't in a hurry. They definitely don't know that we've already found a way to reach their headquarters. Lu Ming sneered. Immediately, Lu Ming turned the corpses of the assassins into ashes. After that, he continued his journey towards Celestial City. Not long later, they arrived at Celestial City. When Lu Ming arrived at the Hung and He families, he found that the two families were already empty. Only a few people with low cultivation were left behind to guard them. They're leaving pretty fast. I reckon they've already gone to the Mu clan. Lu Ming sneered. Then his aura erupted. Boom. Lu Ming's aura was like that of an ancient beast. His qi and blood were boiling, and it was terrifying to the extreme. The terrifying aura was like a tsunami, pressing down on the countless palaces of the Hung family. How could the remaining people of the Hung family resist this kind of pressure? Each and every one of them knelt on the ground in fear, as if they were facing a god. Who is that? What a terrifying aura. It's Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. What? Lu Ming. Didn't they say that he can't become an emperor? This kind of aura is simply boundless and unfathomable. I'm afraid that Lu Ming has already become an emperor. Moreover, his cultivation is unfathomable. All around, people discovered the situation here and began to discuss in shock. Clearly, Lu Ming had succeeded in his cultivation and came back to find trouble with the Hung family. This news spread out like a hurricane. In the Celestial City, countless silhouettes flew towards the Hung clan. The surroundings of the Hung family were surrounded tightly for a moment. Strange, why didn't anyone from the Hung family come out? There's not a single strong aura in the Hung family. All of them are very weak. Could it be that the Hung family knows that Lu Ming is coming, and the experts of the Hung family have all retreated? It's very likely. Looks like the Hung family is going to be wiped out today. Many people speculated and then became excited. The Hung family and the He family were the two strongest forces in Celestial City. With a great emperor overseeing them, they were usually arrogant and despotic. The other forces had to give them face. Now that they were really going to be wiped out, it was simply too satisfying. Everyone in the Hung family, listen up. From today onwards, the Hung family belongs to me. All of you leave. I'll give you 1 hour. Those who don't leave will be killed without mercy. At this time, Lu Ming opened his mouth, and his voice spread to every corner. All of them were weaklings. Lu Ming disdained to make a move, because the number of these weaklings was too great. Hundreds of thousands, millions of them. Lu Ming wasn't a bloodthirsty person, and he wouldn't kill these weaklings either. If he wanted to kill, he would kill the strongest group of people. Let's go. The people of the Hung family didn't hesitate. As soon as Lu Ming's voice fell, they rushed out of the Hung family one after another. Facing an enemy like Lu Ming, with their cultivation, it was impossible for them to resist. Only death awaited them if they resisted. The upper echelons of the Hung family had left. There was no need for them to protect the Hung family with their lives. Not long after, not a single person was left in the Hung family. Dandan, help me set up a formation. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Dandan. All right. Dandan nodded. His figure moved and flew out. With a wave of his hands, endless runes spread out. This time, Dandan spent a total of 3 days to set up the formation. A huge formation was formed, enveloping the countless palaces in the Hung family. With Dandan's current cultivation, unless the Heavenly Emperor came, no one would be able to break the formation that he spent 3 days to set up. Following that, Lu Ming entered the small world and discussed with Xiao Wan, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master, and the others to send people to guard the Hung family. In the end, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master led the people of the Dragon God Valley to guard the He family. What a rich origin chi! The Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others came out of Lu Ming's small world. They looked around excitedly, feeling the origin chi around them. Celestial City was the leader of the 9 great cultivation holy lands in the land of Yuan Mountain. The cultivation environment was many times better than Song Province. They were naturally excited. Moreover, the Hung family's territory was vast. Although there were many people in the Dragon God Valley, they could easily stay there. After the arrangements were made, Lu Ming came to the He family. The He family was the same as the Hung family. All the experts had left. Lu Ming easily occupied the He family and let Dandan set up a formation. Then Lu Ming let the people of the Dragon God Valley and his parents out to stay in the He family. Although there was the Enlightenment ancient tree in his small world, the heaven and earth origin chi was far inferior to Celestial City. For the time being, the cultivation environment in Celestial City was better. Moreover, Lu Ming did not plan to let so many people stay in his small world, because he had encountered many dangers along the way. He did not know what would happen in the future. If he encountered danger, the people in his small world would also be in danger. From now on, the Hung family and He family's properties will be under my name, Lu Ming. Chapter 2391. On this day, Lu Ming's voice spread throughout Celestial City. A terrifying aura filled every corner of Celestial City. Great Emperor. That was a powerful aura comparable to a great emperor. It was terrifying. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't be any more shocked. Lu Ming had reached the great emperor realm in just a short period of time. He clan and Hung clan have done a lot of evil. Now that they have been eliminated, we will definitely assist the great emperor. Someone replied and addressed Lu Ming as great emperor. The properties left behind by He clan and Hung clan were very shocking. If he didn't use his strength to intimidate them, there would be people fighting for them. However, Valley Master Yunlong and Xiaowan were too weak to compete with these forces in Celestial City. Lu Ming could only intimidate them with his strength. With his intimidation, these people would not dare to act rashly. Looks like I have to send some puppets from Chaos Palace to guard this place. Lu Ming thought in his heart. The puppets in Chaos Palace were numerous experts. Except for 2E, Jin E and the rest who were heavenly emperors, the rest were great emperors, true emperors, void emperors, saints, etc. It was enough to send a few great emperor puppets to guard this place. Lu Ming stayed in Celestial City for a few days. When things were more or less settled down, Lu Ming went to Ancient Sun's sacred ground again. Daoyuo Heaven sect was the same as Hung clan and He clan. Most of the higher-ups had left, leaving only a few weaker ones to guard this place. Lu Ming helped Ouyang Wushuang's clan to occupy Daoyuo Heaven sect's territory. Hung clan, He clan, Daoyuo Heaven sect. Do you think I can't do anything to you after you hide in Mu clan? Just nice, I'll wipe you all out. Lu Ming sneered. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. He stayed in Celestial City for a while, and left a large amount of resources. Then he left Celestial City and headed towards the Divine Fate land. However, there was one more person on this trip, and that was Autumn Moon. He and Autumn Moon had not seen each other for many years, and Autumn Moon missed him dearly. Now that they had met, she naturally could not bear to part with him. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, the journey was very smooth. He crossed the sea and entered the Divine Fate land. Lu Ming did not stop, and went straight to Aeon City. The Mu family was one of the strongest forces in Aeon City. After Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, Bubbles and Dandan entered Aeon City, they didn't take action immediately. Instead, they found a place to stay. However, Lu Ming did not conceal his identity. His goal was to alert the Mu family and gather all the experts of the Mu family. Then he would wipe them out in one fell swoop. Mid-Autumn Moon, let's go out for a walk. Lu Ming said to Autumn Moon. Sure. Autumn Moon's face was full of smiles. She held Lu Ming's hand and walked out. The two of them strolled around Aeon City. Later, the two of them walked into a huge market. This was the largest market in Aeon City. There were all kinds of treasures inside, dazzling one's eyes. Before the 10 Earths Assembly battle, Lu Ming came to Aeon City. However, due to the pressure from the 10 Earths Assembly battle, Lu Ming did not have the chance to walk around to his heart's content. This was the first time he came to this market. Mid-Autumn Moon, what do you want? Just tell me. Lu Ming said with a smile. Sure. Autumn Moon blinked her big eyes a few times, and then looked around. Later, they walked into a divine weapon shop. It sold all kinds of weapons such as sacred weapons, void overlord weapons, and true overlord weapons. Young master, I want that. Autumn Moon looked for a while and pointed at a hairpin. This hairpin was made of a special kind of jade. It looked very exquisite. This young lady has good taste. This hairpin is made of 10,000-year-old warm jade. Wearing it will not only beautify your face, but also help in cultivation and comprehending the laws. It's a top-grade void overlord weapon. A tall and thin middle-aged man said with a smile. How many origin stones? I want it. Lu Ming said. 5,000 supreme-grade origin stones. The tall and thin middle-aged man said with a smile. 5,000 supreme-grade origin stones is so expensive. Young master, I don't want it. Autumn Moon was shocked when she heard that. 5,000 supreme-grade origin stones were supreme-grade origin stones, the highest grade of origin stones. Even great emperors and heavenly emperors use supreme-grade origin stones to cultivate. It was obvious how precious they were. 5,000 was indeed a high price. However, to Lu Ming, 5,000 supreme-grade origin stones were just a drop in the ocean. Silly girl, since you like it, I'll buy it no matter how expensive it is. Lu Ming smiled and waved his hand. A storage ring appeared. He threw it to the tall and thin middle-aged man and said, "Shopkeeper, 5,000 supreme-grade origin stones." The tall and thin middle-aged man took the ring and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. He smiled and then handed the hairpin to Lu Ming. As soon as Lu Ming took the hairpin, a voice was heard. "Wait a minute, I want this hairpin." As the voice was heard, a group of people walked over. The leader was a young woman. She was very beautiful, but she was not as beautiful as Autumn Moon. Behind the young woman was a young woman dressed like a maid and two old men. When he saw the young woman, the shopkeeper's expression changed. He then smiled apologetically and said, "So it's Miss Dongfang. It's an honor to have Miss Dongfang here. Shopkeeper, sell that hairpin to me," the young woman said in a commanding tone. The shopkeeper smiled bitterly and said, "Miss Dongfang, you're too late. This young man has already bought the hairpin." The young lady responded coldly and looked at Lu Ming with a hint of arrogance. She lifted her neck and continued in a commanding tone. "Give this hairpin to me. How many primordial stones do you want? I'll give them to you." "I'm sorry, this hairpin is not for sale," Lu Ming said with a smile. "Not for sale?" The young woman's eyes narrowed and flashed with displeasure. She said, "You want to raise the price of the origin stones, right? Tell me, how many origin stones do you want?" "I said I'm not for sale. I don't lack origin stones," Lu Ming said. "Kid, what did you say? My young lady has her eyes on it. You have to sell it even if you don't want to. You probably don't know who my young lady is. She's Dongfang Shuiyu, the #1 genius in the Divine Land. She's Xian Lin's fiancée. Do you know?" The servant girl behind the young lady jumped out and scolded, looking at Lu Ming threateningly. "The #1 genius in the Divine Land?" Lu Ming muttered. It seemed that Tian Ming, Yuan Xian, and the others had been in the heaven realm for decades. A new batch of geniuses had appeared in the Divine Land. "Are you afraid now? Let me tell you, young Master Xianlin is the young master of the Xian family in Aeon City. If you don't respect him today, don't even think about leaving Aeon City." The maid continued to shout. The young woman, who was Dongfang Shuiyu, showed a proud look. "Xianlin, Dongfang Shuiyu, I've never heard of you. You can get lost now," Lu Ming said Dandan, then turned around and walked toward the mid-autumn moon. "I'll bring you the mid-autumn moon." Chapter 2392. Mid-autumn moon was already extraordinary. With the hairpin, she looked even more beautiful. Coupled with the blush on her cheeks, she looked even more alluring. Dongfang Shuiyu, who was at the side, was trembling with anger. Lu Ming actually told her to get lost? Who was she? She was a genius of her generation, and her fiancé was the #1 genius of the Divine Land. Lu Ming actually told her to get lost? Courting death. He was courting death. Dongfang Shuiyu screamed in her heart. Especially after seeing mid-autumn moon's beauty, she went crazy with jealousy. Women were naturally jealous. Dongfang Shuiyu had always been proud of her beauty. However, compared to mid-autumn moon, she was completely outshone by autumn moon. "Bitch, how dare you wear my hairpin? I'll tear your face apart," Dongfang Shuiyu screamed. Her body was like lightning as she pounced towards mid-autumn moon. Her claws were like knives as she clawed towards autumn moon's face. "Get lost!" Lu Ming shouted coldly as he slapped her. Lu Ming's speed was so fast that Dongfang Shuiyu couldn't dodge at all. She was slapped by Lu Ming. Slap! A crisp sound rang out. Dongfang Shuiyu screamed as her body flew out and fell to the ground. Her face was swollen. Of course, Lu Ming had held back. Otherwise, she wouldn't even be left with ashes. Dongfang Shuiyu was stunned. Everyone else in the shop was stunned. Lu Ming actually dared to slap Dongfang Shuiyu. Did he want to die? Kill him for me, kill this bastard. Dongfang Shuiyu was stunned for a moment before she reacted and screamed. "Kid, you're courting death. Kneel down and admit your mistake." There were two old men who came with Dongfang Shuiyu. At this moment, one of them shouted and pounced towards Lu Ming. A terrifying aura exploded, and a strong pressure pressed towards Lu Ming. Everyone else at the side retreated. Martial Emperor. This old man was a martial emperor. However, he was only a one-star illusionary martial emperor. He was the weakest martial emperor. Scram! Lu Ming shouted coldly and kicked out. His speed was as fast as lightning, and it landed on the opponent's face. The old man also screamed and flew out, following in Dongfang Shuiyu's footsteps. His face was swollen like a pig's. So strong. Everyone was shocked. Killing a one-star martial monarch with a single move. Such strength was impressive. Moreover, Lu Ming did not look very old. There were not many people who could reach the martial emperor realm at his age in the entire Divine Fate land. Scram! If you don't scram, I'll kill you! Lu Ming coldly shouted, and a chilling murderous intent filled the air. Lu Ming, he's Lu Ming! Suddenly, someone shouted from the side. Lu Ming had taken first place in the 10 Lands meeting, and was very famous. Many people had seen Lu Ming before, and now he was finally recognized. What? Lu Ming? Which Lu Ming? Nonsense! Of course it's that Lu Ming who defeated everyone and took first place in the first 10 Lands meeting. It's him. He disappeared for decades. I didn't expect him to appear again. All of a sudden, the surrounding people discussed and sized up this legendary figure curiously. Lu Ming's reputation was very well known. In the Divine Fate land, as long as one's cultivation was slightly higher, they would have heard of him. He took first place in the first 10 Lands meeting. His talent was unparalleled, but he could not become a martial emperor. So you're Lu Ming, a cripple who can never become a martial emperor. How dare you hit me? If you have the ability, don't leave. I'll tear you into pieces. At this moment, Dongfang Shuiyu screamed again. Oh, is that so? I'd like to see how you're going to tear me into pieces. I'll wait for you here, Lu Ming said and sat down on a chair at the side. You cripple trash, just you wait. Dongfang Shuiyu screamed a few times and hurriedly left with her people. Young Master Lu, you'd better leave quickly. Dongfang Shuiyu will definitely go to the Xian family to look for Xianlin. The Xian family is one of the strongest forces in Aeon City. Their strength is unfathomable. The shopkeeper hurriedly came to warn him. No worries. Lu Ming smiled. It was better to blow things up. Blow things up and let the Mu family prepare. Lu Ming wanted to give the other party time to prepare. Seeing that he could not persuade him, the shopkeeper shook his head and retreated. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon waited leisurely. News of what happened here quickly spread. The first place in the 10 Lands meeting, Lu Ming reappeared. Moreover, he even slapped Dongfang Shuiyu in public. This was no small matter. Dongfang Shuiyu's fiancé was the #1 prodigy in the Divine Fate land. Would the two of them clash? Moreover, the Xian family would not let the matter rest. How should Lu Ming deal with it? Immediately, countless people who heard the news rushed over and surrounded the shop to watch. Xianlin is here. Lu Ming did not wait for long before exclamations came from outside. A group of people stepped on the air. The leader was a young man. He was very handsome and wore a black iron battlesuit. He looked mighty and extraordinary. This person was the #1 prodigy in the Divine Fate land, Xianlin. Dongfang Shuiyu followed beside Xianlin. At this time, the swelling on her face had subsided. Her face was full of tears, looking like she had suffered a great grievance. Behind them were some people who were all experts of the Xian family. Lu Ming, get out here. Xianlin came to the door of the shop and roared. 3-star illusionary emperor, about 50 years old, far inferior to Tianming and the rest. Lu Ming did not go out. With a sweep of his spiritual consciousness, he knew Xianlin's cultivation and age. Reaching 3-star illusionary emperor at the age of 50 was indeed far inferior to Tianming and Yuan Xian. Autumn Moon, let's go and meet the #1 prodigy. Lu Ming smiled faintly and walked out of the shop with Qiuyu. All of a sudden, all eyes fell on Lu Ming. Lu Ming. Xianlin's gaze also fell on Lu Ming. How do you want to settle this? Lu Ming looked at Xianlin. Fight with me. Xianlin stepped out and his voice spread far away, revealing a strong fighting spirit. Many people's eyes lit up. Xianlin wanted to challenge Lu Ming. One was the #1 prodigy now, The other was the #1 prodigy decades ago. Who was stronger between the two of them? Who do you think is stronger between Lu Ming and Qianlin? It's hard to say, but I think it's Qianlin. Lu Ming can't become an emperor. His cultivation is stuck at the quasi-emperor realm. No matter how much time has passed, it's difficult for him to improve. According to Lu Ming's strength back then, he can't be a match for Qianlin. That's right, I think so too. Many people discussed and felt that Lu Ming was not a match for Qianlin. The Sky Emperor said personally that Lu Ming could not become an emperor. This could not be wrong. Although Lu Ming was powerful back then, he could only fight with the top talents of 2-star illusionary emperors. On the other hand, Qianlin's cultivation was a 3-star illusionary emperor. The law that he mastered was also the strongest law. His combat strength was extremely powerful. It was not difficult for him to suppress Lu Ming back then. Chapter 2393. Fight with me? I don't want to bully the weak. Lu Ming shook his head slightly. Qianlin's cultivation was not worth mentioning in his eyes. Lu Ming, you don't dare to fight, do you? Qianlin took a step forward in an aggressive manner. During the Battle of 10 Lands, he was still young and his cultivation was insufficient. He couldn't compete with Lu Ming and the rest, and that was something he regretted. He was ambitious and wanted to defeat Lu Ming to prove that if he was in that era, he could also become the #1 genius. If you want to fight, I'll fight with you. Autumn Moon said. Lu Ming, are you going to hide behind a woman? You are indeed useless. Useless. You actually won the first battle of 10 lands. What a joke. Attack, I'll defeat you in 10 moves. Qianlin shouted coldly and kept stepping forward. His powerful aura kept pressuring Lu Ming. In the end, he threw a punch and a giant tortoise was formed. It was as big as a mountain and it pressed down on Lu Ming. Since you want to fight, I'll play with you. Lu Ming said calmly and stepped out. With a swoosh, Lu Ming charged toward Qianlin. Boom. Without seeing Lu Ming attack, Lu Ming charged past and Qianlin's giant tortoise exploded. Lu Ming didn't stop and he appeared in front of Qianlin in an instant. The two of them were less than a meter apart. Qianlin's pupils constricted and he roared in horror. He retreated frantically. But suddenly, he realized that he couldn't move at all. The space around him seemed to have been locked down. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed Qianlin's throat. Everyone couldn't help but open their eyes wide. What was going on? They didn't see Lu Ming attack, and there wasn't any powerful aura. How did Lu Ming grab Qianlin's throat? It was as if Qianlin was waiting there, and didn't move at all for Lu Ming to grab. Everyone couldn't figure it out. With your strength, you want to challenge me? Lu Ming said softly, his voice full of disdain. Qianlin struggled frantically, his eyes flashing with terror. Scram! Lu Ming swung his hand and Qianlin's body was smashed into the ground. With a loud bang, a huge crater appeared on the ground. Qianlin lay in the crater and vomited blood. Everyone else was dumbfounded. One move, no, Lu Ming didn't even make a move, and Qianlin was defeated. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. Wasn't Lu Ming unable to become a great emperor? How could he have such powerful battle prowess? Could it be that Lu Ming had already become a great emperor? Thinking of this, many people's hearts beat wildly. Lu Ming already grasped many laws below martial emperor. He even grasped different strongest laws. This was heaven-defying. Even the celestial emperor asserted that Lu Ming would never be able to break through and become a celestial emperor in his lifetime. However, if Lu Ming could create a miracle and become a celestial emperor, how powerful would his battle prowess be? Lu Ming, I want you dead. Kill him. Below, Qianlin screamed hysterically. He was the #1 genius in the Divine Fate land. He had never been defeated in a battle among his peers. He had never known the taste of failure. Just a moment ago, he had come in a domineering manner and said that he would defeat Lu Ming in 10 moves. However, now he was easily defeated by Lu Ming. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. He couldn't accept such an outcome at all. He was furious and wanted to chop Lu Ming into pieces. A flower in a greenhouse can't withstand the wind and waves. Lu Ming shook his head, revealing a look of disdain. It seemed that Lu Ming's generation was the real golden generation. There were many geniuses and they competed with each other. Many of them had strong minds and had experienced many storms. However, there were fewer geniuses in this generation. Xianlin's path had been too smooth. Although his talents were good, his mind was lacking compared to Tianming and the others. Once he met with failure and setbacks, he would immediately collapse. He couldn't bear it. Kill him for me. Xianlin screamed. Lu Ming's words had pierced his heart. Lu Ming, kneel down and accept your death. The few people who came with Xianlin dashed toward Lu Ming, emitting a terrifying aura. True emperors. 3 of them were true emperors. They were surrounded by godly light and looked like deities. Kneel down. The terrifying pressure of the true emperors pressed down on Lu Ming, wanting to force Lu Ming to his knees. Pressure my ass. All of you get lost. Lu Ming hollered and threw a punch out. The void exploded as the terrifying fist energy rushed towards the 3 true emperors. The 3 true emperors were almost scared to death when they felt Lu Ming's terrifying fist energy. That kind of power was simply not something they could contend against. They wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Boom. The force of the fist crushed over, and the bodies of the 3 people exploded. Then, under the force of the fist, they turned into flying flames. The scene suddenly quieted down, not a single sound could be heard. Everyone's eyes were wide open in disbelief. 3 true emperors, that was 3 true emperors. How could Lu Ming turn them into ashes with one punch? How was that possible? How could Lu Ming's combat ability be so powerful? Dongfeng Xiuyu stood there in a daze, her mouth slightly open as if she was in a dream. Xianlin was also stunned. His eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. Let me send you on your way. Lu Ming looked at Xianlin and stomped down. A giant foot formed by the power of the world stomped down on Xianlin. Ah! Xianlin screamed in fear. At this moment, a figure flashed as fast as lightning and swept Xianlin away before Lu Ming's giant foot stomped down. A white-haired old man in a white robe appeared in the distance. He was holding Xianlin, who was still in shock. Great Emperor! Lu Ming whispered. It's one of the Xian clan's doyen, a great emperor. The Xian clan's great emperor has appeared. I think he's going to deal with Lu Ming. Lu Ming is too impulsive. The Xian clan is one of the strongest forces in Aeon City. Let's see how Lu Ming deals with the great emperor. A few people spoke out, recognizing this elder. Xianlin was overjoyed when he came back to his senses. Doyen, you came at the right time. Kill Lu Ming for me. Kill that bastard. Xianlin shouted. Today, Lu Ming had humiliated him. He must kill Lu Ming to vent his anger. The Xian clan's doyen emitted a powerful aura. That was the aura of a great emperor. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, it was filled with terrifying pressure. Those with weaker cultivation had to kneel down. Ordinary people were too weak when facing a great emperor. They couldn't contend with him at all. It seems like you want to die too. Out of everyone's expectations, Lu Ming's face was calm as he spoke indifferently. He was actually threatening a great emperor. Everyone was dumbfounded. They originally thought that Lu Ming would be afraid when facing a great emperor. They thought that he would be terrified and run away. They never expected that Lu Ming would actually threaten a great emperor. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with cold light as he looked at the doyen. The Xian clan's doyen's heart beat wildly as though he was being targeted by a terrifying beast. In the next moment, he would be torn apart and killed. This feeling shocked him greatly. What's going on? What a terrifying feeling. Could it be that Lu Ming's strength is far above mine? No, I must retreat today. Chapter 2394. Retreat. Xian family's grand elder shouted. Xianlin and Dongfeng Xiuyu, who was in a daze, retreated and disappeared in an instant. They retreated? All around, everyone was dumbfounded. They thought that Xian family's grand elder would make a move. They did not expect him to retreat. Why would Xian family's grand elder retreat? Was he afraid of Lu Ming and did not dare to make a move? That's impossible, right? No one could figure it out. Lu Ming did not pursue. His purpose of coming to Aeon City was not Xian family, but Mu family. If Xian family did not want to die, he would not bother. Mu family should have gathered all their forces this time. I hope Hung family, He family and Daoyuo Heaven sect are also here. Don't let me come here in vain. Lu Ming looked in the direction of Mu family and chuckled. In the crowd, some people's eyes flickered and then left. These people were naturally people from Mu family. Next, Lu Ming and Qiu Yu strolled for a while, and then returned to their residence. The news of Lu Ming's return, defeating Qianlin in one move, killing 3 true emperors with one punch, and even scaring away a great emperor from Qian family spread quickly. Not only did it spread throughout Aeon City, but it also spread to every corner of Divine Fate Land. Countless people who heard the news were shocked. Lu Ming had broken through to Emperor Realm. Many people knew that Lu Ming had broken through to Martial Emperor Realm. The assertion of Heavenly Emperor was broken. Next, would Qian family make a move on Lu Ming? Many people guessed. As for Lu Ming's residence, it naturally attracted more people's attention. Many people were watching Lu Ming's residence at all times, concerned about the development of the situation. There were even many people who rushed over from other places. In Qian family's meeting hall, a group of people was discussing matters. These were the higher-ups of Qian family. Most of them were great Emperor Realm experts. We must kill Lu Ming. Fellow Grand Elders, please do it. Qianlin shouted. His eyes were blood-red and filled with ferocious killing intent. During this period of time, the news of him being easily defeated by Lu Ming had spread like wildfire. His reputation had plummeted, and was no longer what it used to be. He hated Lu Ming so much that he wanted nothing more than to grind Lu Ming's bones into dust. I think so too. We need to kill Lu Ming. Another person spoke. Old Nine, tell me, why did you retreat before? At the very top was an extremely old man. At this moment, he was looking at the Doyen who had saved Qianlin. The Grand Elder from before was the 9th Grand Elder of the Qian family. Elder Nine frowned and pondered for a moment before he said, I can sense a terrifying aura from Lu Ming's body. I have a feeling that if I were to make a move, I would most likely die in Lu Ming's hands. What? Everyone else was shocked, and Qianlin widened his eyes in disbelief. How is that possible? Could it be that Lu Ming could threaten the Great Emperor? Even if he has broken through to the Martial Emperor realm, it is impossible for him to break through to the Great Emperor realm so quickly. Impossible. Qianlin found it hard to accept, and shook his head repeatedly. Could it be that Lu Ming has really reached such a shocking level? The other Grand Elders whispered, and their gazes were solemn. The higher one's cultivation, the more accurate their intuition would be. A great emperor's intuition would generally not be wrong. Lu Ming cannot be judged by common sense. Once he breaks through to the Martial Emperor realm, he will be like a dragon entering the sea. There will be no restrictions. It is not impossible for him to have the combat strength of a great emperor. I suggest that we do not take action against Lu Ming for the time being. Let's observe the situation first. The oldest Grand Elder said. I agree. I agree too. The other Grand Elders nodded. Although the remaining Grand Elders and Qianlin wanted to take action, most of the Grand Elders did not agree and they had no choice. Time flew by and 5 days passed. At Lu Ming's residence. Brother Lu Ming, I have already found out that the Hung family, He family, and Daoyuo Heaven sect are all in the Mu family. Moreover, almost all the great emperors of the Mu family have returned to the Mu family headquarters. They seem to be on guard. Bubbles conveyed some information to Lu Ming. These days, Bubbles and Dandan went out to investigate the Mu family, and finally found something. Lu Ming came to Aeon City. Needless to say, the 2 groups of assassins from the Death Nation had failed. Lu Ming's strength frightened the Mu family. It was natural for them to gather experts to deal with the Mu family. It's time. The Mu family, Hung family, He family, and Daoyuo Heaven sect will be destroyed today, Lu Ming said indifferently. Then he strode out and headed in the direction of the Mu family. Lu Ming's action naturally alarmed those who were paying attention to Lu Ming. Where is Lu Ming going? He is full of murderous intent. Is he going to kill his way to the Qian family? Impossible. No, this direction is not the Qian family. In the dark, many people were discussing and following behind Lu Ming secretly. Not long after, there were mountains and cranes in front of them. There were countless palaces. This was the Mu family. Boom. Lu Ming suddenly took a step forward. In the sky, endless power gathered and formed a giant foot. It covered the sky and the sun, and stomped on the Mu family headquarters. The mountains trembled under the giant foot. Lu Ming was going to attack the Mu family? Everyone who followed him was dumbfounded. Their hearts were beating wildly. The Mu family's strength was stronger than the Xian family. What shocked them even more was Lu Ming's strength. This foot was like the foot of a deity. It was unbelievably powerful. Great Emperor. This was the strength of a great emperor. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Ming actually had the strength of a great emperor. No wonder the patriarch of the Xian family had retreated. Silhouettes flew out from the Mu family's palace. When they saw the huge foot, they were in a state of panic, and they flew everywhere. Impudent. A long roar came from the Mu family. A giant palm flew out from the Mu family and turned into a giant palm. It collided with Lu Ming's giant foot. Boom. The mountains trembled and the void collapsed. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions. The giant foot and the giant hand dissipated together. In the sky above the Mu family, a middle-aged man appeared. His aura was extremely terrifying. The Mu family's patriarch. In the distance, someone whispered and recognized this person. Heavens, the Mu family's patriarch is said to be a 3-star great emperor. He just blocked Lu Ming's attack. Lu Ming has become so strong. Quick, spread the news. Something big has happened. Lu Ming is going to attack the Mu family. Quick. Many people discussed in shock. The news was spread out one by one. Aeon City was in an uproar. Countless people rushed towards the Mu family. When the Xian family received the news, they were also stunned. They then sent experts to the Mu family to monitor the situation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After the Mu family's patriarch appeared, many figures rushed out from the depths of the Mu family. Each of these figures exuded a vast and boundless aura. The pressure of the great Tao filled the world. These were all great emperors. There were more than 20 of them. Chapter 2395. More than 20 great emperors from the Mu clan lined up in a row. Their auras were as vast as the sea, filling the entire Aeon City with a terrifying pressure. Such a lineup made the onlookers change their expressions and tremble with fear. However, Lu Ming looked indifferent as if he did not see so many great emperors. He glanced at the people of the Mu clan and frowned, saying, "Don't hide anymore. People of those clans, come out." The clans he mentioned were naturally the Hung clan, the He clan and the Daoyuo Heaven sect. However, the master of the Mu clan sneered and did not answer Lu Ming's question. Instead he asked, "Lu Ming, today you attacked the Mu clan for no reason. Do you think we are easy to bully? If you don't give an explanation today, you don't have to leave. Don't you know why I'm here? You're really good at pretending. The Mu clan, the Hung clan, the He clan and the Daoyuo Heaven sect hired people from the Death Kingdom to kill me. Today's account should be settled properly." Lu Ming's voice spread all over the place. What? The Mu clan hired people from the Death Kingdom to kill Lu Ming? Is it true? It's very likely. Lu Ming killed the strongest genius of the Mu clan, Mu Yang. This is a deadly feud. How can the Mu clan let it go? Indeed, I'm afraid it's true. Otherwise, Lu Ming would not kill his way to the Mu clan. Lu Ming is really bold. He actually killed his way to the Mu clan. What do you think the result will be today? It's hard to say. If Lu Ming is not sure, he would not dare to come here. However, the Mu clan has been passed down for countless years, and its foundation is unfathomable. The result is hard to say. Lu Ming's words caused an uproar and many people were talking about it. Nonsense. If the Mu clan wants to kill you, why would we hire people from the Death Kingdom? We can send anyone to kill you. The master of the Mu clan sneered. Any random person can kill me? Then I'd like to see if the Mu clan has this ability. Lu Ming sneered. Having said that, he stepped out and headed toward the Mu family. Bang, bang. Every step Lu Ming took caused the void to vibrate continuously. Rays of light radiated from Lu Ming's body. That was the radiance of the laws. 1 type, 2 types, 3 types. All sorts of laws appeared one after another. When more than 10 types of laws appeared, the scene was dead silent. Everyone was tongue-tied, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Oh my God, what did I see? The laws of primal chaos, the laws of death, the laws of life, and the laws of reincarnation. No, there's also the eternal law, the void law, the primordial law, and the space-time law. 8 of them. He has mastered 8 supreme laws. There are also 9 types of monarch Dao laws and 17 types of laws. He has mastered 17 types of laws. Moreover, he has cultivated all 17 types of laws to the limit and reached the 3rd realm. How is this possible? How is this possible? Freak, this is a freak. When they saw Lu Ming reveal all the laws, everyone in the surroundings shouted hysterically, unable to control their emotions. This could no longer be described as shock. Their emotions were 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than shock. The truth of cultivation was that a person could only master one type of supreme law. Moreover, not everyone could master the supreme law. Those who could master one type of supreme law were the top geniuses in the world. But now there was a person who not only mastered the supreme law, but also not 1, 2, or 3 types, but 8 types. This was not only breaking the truth, but also trampling the truth into pieces. One could imagine how everyone felt. The people of the Mu clan were tongue-tied. Their eyes were wide open, and they were horrified. In the depths of the Mu clan, the experts of the Hung clan, He clan, and Daoyuo Heaven sect who were hiding in the dark were almost scared to death when they saw this scene. Lu Ming was shrouded in 17 types of light. He stood in the air like a god descending from the heavens. Come, let's see who can kill me. Lu Ming's eyes shot out 2 rays of divine light as he stared at the people of the Mu clan. So what if you have mastered 17 types of laws? You're still in the true emperor realm. Let me kill you. A tall and sturdy old man stepped out from the Mu clan like a lion. This old man's cultivation had reached the 3-star great sovereign realm. The Mu clan did not dare to underestimate Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming looked like a true emperor realm expert, he had mastered 17 types of laws. Most importantly, 8 of them were supreme laws. With the combination of so many laws, Lu Ming's combat strength could not be measured by common sense. It was possible for him to fight against a 1-star great sovereign, or even a 2-star great sovereign. But they had sent out a 3-star great sovereign. The difference between a true emperor and a 3-star great sovereign was too great. They did not believe that Lu Ming could kill a 3-star great sovereign. Even if the 3-star great sovereign could not defeat him, he could at least keep his life and test out Lu Ming's true combat strength. Bang! Bang! The old man, who was like a lion, had a crazy aura. He stepped on the void and dashed toward Lu Ming at an increasingly fast speed. Slash! Suddenly, a saber appeared in the old man's hand, and he slashed towards Lu Ming. The saber light was shocking and lit up the sky as if it was going to split the sky of Aeon City into 2. Kill! Lu Ming said indifferently. Before his voice died away, a long spear appeared in his hand. It was a long spear that was formed by the laws and the power of the world. Lu Ming's arm muscles bulged, and he threw the long spear out. Swoosh! The long spear flew out like a ray of light, faster than lightning. This long spear not only contained the power of Lu Ming's power of the world, the power of the laws and the power of his physical body. The moment the long spear collided with the saber light was shattered. The long spear did not slow down, and continued to stab towards the old man. The 3-star great sovereign of the Mu clan did not expect that his all-out attack could not withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. He was stunned for a moment and his fate was sealed. Puff! Lu Ming's long spear directly pierced through his dantian, and destroyed his small world. Together with his body, he flew out into the depths of the Mu family, and crashed into a hall. Boom! The palace directly exploded, and a large group of figures flew out from inside. These people were from the Hung clan, He clan, and Daoyuo Heaven sect. The 3-star great sovereign of the Mu clan was pierced through by Lu Ming's long spear. He was nailed to the ground and screamed in agony. My cultivation base, my cultivation base. The shrill screams were heard all over the place. Hiss! The whole place was filled with gasps. A 3-star great sovereign was nailed to the ground by Lu Ming and his cultivation was destroyed. This scene was too shocking. A 3-star great sovereign could not withstand a single blow. How could this be? Had Lu Ming's combat strength reached such a terrifying level? Everyone felt like they were dreaming. In the crowd in the distance, there were people from the Xian clan who were watching. There were several founding elders, including Xian Lin and Dongfang Xiuyu. At this moment, they were completely petrified and could not stop gasping. How could this be? How could this be? Xian Lin was like a fool and kept whispering. Chapter 2396. Hung clan, He clan, and Daoyuo heaven sect are all here. Lu Ming looked at the Hung family and the He family, revealing a cold smile at the corners of his lips. People from the Mu family, including the Hung family, the He family, and the Daoyuo heaven sect, all looked terrible. Their eyes were full of shock. Lu Ming, you crippled the cultivation of the Mu family's great emperor for no reason. You must pay the price today. The great emperor of Mu clan roared. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, more than 20 great emperors from Mu clan struck at the same time. More than 20 great emperors from Mu clan, ranging from 1-star great emperors to 5-star great emperors, struck at the same time. The void instantly collapsed and terrifying attacks were directed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's combat ability was far beyond their imagination, and they were terrified. They wanted to kill Lu Ming in an instant, so that he would not be left with a corpse. Buzz! Lu Ming's muscles suddenly vibrated, vibrating billions of times in an instant. The void collapsed and Lu Ming's figure dashed out. The moment Lu Ming dashed out, he unleashed the 6-feathered divine wings to increase his speed. In an instant he dodged the other party's joint attack and charged toward the Mu family's great emperors. Gather, gather! The master of Mu clan roared. More than 20 great emperors from Mu clan gathered together and formed a circle. This way, they could prevent Lu Ming from attacking them one by one. Is it useful to join forces? Lu Ming's cold voice resounded and a long spear appeared in his hand again. However, this long spear was not formed by Lu Ming's order. It was a real long spear. Great Spear of Desolation. Heaven Weapon. Although Lu Ming could not display the power of Heaven Wei in the Heaven Weapon, the material of the Great Spear of Desolation was sturdy and indestructible. It could allow Lu Ming to display all of his strength and enhance Lu Ming's combat strength. Boom. Lu Ming held the Great Spear of Desolation and unleashed his strength to the extreme. He swept the spear out. The sky continued to explode as the Great Baron Spear swept up an endless void storm towards the 20 over great emperors from the Mu clan. The might of the spear was shocking to the extreme. It was as if the spear was going to crush all 20 or so great emperors of the Mu clan. Join hands. The head of the Mu family roared. All the great emperors of the Mu family joined forces and blasted out various attacks toward Lu Ming. Among the 20 over great emperors of the Mu clan, there were a few 5-star great emperors with astounding strength. With so many people joining forces, they could definitely contend with a 6-star great emperor. Boom! Their attacks collided with Lu Ming's long spear. A terrifying explosion erupted, and the force swept out in all directions. Retreat, retreat! The spectators frantically retreated to create enough distance between them. Most of the spectators were not great emperors, so they didn't dare to get too close. Otherwise, they would be killed if Lu Ming and the others got involved. After the explosion, Lu Ming's body shook and he retreated. However, the 20 over experts of the Mu clan also retreated. Some of the weaker ones even spat out mouthfuls of blood and were severely injured. Lu Ming's current combat strength, physical body, power of the realm, power of law, and the Great Baron Spear were enough to contend with a 6-star Great Emperor. How could the 1-star and 2-star Great Emperors withstand a head-on collision? Again, Lu Ming retreated a few steps and took a step in the void to stabilize himself. With the Great Baron Spear in his hand, he charged towards the Great Emperors of the Mu clan again. Boom! This time, Lu Ming held the Great Baron Spear with both hands and smashed it down with the weight of Mount Tai. Boom! The Great Baron Spear rapidly enlarged and became as heavy as a mountain, as if it could crush everything. The 20 over great emperors of the Mu clan roared and unleashed their strongest attacks towards the Great Baron Spear. The attacks from both sides collided once again. Buzz! The Great Baron Spear vibrated continuously and was repelled away. However, the people of the Mu clan were in a worse state. A few of the 1-star great emperors trembled violently and their bodies cracked from the terrifying recoil. Their bodies were covered in blood and their auras were weak. They were unable to continue fighting. Heal yourselves first. The Mu clan's patriarch roared. However, Lu Ming's third attack arrived at this moment. This collision caused the Mu clan's 2-star great emperors to tremble violently and almost die from the recoil. They were unable to continue fighting. Again, Lu Ming was like a martial emperor war god as his attacks rained down like a storm. The number of great emperors of the Mu clan was decreasing, and they were no match for Lu Ming. Towards the end, they were at a disadvantage in every collision. Towards the end, even the 3-star great emperors and 4-star great emperors were injured. Even the 5-star great emperors were pale and gasping for breath. The hearts of the people who were watching the battle from all directions were in a perilous situation. They were shocked to the extreme. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong. He was completely suppressing the Mu clan. Was the Mu clan going to be annihilated today? In the depths of the Mu clan, the Hung clan's great emperors, He clan's great emperors and Tianluo great emperors were pale, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. They found it hard to believe that Lu Ming's combat strength had reached such a level. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, he could kill them in an instant if he wanted to. How can this be? They roared in their hearts as they could not accept this fact. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming continued to attack, and his attacks became more and more violent. In the end, the Mu clan's 5-star great emperors were injured and were no match for Lu Ming. Kill. Suddenly Lu Ming's attack changed. He went around the 5-star great emperors, and the great desolate spear shook violently. In an instant, dozens of spear lights were shot out. His target was the low-level great emperors. Not good, we blocked it. The Mu clan's high-level great emperors' faces changed drastically. They unleashed their full strength in an attempt to block Lu Ming's attack. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could only block half of the spear lights. The remaining spear lights continued to pierce towards the low-level great emperors. The low-level great emperors, especially the 1-star and 2-star great emperors, tried their best to block, but it was useless. The 1-star and 2-star great emperors' foreheads were pierced by the spear lights and their souls were destroyed. Dead. The Mu clan's 1-star and 2-star great emperors were instantly annihilated. A total of 8 of them died. 8 great emperors were instantly annihilated. This caused everyone to be shocked, and at the same time, it also caused the people of the Mu clan to be furious and filled with murderous intent. Lu Ming, I want you to die without a burial place. The Mu clan's patriarch roared. His eyes were bloodshot and his face was ferocious. 8 great emperors. How great of a loss was this? His heart was bleeding. Their Mu clan had been passed down for countless years. They had relied on a long time to accumulate so many great emperors. However, 8 of them had died in an instant. This was an unbearable loss. Now you know how to feel heartache. If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have thought of this day when your Mu clan wanted to kill me. At this moment in this world, you won't be the only ones killing others. Others won't kill you. Lu Ming said coldly. There was no pity or sympathy in his voice. He and the Mu clan were mortal enemies. It was either you die or I die. Chapter 2397. The people of the Mu family were speechless and could only look at Lu Ming with murderous intent. Kill. Lu Ming said coldly. He held the long spear in his hand and charged forward again. Today he would not leave any of the upper echelons of the Mu family alive. Evil creature, die. At this moment, a loud roar came from the depths of the Mu family. The voice was filled with vicissitudes of life. Then, a terrifying blade light slashed out from the depths of the Mu family. Peak Great Emperor. When this blade light appeared, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. The Mu family was indeed unfathomable. There were still experts who had not made a move. There were actually peak great emperors in hibernation. Ha ha ha, I have been waiting for this moment. A loud laugh came. Then a huge tortoise shell appeared out of thin air and blocked the blade light. It was Dandan who had made a move. Previously, he and Bubble had been watching from the side without any intention of making a move. It was to prevent the Mu family from having stronger existences. Clang. The blade light slashed on the tortoise shell. The shell shook and dissipated. However, the blade light was also blocked. Boom. Boom. Then, a terrifying aura erupted from the depths of the Mu family. A total of 5 auras erupted. It was vast and mighty. A terrifying pressure spread between heaven and earth. Then 5 old men stepped out and appeared in front of everyone. These 5 old men were very old. Their hair was snow white and their skin was dry and wrinkled. They were like 5 withered skeletons. Old ancestors. The Mu family head was overjoyed. It's the old ancestors. The old ancestors are indeed not dead. They have come out of seclusion. Let's see how they will die this time. The other people of the Mu family were also overjoyed. The Mu family indeed has a strong foundation. These should be the old monsters who are in seclusion. Someone who was watching the battle from afar said. The Mu family was definitely one of the strongest forces in Aeon City. They had a strong foundation. Legend had it that a long time ago, the Mu family had even produced a heavenly emperor. However, the heavenly emperor of the Mu family died in battle. But from this, it could be seen how strong the Mu family was. There had always been a legend that there were some old monsters in seclusion in the depths of the Mu family. They cultivated wholeheartedly and did not care about the outside world. They only wanted to raise their cultivation to resist the heavenly tribulation and even break through to the heavenly emperor realm. Only when the Mu clan was in danger, he would not come out of seclusion. Today, after the Mu clan's martial monarchs were killed one after another, these old men had indeed come out. The Mu clan's resources are truly profound. Today we're saved. Lu Ming is dead for sure. The Hung clan great monarch, Tianluo great monarch, and the others were overjoyed. 3 6-star great emperors and 2 7-star great emperors. Dandan, I'll leave them to you. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Dandan. Don't worry, I'll take care of it soon. Dandan was very confident. Back at the Void God Island, Dandan was only a 6-star great emperor, but he could suppress other peak great emperors and even kill them. Moreover, Dandan had already become a peak 7-star great monarch. With his strength, it was easy for him to kill those who were at the same level as him. The 5 old men from the Mu clan swept their gazes over Lu Ming like lightning. Their cold and shriveled voices rang out. You killed a member of my Mu clan, kill without mercy. Kill your sister. Have a taste of my invincible tortoise fist. Dandan charged out with extreme speed and threw a punch at one of the peak great emperors from the Mu clan. His punch was filled with dazzling runes as though it was forming a world. The old man from the Mu clan was shocked and quickly set up layers of defense. However, these defenses were useless as they were penetrated by Dandan's punch. Then, Dandan's fist landed heavily on the old man's face. Bam! Kacha! The sound of bones breaking resounded throughout the place. The old man from the Mu clan cried out in pain as his body flew far away and smashed into a palace in the Mu clan. Everyone was dumbfounded. One of the old men from the Mu clan had a terrifying aura as he was a peak great emperor. The moment he appeared, everyone was shocked. However, his arrogance only lasted for a few seconds before he was sent flying with a single punch. Moreover, the one who sent him flying was a teenager who wore a Taoist robe. A teenage Taoist priest. With Dandan's appearance, it was easy for people to overlook him because he wasn't that impressive. However, at this moment, the impact on everyone was the greatest. Lu Ming did have a helper. His combat strength is shockingly strong. He sent a peak great emperor flying with a punch. No wonder he dared to attack the Mu clan. Terrifying. Is the Mu clan really finished today? Many people were discussing. Among them, the Xian clan was the most shocked. Xian Lin and Dongfang Shuiyu swallowed their saliva as cold sweat flowed down their faces. Their clothes were drenched in cold sweat. At this moment, they were secretly glad that they didn't attack Lu Ming. Otherwise, their Xian clan would be finished. The Xian clan's strength couldn't be compared to the Mu clan. They would really be finished. Pervert. Pervert. I'll never provoke this pervert again. Xian Lin roared in his heart. He was really scared. At this moment, the remaining 4 old men from the Mu clan felt goosebumps all over their body. They instinctively retreated frantically and distanced themselves from Dandan. You dare to flaunt your seniority in front of me? You don't know the meaning of death. Kill. Dandan flicked his sleeves, looking like a peerless expert. Then he charged towards the Mu clan's ancestors. A huge world appeared. It was vast and boundless, exuding a majestic pressure that pressed down on the Mu clan's ancestors. Even if others condensed a small world, they wouldn't be able to directly use it against their enemies. This was because the small world they condensed wasn't as stable, and would be easily destroyed by others. However, Dandan could do it. He was the world divine tortoise. The word world wasn't just for show. His control over the small world had reached the peak. The small world was incomparably stable and possessed great power. It also had an indestructible defense. The small world covered the sky as it pressed down. The Mu clan's ancestors had nowhere to run. They could only face it head-on. Boom, boom, boom. The Mu clan's elders attacked. For attacks were launched towards Dandan's small world. Behind them, the elder who was almost killed by Dandan's punch also made a move. However, the 5 attacks only caused Dandan's small world to tremble. They couldn't break it or block it. Boom. Boundless power pressed down. The 3 6-star great emperors cried out in pain as they vomited blood. Their bodies cracked and were covered in blood. The 2 peak great emperors were slightly better off, but they were also severely injured. Swoosh! Dandan turned into a phantom and charged forward, unleashing a bloody massacre. After a few screams, the 3 6-star great emperors were killed by Dandan in an instant. No! The Mu clan's patriarch and the others cried out in horror. They couldn't accept such an outcome. Kill! At this moment, Lu Ming roared and launched a violent attack. Although the Mu clan's experts resisted with all their might, the outcome was already decided. Screams were heard continuously. The Mu clan's great emperors died one after another in the hands of Lu Ming. Chapter 2398. Let's go, let's go. In the distance, the Hung clan's heavenly emperor, Tianluo Great Emperor, and the others were almost scared to death. Then they led their subordinates and turned around to escape from the Mu clan. Lu Ming's strength had far exceeded their imagination. They knew that if they didn't run, they would be the ones to die. Every one of the Mu clan, let's go. At this moment, the Mu clan's patriarch roared, his voice spreading far and wide. He knew that the Mu clan was finished today. The Mu clan would be removed from the divine fate land, but he didn't want the Mu clan to be destroyed. He wanted the rest of the Mu clan to escape. Patriarch! Someone from the Mu clan cried out in grief. Let's go, let's go. The Mu clan's patriarch roared, but his roar stopped abruptly. This was because Lu Ming's long spear had pierced through his dantian, crippling his cultivation. He let out a mournful cry. His eyes were filled with despair. Let's go. The Mu clan's experts below the great emperor level turned into streaks of light, flying in all directions like countless meteors streaking across the void. You want to leave? Have you asked for my permission? Dandan sneered. He waved his hands, and runes entered the void. Then countless runes appeared around the Mu clan, forming a light barrier that enveloped the entire Mu clan. A formation. A few days ago, Dandan had quietly set up a formation around the Mu clan. Today, no one would be able to escape. No, seeing the formation, the Hung clan's great emperor, Tianluo Great Emperor, and the others roared in despair and attacked the light barrier. However, this was a formation that Dandan had spent a few days setting up. With their cultivation base, how could they break it? Their attacks landed on the light barrier, but there wasn't even a trace of ripple on the light barrier. No, no, no. The Mu clan's people roared in madness and attacked crazily. They were filled with despair. Why is this happening? An eminent elder of the Mu clan looked up and sighed. They had only offended a young man of the younger generation, that's all. A young man of the younger generation should be killed. Their Mu clan had existed for so long. Along the way, they had offended countless so-called geniuses and killed countless so-called geniuses. Even though those sky prides were extremely talented, they were still crushed into dust in the face of their strength. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that offending a prodigy this time would send their Mu clan to their doom. In the depths of the sky, at an unknown height, there were 2 figures standing there. Everything below fell into their eyes. These 2 people were none other than Hung Xinghe and his master, the 9 Demons' heavenly emperor. Master, it seems that Lu Ming brought the world turtle with him. There should be no sky emperor with him. Should we make a move now? Stellar River asked. Are you worried about the Hung family? The 9 Devil Celestial Emperor asked. No, Xinghe shook his head and said. I just feel that it's about time. Let's wait and see. The 9 Demons' heavenly emperor said. After killing Lu Ming, these people from the Hung family will definitely die too. They will be killed by the Sky Emperor behind Lu Ming. No matter what, they won't be able to live, so you don't have to worry about it. Let's wait and see. Do you understand? This disciple understands. Xinghe bowed and nodded. The two continued to watch. The battle below was nearing its end. Dandan intervened and killed several 5-star great emperors from the Mu clan with a few slaps. The remaining great emperors were all killed by Lu Ming. None of the Mu clan's great emperors were left alive. This scene was truly shocking. The spectators all felt their hearts beating wildly, unable to calm down. The Mu clan had dominated the Aeon City for countless years. Even in the Divine Fate Land, they were considered a top force. All of their great emperors were killed by a young man just like that. The world was really unpredictable. The Xian clan's eminent elders, Xianlin and Dongfang Shuiyu, were drenched in cold sweat. Their faces were pale, and they were terrified. If they hadn't held back and attacked Lu Ming, the Xian clan would have been destroyed. Bam! Bam! With the long spear in his hand, Lu Ming walked step by step toward the great emperors of the Hung family, He family, and Tianluo family. Lu Ming, don't kill us. Xinghe already has a Sky Emperor as his master. If you destroy our Hung family, Xinghe won't let you go. Hung family's great emperor shouted. You're still threatening me at this time. How foolish. I will kill Xinghe with my own hands in the future. Lu Ming said coldly as his footsteps quickened. Hung family's great emperor and the others were in despair. They kept retreating, but they were blocked by the array. I won't attack unless I'm attacked. I didn't provoke you from the beginning. Everything is your own fault. Today, let's end it all. Kill. Lu Ming roared and stabbed out with his spear. Puff. The spear pierced Tianluo Great Emperor's forehead, killing him in the air. No, Hung family's great emperor and He family's great emperor were terrified. They flew to the sides, but Lu Ming stabbed out 2 more times. The two of them followed in Tianluo Great Emperor's footsteps, and were killed by Lu Ming. Kill, kill, kill. Then Lu Ming attacked crazily. He didn't show any mercy and turned into a killing machine. Endless spear radiance burst out from his hand, and rushed towards the remaining experts from Mu family, Daoyuo Heaven Sect, and He family. Lu Ming was only merciful to the Hung family. That was because of Hung Yu Heavenly Emperor. Hung family was the descendant of Hung Yu Heavenly Emperor after all. Hung Yu Heavenly Emperor had helped Lu Ming a lot. Lu Ming didn't want to exterminate Hung family. Lu Ming only killed a few higher-ups from Hung family. Lu Ming didn't kill the rest. However, Lu Ming showed no mercy to Mu family, He family, and Daoyuo Heaven Sect. All the people above the Martial Emperor realm were killed by Lu Ming. For a time, this area was filled with blood qi. It was like hell on earth. Hung family, for the sake of Hung Yu Heavenly Emperor, I won't exterminate you. Get out. Lu Ming looked at the remaining people from Hung family. Go, go. The remaining people from Hung family rushed in one direction. Dandan waved his hand, and the formation automatically separated. It didn't stop them. I, Lu Ming, don't want to kill more people below the Martial Emperor realm. If you want revenge in the future, come to me. Get out. Finally, Lu Ming looked at those people below the Martial Emperor realm. Those people fled in all directions as if they had been granted amnesty. Soon, there was no one left in the Big Mu family. The Mu family, which dominated Aeon City, was destroyed. It was destroyed by a young man. Dandan Bubbles, Autumn Moon, let's go. Lu Ming said and turned away. He didn't want to kill more people. However, in this world, things didn't always go as you wished. There were bound to be some obstacles if you wanted to reach the top. This guy is still too soft-hearted. Dandan curled his lips and followed Lu Ming out. But at this moment, Dandan's face changed dramatically, and he looked into the depths of the sky. Chapter 2399. Lu Ming felt a terrifying sense of danger. This sense of danger came from the depths of the sky dome. Swoosh. At this moment, a sword light shone from the depths of the sky. The light of this sword light was dozens of times brighter than the sun. It illuminated heaven and earth, and a vast pressure of the heavenly Tao filled the air. Everyone felt a great terror in their hearts. Sky Emperor, there is indeed a Sky Emperor behind this. Who is it? Lu Ming's mind was racing. After he destroyed the Mu clan, he thought it was the Mu clan, the Hung clan, the He clan, and the Daoyuo Heaven Sect behind this. He thought it was over. However, when the sword light appeared, Lu Ming knew it was not over yet. There was still a Sky Emperor realm expert hiding behind the scenes and only struck at the last moment. Cautious. The Sky Emperor was extremely cautious. Even when he struck at the last moment, he struck from a distance. Don't even think about it. At this moment, Dandan shouted. Countless runes were emitted from his body. Around the Mu clan, the array appeared again, forming a ray of light that shrouded the area. Then Dandan waved his hand. Pieces of turtle shells appeared out of thin air, blocking the sword light from piercing towards Lu Ming. The great spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Puff. At this moment, the sword light had arrived. The array set up by Dandan had amazing defensive power. However, when the sword light pierced the light screen shook violently and was pierced through. The sword light pierced through the light screen and bombarded the layers of turtle shells set up by Dandan. Bam! 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 The turtle shells set up by Dandan exploded continuously. A terrifying force swept out in all directions. In the end, Dandan groaned. His body flew far away and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, after Dandan's continuous obstruction, the power of the sword light had been greatly weakened. However, it did not stop and continued to attack Lu Ming. Block it! Lu Ming roared and revealed a crazed look. All 17 types of laws erupted and covered the great desolate spear. Then Lu Ming stabbed out with all his strength. This spear was Lu Ming's strongest spear. All of his strength erupted at this moment. Clang! The great desolate spear collided with the sword light. Lu Ming immediately felt a terrifying energy rush towards him through the great desolate spear. Wang! The great desolate spear trembled incessantly. Lu Ming was forced back. His arms and body were covered with sword scars. It was as if he had been struck by hundreds of swords in an instant. But in the end he managed to block it. Lu Ming circulated the indestructible ancient scripture with all his might. His injuries were rapidly recovering. Deep in the sky. It seems like there really are no other Sky Emperors here. Lu Ming, today your everything will be mine. Disciple, let's go. The 9 Demon Heaven Emperor's face was filled with ecstasy as he swept up the eternal river and headed downwards. That sword strike just now was just a test. If there was a Sky Emperor here, he would have fled immediately. However, seeing how Lu Ming and Dandan were resisting with all their might, he concluded that there was no Sky Emperor by Lu Ming's side. Not far in front of Lu Ming, a light flashed and 2 figures appeared out of thin air. Hung Xinghe, 9 Demon Heaven Emperor, it's you. Seeing Hung Xinghe and the 9 Demon Heaven Emperor, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. It seemed like the person behind this was the 9 Demon Heaven Emperor. He did not let Tu Yi and Lei Yi come out just now because he wanted to lure them out. Lu Ming, you killed the innocent. Today, my master will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Hung Xinghe shouted. He, enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens? Don't make it sound so dignified. Hung Xinghe, I underestimated you in the past. You're really inhumane. You even wanted to use the Hung family. Moreover, you didn't do anything when the Hung family was destroyed. Lu Ming sneered coldly. Lu Ming, you're a sensible person. Take out everything you have, remember, everything, and this old man will give you a quick death. The 9 Demon Heaven Emperor spoke, and his aura spread out. A Sky Emperor could borrow the power of the Heavenly Tao. That aura was too terrifying, as if the Heavenly Tao was pressing down on them. Everyone in Aeon City paled, feeling the terrifying pressure. Sky Emperor, oh heavens, it's a Sky Emperor. There's actually a Sky Emperor behind this. Lu Ming is finished, he actually offended a Sky Emperor. Many people screamed in their hearts, but no one dared to speak out, afraid of offending a Sky Emperor. In the eyes of everyone in Aeon City, a Sky Emperor was a supreme existence. With a single thought, they could turn 1,000,000 corpses into a river of blood. Now there was actually a Sky Emperor who wanted to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming was dead for sure. 9 Demon Heaven Emperor, looks like you're coveting the treasures on me. It's easy for you to kill me, but if this matter gets out, you won't have a place to hide. Lu Ming said with a calm expression. Ha ha ha, the world is so big. When the time comes, who can find me if I just hide? The 9 Demon Heaven Emperor laughed loudly, looking at the great spear in Lu Ming's hand, full of blazing flames, full of greed. Want my treasure? Come and take it yourself. Want me to hand it over? That's impossible, Lu Ming said, deliberately retreating slowly. Resisting stubbornly, dragging out your hunger, the Nine-Demon Heaven Emperor said coldly. His figure swayed, pouncing towards Lu Ming. Fast, too fast. How astonishing was the speed of a Sky Emperor. It was unbelievably fast. Before everyone could react, he had already arrived in front of Lu Ming. His claws were like hooks, grabbing towards Lu Ming's glabella. With such speed, Lu Ming couldn't dodge even if he wanted to. However, Lu Ming had no intention of dodging at all. Lu Ming stood there calmly, allowing the other party to grab at him. Lu Ming is dead for sure. Many people had such a thought in their minds. But at this moment, Lu Ming suddenly had an extra arm. A khaki-colored arm directly blasted out from Lu Ming's body, blasting towards the Nine-Demon Heaven Emperor's claws. It really looked like Lu Ming had an extra arm out of thin air. Boom! There was a deafening explosion, and the Nine-Demon Heaven Emperor's body shook violently. He couldn't help but retreat 100 miles. A figure also appeared on Lu Ming's body. It was a khaki-colored figure with a burly figure and a mountain-like aura. It was Tui. Chaos Hall Tui. The Nine-Demon Heaven Emperor's face was extremely ugly. 9 demons, looks like you're tired of living, to dare have designs on my Chaos Hall's young lord. Tui opened his mouth coldly, his eyes somewhat ferocious. All around, the others were dumbfounded. This unforeseen event exceeded everyone's expectations. Originally thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure, but did not expect that a figure would suddenly appear on Lu Ming's body. Furthermore, this figure was clearly also a Sky Emperor. Behind Lu Ming, there was also a Sky Emperor realm existence. Furthermore, listening to the meaning, this Sky Emperor addressed Lu Ming as young lord, and listened to Lu Ming's orders. The Nine-Demon Heaven Emperor's expression was extremely ugly, but Hung Xinghe's expression was even uglier. Damn it, how is this possible? Hung Xinghe roared angrily in his heart. They already probed several times, and were virtually certain that Lu Ming did not have a Sky Emperor following by his side. They did not expect that Lu Ming still had a Sky Emperor by his side. Chapter 2400. Let's go. The Nine-Demon Heavenly Varch shouted as a surge of energy swept across Xinghe, forcing him to retreat. With Tui out, he knew that he couldn't do anything to Lu Ming, so he had to retreat. Staying alive was the most important thing. It's too late to leave now. A cold voice was heard, followed by a flash of lightning. A figure appeared behind the Nine-Demon Heavenly Varch. The figure was covered with lightning. It was Lei Yi. The Nine-Demon Heavenly Varch stopped in his tracks as his face darkened. Beside Lu Ming were Lei Yi and Tui. There were 2 Heavenly Thearchs. With 2 Heavenly Thearchs surrounding him, he was in danger. A look of despair appeared on Xinghe's face. Lu Ming, what happened today is a misunderstanding. How about I apologize to you in front of everyone another day? The Nine-Demon Heavenly Varch smiled flatteringly. Misunderstanding? He kill him. Lu Ming spoke calmly and gave the order directly. He wouldn't give the Nine-Demon Heavenly Varch any chance. The Nine-Demon Heavenly Varch must die. Kill. Lei Yi roared as lightning surrounded his body. He threw a punch at the Nine-Demon Heavenly Varch. Lu Ming, look who's dead. The Nine-Demon Heavenly Thearch's eyes were ferocious as he charged at Lu Ming with Xinghe. Tui stepped out and threw a punch at the Nine-Demon Heavenly Varch. However, the Nine-Demon Heavenly Varch waved his hand and threw Xinghe at Tui. Master! Xinghe screamed in desperation. Rest in peace. I'll avenge you. The Nine-Demon Heavenly Thearch's cold voice rang in Xinghe's ears. Arg! Xinghe screamed in agony as his body was crushed into dust by Tui's terrifying punch. He couldn't fight back at all. Seizing this opportunity, the Nine Demons Heavenly Varch dashed toward Lu Ming in a flash. He wanted to take down Lu Ming and use Lu Ming as a hostage to escape. He wanted to get all the resources from Lu Ming, such as the indestructible ancient scripture. You're courting death. Tui roared as a meteor hammer appeared in his hand. With a swing, the meteor hammer shot towards Nine Demon Sky Emperor like a meteor. Its speed was unbelievably fast, and it emitted a terrifying heavenly Tao pressure. The Nine Demon Sky Emperor's pupils contracted rapidly as he let out a desperate roar. Heavenly Tao soldier. This meteor hammer was naturally the heavenly Tao weapon that Lu Ming had given to 2E. The meteor hammer's speed was unbelievably fast. It caught up to the 9-demon Sky Emperor in an instant. He had no time to attack Lu Ming, and could only turn around to defend. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A long sword appeared in the 9-demon Sky Emperor's hand. In an instant he stabbed out hundreds of times. Hundreds of sword lights converged into one sword and blasted towards the meteor hammer. But it was useless. He could not block it at all. 2E was already stronger than the 9-demon Heavenly Emperor, and with the addition of the Heavenly Tao weapon, his battle prowess was far above the 9-demon Heavenly Emperor's. Boom. With a loud boom, the meteor hammer smashed through the 9-demon Celestial Emperor's sword light with an unstoppable momentum, and continued on its way to him. At this critical moment, the 9-demon Heavenly Emperor could only block it with his battle sword. But when the meteor hammer landed on the battle sword, the top-grade Great Emperor weapon exploded. The terrifying force slammed heavily onto the 9-demon Heavenly Emperor's body. The 9-demon Heavenly Emperor screamed as his body was sent flying. His body was split into two. Although he was not dead, he was severely injured. His aura was weak and his face was pale. After being hit by the Heavenly Tao soldier, the 9-demon Heavenly Emperor's strength was reduced to less than 10%. Lu Ming, I surrender. Don't kill me. I can acknowledge you as my master and serve you. The 9-demon Heavenly Emperor screamed in fear. He was truly afraid now. He stood no chance against 2E, who had the Heavenly Tao soldier. He would definitely be killed. It was the first time in countless years that he felt such fear. Not interested. Kill. Lu Ming said coldly. Die. 2E roared ferociously as the meteor hammer smashed towards the 9-demon Heavenly Emperor. Lu Ming, you will die a horrible death. Arg. The 9-demon Heavenly Emperor screamed hysterically. He used all his means to escape, but it was useless. Under the attack of the Heavenly Tao soldier, all his means were superfluous. Bam. The 9-demon Heavenly Emperor's body exploded in the air. Even his soul was turned into ashes under the attack of the Heavenly Tao soldier. The 9-demon Heavenly Emperor, a Heavenly Emperor, died just like that. At this moment, the surrounding crowd was numb. They could not make a sound. They were stunned as they looked at Lu Ming. A Heavenly Emperor was dead. A Heavenly Emperor was killed by Lu Ming's subordinates. This scene was too impactful, too shocking. A Heavenly Emperor was a legendary figure in the Yuan realm. They were supreme beings who would never face a heavenly tribulation. They had an endless lifespan, the same lifespan as the heavens and earth. Their combat strength was boundless. It was extremely difficult to meet such a figure. But now one of them had fallen in front of them. Moreover, it was because of a young man. Young master, that guy's storage ring. 2E flew back and handed a storage ring to Lu Ming. It was left behind by the 9-demon Heavenly Emperor. Lu Ming nodded and kept the storage ring. Let's go. Lu Ming said and was about to leave. Young hero Lu Ming, please wait. At this moment a voice sounded. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. He stopped and turned around. 5 to 6 figures walked over. Lu Ming recognized 2 of them. They were Dongfang Xueyu and Xian Lin. What? Is the Xian family trying to find trouble with me? Lu Ming said coldly. Xian Lin, Dongfang Xueyu, and a few elders of the Xian family shuddered. An elder with a face full of wrinkles was full of smiles. He cupped his fists and said, Young brother Lu Ming, you must be joking. How would we dare to fight with you? We're here to apologize. Xian Lin, Dongfang Xueyu, hurry up and apologize to young brother Lu Ming. In the end, the elder looked coldly at Xian Lin and Dongfang Xueyu. Just now they saw the Mu family being annihilated. In the end, even a celestial emperor was killed. They were almost scared to death. They were afraid that Lu Ming would attack the Xian family because of Xian Lin. If that happened, the Xian family would definitely perish. So when they saw that Lu Ming was about to leave, they hurriedly came out and apologized to Lu Ming. Xian Lin and Dongfang Xueyu stepped forward with pale faces. They clasped their fists and bowed. We were blind before and offended you. Please forgive us and don't stoop to our level. Lu Ming did not comment. He waved his hand casually and walked away without saying anything. Autumn Moon Bubbles Dandan 2E, and Lei followed Lu Ming and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 2401. However, Lu Ming didn't take the Xian family's matter to heart at all. Now his enemies in the primordial realm had basically been eliminated by him. He could almost be at ease. Next, Lu Ming still had two things to do. The first was to deal with the Death Kingdom. The second was the matter of the Hunyuan sect's inheritors. Back then, he passed the Hunyuan sect's assessment and obtained the position of the Hunyuan sect's gold inheritor. At that time, he obtained a list. That list recorded the inheritors of the Hunyuan sect since ancient times, such as the silver inheritors and the bronze inheritors. According to the rules, these inheritors had to obey Lu Ming. However, in the past, Lu Ming didn't dare to rely on his status as a gold inheritor to go and order these people, because most of these people were now martial emperors. Among them, there were even true emperors and great emperors. With Lu Ming's previous strength, if he went to these people, he would probably be slapped to death by them. But now he could. Lu Ming planned to subdue all these people first, then get rid of the Death Kingdom. However, to subdue those people he needed to wait until the news of the Aeon City spread. That way, it would be much more convenient to do it. Lu Ming and the others stayed in the Aeon City. News of the battle in the Aeon City spread like a hurricane. Not only did it spread in the Divine Fate Land, but it also spread to other regions. For a time, a magnitude 12 earthquake occurred in the primordial realm. Lu Ming returned with a strong force and destroyed the overlord of the Aeon City, the Mu family, in one fell swoop. He killed all the experts of the Mu family and displayed a terrifying combat strength. But the most shocking thing was that in the end, a heavenly emperor figure wanted to kill Lu Ming, but he was easily killed by Lu Ming's subordinates. Lu Ming's subordinates actually had a terrifying heavenly emperor figure. Everyone who heard this news was violently shocked. They knew that Lu Ming had risen against the heavens. Back then, Lu Ming was asserted by a heavenly emperor that he would never become an emperor in this life. Many people called him trash. But how many years had it been? Lu Ming rose to power. His battle prowess was terrifyingly strong. He killed more than a dozen great emperors from the Mu clan alone. That was more than 10 great emperors. What kind of battle record was that? It was simply frightening. What was even more terrifying was that Lu Ming still had the Celestial Varch as his subordinate. When people heard this, they were dumbfounded and speechless. Everyone knew that an invincible figure had risen with an unstoppable momentum. Time passed quickly, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Over the past month, the entire Yuan continent had been talking about Lu Ming. It's time. The first one is the Lu family. They happen to be in Aeon City. In an inn in Aeon City, the corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a smile. Then he led Dandan and the others in a certain direction. The Lu family was a powerful force in Aeon City. Their strength was not any weaker than the Xian family. According to the Hunyuan sect's list, the ancestor of the Lu family was the inheritor of the Hunyuan sect. Furthermore, he was a silver inheritor. The Lu family was considered one of the strongest forces among the inheritors of the Hunyuan sect. As soon as Lu Ming moved, those who had been paying attention to Lu Ming immediately knew about it. Immediately, countless people followed Lu Ming from afar. Where is Lu Ming going? This direction seems to be the direction of the Lu family. Could it be that Lu Ming is going to the Lu family? Many people secretly guessed. Now, it could be said that Lu Ming's every move was affecting people's hearts. The Lu family had also received the news early. The entire upper echelon of the Lu family was alarmed. Some of the Lu family's founding members who were in seclusion came out one after another. The Lu family fell into a tense atmosphere. Lu Ming was coming to the Lu family? What for? Could it be that someone in the Lu family had offended Lu Ming? The upper echelons of the Lu family were extremely anxious. Lu Ming's speed was neither fast nor slow. Soon he arrived at the Lu family. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, a large group of figures flew out of the Lu family. Some of the leaders were white-haired old men. They were all experts of the Lu family, and there were more than a dozen great emperors. Little brother Lu Ming, we're honored by your presence. Sorry for not coming out to meet you. The Lu family had stepped forward and cupped his fists repeatedly with a smile on his face. He was very polite. Not to mention other things, Lu Ming's strength alone was worthy of him being polite. Now no one would treat Lu Ming as a young junior. Instead, they would treat him as a powerful emperor with unfathomable abilities. You're welcome. Lu Ming cupped his fists casually. I wonder what brings little brother Lu Ming to my Lu family? The Lu family had asked tentatively. I want to see Lu Gao. Lu Ming said bluntly. Lu Gao was the ancestor of the Lu family. You want to see the ancestor? The Lu family head's expression changed. Why? I can't? Lu Ming said. Of course you can. However, the ancestor is in seclusion. We can inform him. Little brother Lu Ming can come in and have a seat first. How about it? The Lu family head said. All right. Lu Ming nodded and followed the Lu family's people into the Lu family's residence. The Lu family had immediately served delicious wine and delicacies. Lu Ming smiled slightly. This was the change brought about by strength. If he didn't have the battle with the Mu family and didn't have the reputation and strength, Lu Ming would probably be slapped to death by the Lu family's experts if he rashly went to the Lu family and asked to see their ancestor. But now, the other party wanted to serve him politely. He just had to wait. Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and the others chatted while waiting. They didn't have to wait for too long. The Lu family head and the others followed an old man with a face full of wrinkles. I'm Lu Gao. Greetings, little brother Lu. The old man greeted with a smile as soon as he arrived. This old man was the ancestor of the Lu family, Lu Gao. He was also the silver successor of the Hunyuan sect. Obviously, he had heard about Lu Ming, which was why he was so polite. Senior, you're too polite. Lu Ming also smiled slightly. Little brother Lu Ming, why are you looking for me? Lu Gao asked with a puzzled look in his eyes. Senior, do you remember what this is? A token appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This token was the gold successor token of the Hunyuan sect. Seeing this token, Lu Gao's expression suddenly changed and he blurted out. The gold successor of the Hunyuan sect. Senior, do you still remember the oath back then? Lu Ming asked with a smile. Lu Gao's expression changed rapidly. With his cultivation, the oath back then couldn't restrain him at all. He could completely break free from the shackles of the oath. However, the person in front of him was Lu Ming, an unparalleled genius who had just annihilated the Mu family. Moreover, behind him stood several terrifying celestial emperors. He had to be cautious. Lu Gao naturally remembers the oath back then. After saying that, Lu Gao moved and a token appeared in his hand. It was the silver successor token of the Hunyuan sect. Lu Ming didn't say anything and waited for Lu Gao to continue. Chapter 2402. I sensed the appearance of a gold inheritor decades ago, but I didn't expect it to be you. I'm Lu Gao. Greetings, young master. After that, Lu Gao cupped his fists and bowed deeply to Lu Ming. On the side, the Lu family head and the others were dumbfounded. Senior, there's no need to be so polite. Please rise. Lu Ming smiled. Lu Gao's action was equivalent to surrendering to Lu Ming. What are you waiting for? Bow to the young master. From now on, the Lu family will follow the young master's lead. If the young master has any orders in the future, the Lu family will follow him to death. Lu Gao looked at the Lu family head and the others. So it's the gold inheritor of the Hunyuan sect. The Lu family's upper echelons had already guessed what was going on. They looked at each other and then bowed to Lu Ming. If an ordinary genius came with the Hunyuan sect's gold inheritor token, they would have driven him out even if they didn't kill him on the spot. However, Lu Ming was different. Lu Ming's talent was too amazing. Now that his strength was unparalleled, his future was limitless. It was not impossible for the Lu family to submit to Lu Ming. Everyone, please rise. Lu Ming hurriedly helped the Lu family's upper echelons up. Since the other party was willing to submit to him, it was natural that they had taken a fancy to his strength and potential. Naturally, he would not put on an overbearing appearance. Just remember this. I still have to go somewhere else. Goodbye. After saying that, Lu Ming directly stepped into the air and left. After Lu Ming and the others came out, many people were speculating. They didn't know what happened to Lu Ming and the Lu family. Lu Ming didn't stay. Soon he left Aeon City and went to his next target. Tianwen sect, a huge force in the Divine Land. Its strength was not inferior to the Lu family. an ancestor of the Tianwen sect, was also a silver inheritor of the Hunyuan sect. After Lu Ming's arrival, everyone in the Tianwen sect was polite. This trip was also very successful. The patriarch of the Tianwen sect was willing to submit. The main reason was that he had killed a heavenly emperor in the Battle of Aeon City. This was too much of a deterrent. Those sects and forces did not dare to resist at all. If Lu Ming wanted to destroy them in a fit of anger, they would not be able to resist. Following that, Lu Ming went to one force after another according to the list. There were both big and small powers, and they were not limited to the Divine Fate Land. There were also other regions. Lu Ming used a full 3 months to visit all of these forces. In the past 3 months, Lu Ming had almost traveled all over the Yuan continent. None of those forces dared to rebel. They all obediently submitted. This way, Lu Ming's invisible power was already extremely terrifying. It spread throughout the Yuan continent. At that time, as long as Lu Ming waved his arm, experts would gather and shake the world. After settling these matters, Lu Ming returned to Celestial City and asked Autumn Moon to stay in Celestial City. It's time to get rid of the nation of death. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He would not be at ease if he did not get rid of this force. At that moment, he brought Dandan, Bubbles 2E, and Lei back to the Divine Fate Land. After arriving at the Divine Fate Land, Lu Ming followed the memories of the Nation of Death's assassin and headed towards a barren place. Here, they found a remote teleportation formation. Through this teleportation formation, they arrived at a hidden cave. However, this was far from their destination. They left the cave and went to a secluded place tens of thousands of miles away. They found another teleportation formation and teleported away. Just like that, they were teleported 9 times. After the 9th teleportation, they finally arrived at their destination. Below the ground, a huge plaza suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Lu Ming, Dandan, Bubbles 2E and Lei appeared. Who are you people? As soon as Lu Ming and the rest appeared, they heard a cold shout. Lu Ming looked around and saw a few figures around the plaza. They were looking at them in shock. We are the ones who will kill you, Lu Ming said coldly and threw out a punch. These few people had just entered the martial emperor realm. How could they block Lu Ming's punch? They were directly smashed into pieces. What a huge city! Lu Ming and the rest looked ahead. In front of them, a huge city stood there. The city walls were inlaid with glowing stones, giving the place some light. This ancient city was underground. It was the ancient city in the Nation of Death's assassins' memories, the headquarters of the Nation of Death. The place where they were now was a plaza in front of the ancient city's gate. Enemy attack. At that moment, a sharp cry came from the ancient city, startling the entire city. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the ancient city, there were constantly black shadows flashing. They were all assassins from the Nation of Death. Today, we will destroy the Nation of Death. Lu Ming took the lead and stepped forward. The group moved quickly and approached the ancient city in an instant. There were no defensive arrays in the ancient city. The Nation of Death had never been found in the countless years. Naturally, there was no need for any defensive arrays. They easily passed through the city walls. Kill. Kill them. As soon as they entered the ancient city, sharp sword glows stabbed at them from all directions. However, these sword lights all stopped halfway. Bubbles used the space-time law to freeze them in the air. Return. Bubbles waved his small hand, and these sword lights shot back at an even faster speed than before. Puff. 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 Blood splattered and miserable screams filled the air. Dozens of black-clothed assassins died on the spot, stabbed to death by their own sword lights. However, in the ancient city, black shadows flashed and more assassins rushed over. Lu Ming's body emitted 17 different kinds of light. These lights condensed into spear lights that shot out in all directions. At the same time, Bubbles and Dandan also attacked. Attacks shot out in all directions. Puff. Puff. The black-clothed assassins were killed continuously. Their corpses fell to the ground like raindrops. The strongest among these assassins was only a true emperor. Naturally, they were not a match for Bubbles and were killed in large numbers. 2E and Lei did not attack. They were brought here as a precaution. There was no need for them to take care of these assassins. They moved forward like tigers in a flock of sheep. The assassins in black were killed by them continuously. They continued to advance towards the center of the city. Retreat! A voice came from the center of the city. In an instant, the black-clothed assassins retreated rapidly and disappeared without a trace. However, there was a terrifying killing intent in the center of the city. 1, 2, 3. There were more than 30 auras, and every one of them was extremely terrifying. Every one of them emitted an extremely cold murderous intent. Great Emperors. These auras belong to great emperors. Chapter 2403. Swoosh. Swoosh. In the depths of the Death God Nation's ancient city, there were more than 30 great emperors. Lu Ming. When they saw Lu Ming's appearance, someone exclaimed. The martial monarchs came to a stop. Their eyes were filled with terror. They did not expect Lu Ming to be the one who made it here. The Death God Nation naturally knew about the battle in Aeon City. They did not expect Lu Ming to find the headquarters of the Death God Nation. They looked at Tu Yi and Lei Yi who were behind Lu Ming, and were even more terrified. Retreat, get out of here. One of them shouted and retreated quickly. There were heavenly emperors around Lu Ming. How were they going to fight? They would die if they went up to fight. Now they only wanted to escape from here. Senior Tu Yi, Senior Lei Yi, sorry to trouble you. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Tu Yi and Lei Yi. There were so many great emperors. If he wanted to kill them all, he could only ask Tu Yi and Lei Yi for help. I can do it alone. Lei Yi was the first to speak. He then turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed out. Tu Yi smiled and did not make a move. Zzz. After Lei Yi rushed out, the sky was suddenly filled with endless lightning. Bolts of lightning that were thicker than an arm covered the sky like a spider web and blasted towards the 30 great emperors. These bolts of lightning were not ordinary bolts of lightning. They were superpowers that Lei Yi condensed with the heavenly Tao. Bam! Bam! Those great emperors were struck by the lightning. They did not even have time to scream before they were blasted into ashes. Ordinary great emperors would be killed instantly when facing a heavenly emperor. More than 30 great emperor realm assassins were slaughtered in an instant. All of you die. Lei Yi did not stop there. He waved his hand, and a ball of lightning appeared in the sky. This ball of lightning floated in the sky above the ancient city. It then exploded and turned into countless bolts of lightning. They were like raindrops as they blasted towards the assassins in the ancient city. Bam! 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 In an instant, countless assassins in the ancient city were killed by the lightning and turned into ashes. It was unknown how many assassins there were in the headquarters of the Grim Reaper Nation, but at this moment, almost all of them were wiped out. And, at this moment, a cold light flashed in Lei Yi's eyes as he headed towards the depths of the ancient city. Lu Ming and the others quickly followed. Whoosh! 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 In the depths of the ancient city, 7 or 8 figures were moving rapidly in another direction at an incredible speed. Peak Great Emperor! Lu Ming's heart trembled. These 7 to 8 figures were all peak Great Emperors. The Death Kingdom's strength was truly terrifying. One should know that a great force like the Mu clan only had 2 peak Great Emperors. In Death Kingdom, there were a total of 8 peak Great Emperors. Moreover, their speed was astonishing. If only Lu Ming and Dandan were here, they probably wouldn't be able to stop them. But now with Tu Yi, Lei Yi, and the others it was different. You still want to run in front of me? Lei Yi sneered and took a step forward. His figure directly turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed out. In an instant he caught up with the other party. Sizzle! Lightning filled Lei Yi's hand, forming a lightning spear that pierced out. Quickly destroy that crystal pagoda. At this moment, one of the 8 people shouted. Bam! In the next moment, the 8 people were pierced by the lightning spear. Although the 8 of them were peak great emperors, they were completely useless in the face of the heavenly Thearcha's attack. Ah! A few of them actually let out ear-piercing screams. A black shadow was violently twisting in their bodies. There was actually a third eye in between the eyebrows of this black shadow. Evil God Tribe. Seeing this black shadow, Lu Ming was shocked. In an instant he thought of many things. Back then, the Evil Spirit Sect and the Demon Spirit Sect were also founded by the Evil God Tribe. Obviously, the Death Kingdom was the same as the Evil Spirit Sect and the Demon Spirit Sect. They were all founded by the Evil God tribe. No wonder they often assassinated the experts and geniuses of the primordial realm. Those figures twisted a few times, then turned into ashes and dissipated. Crystal Pagoda. In the next moment, Lu Ming thought of the Crystal Pagoda. Before that Evil God tribe expert died, he shouted, "Quickly destroy that Crystal Pagoda." Since an Evil God tribe expert was still thinking about it, that Crystal Pagoda must be very important. "Find that Crystal Pagoda," Lu Ming shouted. "Found it," Bubbles spoke. Then she waved her hands and a space-time tunnel appeared in the air. On the other side of the space-time tunnel, there was a Crystal Pagoda that was about 3 meters tall. It was sparkling and covered with all kinds of runes. And 2 black-clothed assassins were rushing toward the Crystal Pagoda. Obviously, they wanted to destroy the Crystal Pagoda. "Don't even think about it in front of me." Sizzle Lei directly rushed through the space-time tunnel. 2 bolts of lightning burst out and killed the 2 black-clothed assassins. Then Lu Ming, Dandan, Bubbles, and 2E also rushed through the space-time tunnel and arrived at the Crystal Pagoda. The Crystal Pagoda was densely covered with runes, dazzling and colorful. "What is this?" Lu Ming looked at it carefully and was a little puzzled. Could it be the array foundation of a great array? So it's this kind of thing. Dandan touched his chin and looked like he was in deep thought. "Dandan, do you know what this is?" Lu Ming asked curiously. "Of course I know. This is the oldest kind of message transmission tool. It's almost lost now. It seems like the Evil God tribe still has this kind of message transmission tool," Dandan said. "Message transmission tool?" Lu Ming's eyes lit up and said, "Dandan, can you decipher the message inside?" "The message transmission tool of the Evil God tribe. For the Evil God tribe to value it so much, there might be some incredible news inside." "Young master, I'll go and get rid of the remaining assassins." Lei Yi's figure swayed and left. As for Dandan, he started to wander around the Crystal Pagoda and started to study it. After a while Lei Yi returned. Obviously, he had gotten rid of all the assassins and even brought back all the storage rings of the assassins. This was an incomparably huge harvest. The Death God Nation had been accumulating resources for so many years. Now all of them belonged to Lu Ming. Lu Ming kept all of them. If the Dragon Alliance wanted to develop in the future, they would definitely need a huge amount of resources. The more they accumulated now, the better. Dandan continued to study. After a few hours, Dandan started to take action. Runes entered the Crystal Pagoda one after another. "Open." After Dandan circled the Crystal Pagoda 360 times, he bellowed and took a step forward. Countless runes covered the Crystal Pagoda. Buzz. A buzzing sound came from the Crystal Pagoda. The top of the Crystal Pagoda shone brightly. Then streams of information spread out from the Crystal Pagoda. It was very strange. They stood at the side of the Crystal Pagoda and could clearly see the information. In fact, there were even images that appeared. This is. When Lu Ming came into contact with some of the information, his eyes widened and he was shocked. Chapter 2404. Lu Ming was shocked when he saw some of the information and pictures in the Crystal Pagoda. Not only Lu Ming but Dandan, Bubbles, 2E, and Lei Yi were also shocked and in disbelief. From the information in the Crystal Pagoda, they understood that the other tribes wanted to open a huge passageway to the primordial realm. Yes, the other tribes had been carrying out this plan for many years. A picture appeared in the Crystal Pagoda. In this picture, there was an unknown region where countless alien races were gathered. They were setting up a massive array formation, and the foundation of this array formation was some white bones. With these white bones as the foundation, a huge passageway was opened. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Seeing this picture, Bubbles kept crying out. She appeared to be very indignant, anxious, and furious. The bones of a space-time spirit mouse. Damn it! The other tribes obtained the bones of the previous generation of space-time spirit mice and used them to open a passageway. Dandan also roared angrily. The bones of a space-time spirit mouse. Lu Ming understood everything. It seemed that after the death of the previous generation of space-time spirit mice, their corpses fell into the hands of the other tribes. Space-time spirit mice could control space-time and use space-time to the extreme. Every drop of blood and hair on their bodies were related to spacetime. The other tribes used the bones of the spacetime spirit mice to set up a large formation. It was indeed possible to open a huge and stable passageway in the boundless void that could allow a large number of other tribes to pass through. And the destination of this passageway was the primordial realm. Where is it? Lu Ming became anxious and continued to read the information in the crystal pagoda. Not long after, they made a discovery. On a huge island, there were black-robed figures flashing. In the sky, there was a huge vortex. Obviously, the people from the nation of death were cooperating with the evil god tribe to open a passageway in the primordial realm. It's overseas. Not long after, they finally arrived at the specific location. It was not on the primordial realm, but overseas. This crystal pagoda actually hid such a secret. No wonder that other tribe member wanted to destroy it even when he was dying. Lu Ming and the others were secretly scared. If the other tribes opened this passageway and invaded, the primordial realm would be finished. Once the primordial realm was destroyed, the Grand Clarity Celestial Domain would also be in danger. After carefully examining the information in the Crystal Pagoda, they finally stopped. Let's go. Let's kill the people from the Death God Nation first. Then, we'll inform the experts of the Heaven Realm, and have them send people to guard that place. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He was secretly afraid. Fortunately, they found out. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Kill, we must kill them, chirp chirp. Bubble also cried out, waving his arms and legs with a ferocious look. The previous generation space-time spirit mouse was equivalent to Bubble's mother. But now, after her death, her bones were being used by the outsiders to torment her. It would be strange if she wasn't filled with killing intent. Once the plan was set, they immediately left the place and flew towards the north. According to the information they had gathered, the destination of the other tribe's passageway was the boundless sea to the north of Yuanlu. That place, like the divine wilderness continent, was known as the Barren Land. However, that place wasn't as remote as the divine wilderness continent, and it wasn't as far from Yuanlu as the divine wilderness continent. Tu Yi and Lei Yi led Lu Ming, Dandan, and Bubble to the north of Yuanlu. With their heavenly emperor realm cultivation, their speed was simply too fast. Not long after, they left the Yuan continent and arrived at the boundless ocean. They followed the sea and headed north. 2 days later, they finally approached their destination. There was a huge island in front of them. Rather than calling it an island, it was better to call it a continent. A continent like the divine wilderness continent. Its surface area was even bigger than the divine wilderness continent. However, compared to Yuanlu, it was like an island. Above the island, a huge vortex was suspended there, enveloping the entire island. It could be seen that once the passageway was opened, it would be huge. In an instant, countless evil god tribe members would rush in. From afar, they could see shadows flickering on the island. They were all assassins from the Death God Nation. Looking at the situation, that passageway shouldn't have been opened yet. The Death God Nation is cooperating with the evil god tribe to open the passageway as soon as possible. Dandan said softly, "Let's attack and kill the people from the Death God Nation first, then destroy the formation here." Lu Ming said. The others nodded. Swoosh. Swoosh. They moved. They didn't hide anymore and rushed towards the island. In a few breaths' time, they were close to the island. There's someone. Oh no, we've been discovered. Kill them. Black-clothed men rose from the island. There were more than 1,000 of them and they attacked Lu Ming and the others. Swoosh. Swoosh. More than 1,000 sword lights came from all directions and attacked Lu Ming and the others like raindrops. Die. Lei Yi shouted coldly and struck out with his palm. Endless thunderbolts formed and covered the sky like a spider web. They rushed towards the black-clothed men. Those black-clothed men couldn't resist at all, and were killed instantly. From afar, the black-clothed men looked like thousands of mosquitoes that landed on the ground. Kill. Lu Ming shouted coldly and rushed into the island. This island was really huge. It was like a continent. There were countless assassins from the Death God Nation on this island. Obviously, the other creatures on this island had been killed by them long ago. As Lu Ming and the others went deeper into the island, Black-clothed men rushed out from all over the island. Humans of the primordial realm, kill! Suddenly, roars sounded. In the depths of the island, burly figures rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. Their auras were extremely shocking. Great emperors! There were at least dozens of great emperors rushing towards them. The most shocking thing was that these great emperors were actually from the evil god tribe. How could there be so many people from the evil god tribe in the primordial realm? Oh no, that passage might have been torn open a little. That's why some evil god tribe members entered. Dandan's expression changed and became extremely solemn. If that was really the case, then this passage was not far from being completely opened. In an instant, those evil god tribe members had already rushed over. Die for me. The Great Baron's spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The Great Baron's spear shook and spear lights flew out, instantly killing several great emperors. At the same time, 2E and the others also attacked. With two heavenly emperors attacking, the great emperors were no match at all, and were constantly killed. However, more figures flew out from the depths of the island. They were all from the evil god tribe. Their numbers were huge and shocking. Judging from their auras, there were more than 100 great emperors. And the number was still increasing. The number of peak great emperors was not small. Kill as many as come. Tu Yi's eyes were filled with killing intent. The meteor hammer appeared in his hand and emitted a terrifying aura. Boom. The meteor hammer suddenly blasted out like a planet smashing forward. Chapter 2405. The meteor hammer was a heavenly Tao weapon and was extremely terrifying. Under Tu Yi's control, its power was even more shocking. This attack was like an incomparably huge star smashing out. If it hit the ground, this island would be shattered. Heavenly Tao weapon, it's the Heavenly Emperor. Not good. The expressions of those evil god tribe members changed drastically as they retreated rapidly. But how could their speed be faster than the meteor hammer? It looked like the meteor hammer was about to hit them. People of the primordial realm, how dare you kill the experts of my tribe? You're courting death. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from the depths of the island. Then, an incomparably huge palm stretched out from the depths of the island. This palm was covered with pitch-black scales that covered the sky and the sun. It collided with the meteor hammer. Boom. It was like the end of the world. After an extremely violent boom, the meteor hammer actually trembled and was struck back by this palm. As for that palm, it was completely fine. After colliding with the heavenly Tao weapon, there was actually nothing wrong with the palm. Not even a single scale fell off. That palm stretched back, and then a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. This was a member of the evil god tribe, and his entire body was covered with black scales. He looked like an ordinary member of the evil god tribe, but his body shape was very different from ordinary members of the evil god tribe. Ordinary members of the evil god tribe were all tall and burly, but this member of the evil god tribe was about the same as an ordinary person. Moreover, his physique was well proportioned and slender. Other than the scales all over his body and the third eye between his brows, he was no different from a human. However, the aura emitted from his body was extremely terrifying and powerful. Not good, it's a peerless expert. Tu Yi's expression changed drastically as he roared. There was actually a peerless expert here. Only existences above the level of a 4-star heavenly emperor could be called peerless experts. Kill. The peerless expert of the evil god tribe shouted coldly. With a wave of his hand, his palm rapidly enlarged and pressed down on 2E. At the same time, a beam of destructive light burst forth from his third eye. It turned into a destructive battle sword and slashed toward Lu Ming and the others. 2E unleashed his full strength and controlled the meteor hammer to attack. As for Lei Yi, he opened his mouth and a battle sword that shone with lightning flew out. It emitted a terrifying aura and attacked the evil god tribe member. This was Lei Yi's heavenly Tao soldier. The primal chaos palace originally had 2 heaven Tao soldiers. One was with lightning 1, and the other was with gold 1. Boom. Boom. Thunder 1 and Earth 1 were blocked by 2 consecutive terrifying explosions. They couldn't do anything to each other. Heavenly Tao soldiers, 2 heavenly Tao soldiers. Ha ha ha, my luck is not bad. They are all mine. The supreme expert of the evil god race laughed uproariously. He unleashed his full strength and attacked 2-1 and Lei 1. 2E and Lei E also unleashed their full strength and engaged in a fierce battle with the other party. However, it was difficult to determine the winner in such a short period of time. The two of them were entangled and unable to escape. "Young master, leave quickly!" Tuyi roared. This time, it was impossible for them to destroy the other party. Things had gone beyond their expectations. The outsiders had actually managed to tear open a hole in the passageway. Not only were there a large number of experts entering, there was even a supreme expert among them. This peerless powerhouse had the cultivation of a 4-star heavenly emperor. Incomparably powerful. 2-1 and Lei 1's cultivation were both 2-star heavenly emperors. Even with the heavenly Dao soldiers, the two of them could only barely protect themselves against the other party. This was also because the other party didn't have any heavenly Dao soldiers. If the other party also had heavenly Dao soldiers, they would be dead for sure. The only thing they could do now was to delay the other party and let Lu Ming and the rest escape, so that they could pass the news to the heaven domain. 2-1 Lei 1 Lu Ming roared. "Leave quickly, young master. We must leave. The news here must be spread. Don't worry about us. We have our own ways to escape." Lei 1 also shouted. "Let's go." Lu Ming gritted his teeth and no longer hesitated. He turned around and left. However, at this moment, large groups of evil god tribe members had already surrounded them. Wave after wave of attacks were launched towards them. Kill. Lu Ming's eyes were bloodshot as he continuously swept out his spear. Bang! Bang! The bodies of those who were swept by Lu Ming's long spear exploded, regardless of whether it was a true emperor or a great emperor. Kidai. An abnormally burly evil god race held a battle axe and exchanged a blow with Lu Ming. A terrifying force surged over. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he couldn't help but retreat. Peak Great Emperor. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. With Lu Ming's current battle strength, if he went all out, he could contend against a 6-star Great Emperor. However, he was definitely not a match for a Peak Great Emperor. In addition, Dandan and Bubble had also encountered a strong enemy. Bubble's cultivation had yet to break through to the Great Emperor realm. In such a battle, he wouldn't be of much use. He stood on Lu Ming's shoulder and supported Lu Ming. As for Dandan, he was surrounded by several Peak Great Emperors. However, Dandan's battle strength was extremely strong. He completely suppressed those few Peak Great Emperors and forced them to retreat. Swoosh. Suddenly, Dandan gave up on attacking. His figure flashed as he charged towards Lu Ming's side. With one move, he sent the evil god race member who attacked Lu Ming flying. The evil god race member coughed out blood. "Lu Ming, follow me and charge out." Dandan shouted and charged forward. Every time he attacked, it was like a world was blasted out. Even Peak Great Emperors couldn't block it. Bang! Bang! A few Peak Great Emperors were sent flying by Dandan and coughed out blood. Everyone stop them. Don't let them escape. The evil god race's expert shouted. Kill! Kill them! A large group of evil god race members charged over and charged towards Lu Ming and the others without any regard for their lives. Space-time. Bubble waved his small hands continuously, wanting to seal the space-time and block those evil god race members. Unfortunately, Bubble's cultivation was too weak. Those below the Great Emperor level were blocked by him, but those above the Great Emperor level, especially those high-level Great Emperors, Bubble couldn't block them at all. The evil god race members struggled and broke free from Bubble's space-time power. As for those Peak Great Emperors, they ignored Bubble's space-time power and charged towards Lu Ming and the others. There were too many of them. Although Dandan's battle strength was strong and could suppress experts of the same level, there were too many of them. Under the constant attacks, Dandan couldn't take it anymore. In just a short while, there were at least 10 Peak Great Emperors surrounding Dandan. Their path was blocked and it was difficult for them to charge out. Rumble. At this moment, the whirlpool above the island let out a deafening roar. It was as if someone was attacking the passage with all their might, wanting to break through and come here. Lu Ming and the others became anxious. If there were even stronger evil god race members coming over, they would really be finished. Roar. Dandan roared and transformed into his true form. His attack power was even stronger. A Peak Great Emperor from the evil god race was careless and was hit by Dandan. His body and soul were directly destroyed. However, at the same time, dozens of attacks landed on Dandan's body. These attacks were all from 6-star Great Emperors, or even peak Great Emperors. With so many attacks, even though Dandan's defense was shocking, he couldn't take it and was forced to retreat. Chapter 2406. Let's kill the 2 weaker ones first. An evil god tribe member shouted. Instantly, 2 Peak Emperor Realm evil god tribe members went around Dandan and charged towards Lu Ming and Bubble. Before they even arrived, 2 terrifying rays of destructive light had already shot towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming unleashed all his strength as 17 types of laws covered his body. His muscles trembled as he swung his great desolation spear. Boom! Boom! The 2 rays of destructive light struck the great desolation spear. The great desolation spear shook violently as the power of laws on it crumbled. The 2 rays of energy surged towards Lu Ming, causing him to spit out large mouthfuls of blood as wounds appeared on his body. Against 2 Peak Emperor Realm experts, Lu Ming was no match for them, and was injured in one move. Fortunately, Lu Ming's defense was amazing, and he was using the indestructible ancient scripture. His injuries were recovering rapidly, and it didn't affect his battle strength much. What should I do? Lu Ming thought quickly. With his current strength, he couldn't defeat a Peak Emperor Realm expert. The Heavenly Emperor's physical body didn't have much energy stored. If he wanted to deal with a Peak Emperor Realm expert, the Heavenly Emperor's physical body had to be at 100% energy, or it would be useless. Under such circumstances, even if the Heavenly Emperor's physical body was at 100% energy, it would be useless as there were too many of them. At this moment, there were close to 20 Peak Emperor Realm experts, and there were even more Emperor Realm experts of other realms. In the depths of the island, there were still foreign races rushing over. There was an army of foreign races stationed on this island. Lu Ming still had the Fallen Star Bow, but Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the true Emperor Realm. Even if he used the Fallen Star Bow, it wouldn't be of much use. In addition, Lu Ming still had the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. Unfortunately, the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron's energy seemed to have been depleted after the previous battle. All these years, there was no movement from it at all. Lu Ming couldn't control it. Now he only had one trump card, and that was his 3rd bloodline. In the past, he didn't dare to use his 3rd bloodline because it was too evil. Its power seemed to be limitless. But every time he used the power of his 3rd bloodline, he felt like he would be corroded by the power of his 3rd bloodline and become a killing puppet. However, in today's situation, he had no choice but to use it. Otherwise, they would all have to stay here. Someone had to escape and spread the news. Otherwise, the safety of the Heaven's Origin sector, and all of Lu Ming's family and friends would be at stake. Come on! Lu Ming's eyes flashed viciously. With a thought, his 3rd bloodline appeared, and a surge of power poured out of it into Lu Ming's body. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming's mind was filled with roars, as a cold murderous intent was emitted from Lu Ming's body. His eyes had turned blood red and so had his hair. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming thrust out his spear twice. 2 streaks of spear light clashed with the 2 Peak Heavenly Emperors of the evil god tribe. With 2 loud explosions, Lu Ming's figure swayed and he retreated a few steps. However, the attacks of the 2 evil god tribe members were also blocked by Lu Ming. What is this? Doubt and seriousness flashed in the eyes of the 2 evil god tribe members. Lu Ming's sudden increase in power puzzled them. Not enough, still not enough. Again. Lu Ming roared in his heart. More energy from his 3rd bloodline surged into Lu Ming's body, causing Lu Ming's murderous intent to become even stronger. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and charged toward the 2 evil god tribe members. This time, Lu Ming's power had increased greatly, completely suppressing the 2 evil god tribe members. Pung! Pung! The 2 evil god tribe members were sent flying by Lu Ming. However, they were not seriously injured and only suffered some light injuries. Not enough, still not enough. Lu Ming roared in his heart. Today, borrowing a bit of power was far from enough. He needed to have overwhelming power to escape. Boom! The 3rd bloodline was like a boundless sea of blood, filled with boundless power. At this moment, the sea of blood was churning as waves of power surged into Lu Ming's body. Blood mist kept spreading out from Lu Ming's body. Bone spikes even appeared on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's appearance became incomparably ferocious. Bubbles was shocked and flew away from Lu Ming's body. Big brother Lu Ming. Bubbles was extremely anxious. Bubbles had seen Lu Ming's appearance before. Back then Lu Ming had almost lost himself and become a killing puppet. Bubbles, leave quickly. Lu Ming roared. At this moment, his willpower was severely challenged. His heart was filled with endless killing intent. He only retained a trace of willpower to control himself. Roar. Next, Lu Ming let out a roar and charged towards Dandan. At this moment, Lu Ming kept his great spear of the wilderness. This was because his claws had become extremely sharp. Kill. Lu Ming roared and clawed at a foreign race peak Great Emperor. Poof. This foreign race peak Great Emperor couldn't resist at all. Lu Ming broke through his attack and defense. Then, Lu Ming grabbed his body and tore it into two. Next, Lu Ming charged towards the other foreign races. Saint Ancestor Sha Xian. It's Saint Ancestor Sha Xian. Saint Ancestor Sha Xian is still alive. Ha ha ha, we must take down that kid. In the sky, on the other side of the passageway, an excited voice could be heard. Then the passageway shook violently. The weather changed as though it was going to be torn apart at any moment. When the foreign races heard this voice, they became even crazier and charged towards Lu Ming. Dai. Lu Ming's eyes were bloodshot. His claws were like knives as he pounced forward. Poof. Poof. One by one, the foreign races were torn apart by Lu Ming. Even a peak Great Emperor couldn't stop Lu Ming. Those below the peak Great Emperor level couldn't even withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. They were all killed by Lu Ming in groups. Dandan, Bubbles, charge out with me. Lu Ming roared and charged forward with all his might. Wherever he passed, the foreign races would fall. He had carved out a path of blood. At this moment, Bubbles flew to Dandan. Dandan carried her and followed behind Lu Ming as they charged out together. Don't even think about leaving. The exceptional expert who was fighting with 2E and Lei shouted. He wanted to give up on 2E and Lei and charge towards Lu Ming. However, 2E and Lei didn't care about their lives. They pushed the power of the Heaven Dao soldiers to the maximum and chased after the other party. It wasn't easy for the other party to escape. Rip. At this moment, the passageway in the sky let out a loud roar. Then an opening was forcefully torn open. One could see that there were two hands on both sides of the opening. They opened the opening and tore with all their might. The opening slowly became bigger and turned into a space crack. Boom. A towering figure suddenly charged out from the crack and appeared in the sky above the island. The towering figure was burly and was covered in purple scales. He was emitting a terrifying aura. Heaven Emperor. This was a Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouse. Although this foreign race wasn't as powerful as the exceptional expert, he was indeed a Heaven Emperor realm elite. Oh no! 2E, Lei, Dandan and the rest were shocked. Chapter 2407. At the critical moment, a Heavenly Emperor of the foreign races had forcefully crossed the void and descended from the other world. Even an ordinary Heavenly Emperor might be able to change the outcome of the battle. The foreign race's eyes were ferocious as he looked at Lu Ming and Dandan. He took a step forward and appeared above Lu Ming's group. Boom. A huge mace appeared in his hand as he swung it at Lu Ming. Before the mace arrived, the terrifying force had already caused Dandan, Lu Ming, and the others to have difficulty breathing. Dandan and Lu Ming attacked at the same time. Dandan opened his mouth and spat out a small world. Lu Ming punched out with both fists, forming a blood-red fist energy that blasted towards the mace. Boom. Boom. Two consecutive explosions sounded. Dandan's small world shook violently and flew back into Dandan's body. Dandan's body was pushed back, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming's fist force was also defeated. His body retreated rapidly, as though his entire body was about to be torn apart. The Heavenly Emperor was too strong. With Lu Ming's current strength, although he could kill a peak Great Emperor, he was still no match for a Heavenly Emperor. All of you die. The foreign race's Heavenly Emperor's eyes were ferocious as he charged towards Lu Ming's group. That kid has the bloodline of the Saint Ancestor Sha Xian. You can't kill him. Take him away. Kill the rest without mercy. Another voice sounded from the other side of the passage. The foreign race's Heavenly Emperor's eyes flashed as he swung his mace at Dandan. Don't even think about it. Lu Ming rushed over and blocked the attack, but his injuries worsened. Rumble. At this moment, the passage shook violently as the crack grew larger. Whoosh. At this moment, another figure rushed out from the crack. This was another foreign race's expert. Judging from his aura, he was also a heavenly emperor. Damn it. Tu Lei, and the others roared anxiously. The outsiders were going all out, constantly sending their experts over. That tunnel hadn't been fully opened yet. If the non-humankind forcibly sent their powerful warriors over, they would definitely have to pay a heavy price. But the outsiders didn't seem to care. It's over. I'm going to die here today. Dandan looked up at the sky and sighed. With two foreign race heavenly emperors appearing consecutively, they could not escape. Ha ha ha, surrender. The heavenly monarch laughed and swung his mace towards Lu Ming and the others again. The foreign race that came later also charged over. If this goes on, I'll go all out. Power, power, I need power. Lu Ming roared in his heart. As you wish. A cold voice came from the third bloodline. The sea of blood surged, forming a giant human face. Rumble. More and more power surged into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's strength was rising steadily. This brat. The eyes of the two foreign race heavenly emperors revealed a solemn look. It's the power of Saint Ancestor Sha Xian. Attack, take him down. A dignified voice came from the other side of the tunnel. Rumble. That tunnel shook even more violently. The foreign race seemed to be worried, and wanted to send more experts over. Kill. At this moment, Lu Ming looked up at the sky and roared. At this moment, his will was completely drowned by endless killing intent. At this moment, there was only endless killing intent in Lu Ming's heart. There was nothing else. He forgot everything and was completely controlled by instinct, controlled by killing intent. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming roared and charged towards the two foreign race heavenly emperors. The two foreign race heavenly emperors' faces were solemn. Not daring to hold back, they unleashed their full strength and fought with Lu Ming. Continuous rumbles came. The two foreign race heavenly emperors were locked in battle with Lu Ming. The foreign race heavenly emperors were actually blocked by Lu Ming. Big brother Lu Ming. Bubbles was extremely anxious. It's over. This brat is completely controlled by killing intent. Dandan was also extremely anxious. Little guy, we must rush out. If no one rushes out, then everything is really over. Dandan transmitted his voice to Bubbles, and then rushed out with all his might. However, there were too many foreign races. They kept rushing towards Dandan, blocking Dandan's path. They were completely in a passive position. Tu and Lei were blocked. Lu Ming and the two foreign race heavenly emperors were fighting fiercely. Dandan and the rest were also blocked. If this continued, they would be left behind sooner or later. Power, power. Lu Ming had already lost his consciousness, only his instincts. He instinctively wanted to tear apart the enemies in front of him, and kill all the living beings in front of him. Therefore, the third bloodline still poured an endless stream of power into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's power became stronger and stronger. In the beginning, Lu Ming could only fight to a draw with the two foreign race heavenly emperors. But slowly, Lu Ming began to gain the upper hand and started suppressing the two foreign race heavenly emperors. The two foreign race heavenly emperors were beaten back repeatedly by Lu Ming. Puerk. One of the foreign race heavenly emperors was careless and was swept by Lu Ming's sharp claws. A large piece of flesh was immediately torn off, making that foreign race heavenly emperor's expression change wildly, retreating repeatedly. Kill. Lu Ming roared and swept out his claw gleams. The surrounding foreign races below the heavenly emperor level were swept and directly exploded, turning into the ashes dissipated. It scared those foreign races below heavenly emperor until they retreated repeatedly, not daring to approach Lu Ming at all. Trash, all of you are trash. An angry roar came from that passageway. On the other side of the passageway, on the other side of the endless void, was another world. The world of the foreign races, the evil god realm. In a vast and uninhabited place of the evil god race, there was an incomparably huge array here. The array base of this array was condensed from the bones of a space-time spirit mouse, and was covered with endless runes. At this moment, Several foreign races stood high up in the sky. These foreign races looked no different from humans in appearance. They had a head of purple hair and a third eye at the center of their brows. This was the royal family of the evil god race. Behind these royal family members of the evil god race was a densely packed and endless foreign race army. Above that huge array was an incomparably huge passageway. The range was several times larger than the vortex on Lu Ming's side. At this moment, there were at least several dozen foreign race powerhouses borrowing the power of the array to bombard the passageway, wanting to open a gap. We must bring back Saint Ancestor Shah Xian's bloodline. Once Saint Ancestor Shah Xian revives, our race will be invincible in the world. Conquering the heaven realm is just around the corner. One of the royal family members of the evil god race in the middle spoke. This person had a square face and was filled with dignity. It was as if he controlled supreme power. That's right. We must bring back Saint Ancestor Shah Xian's bloodline. It seems like we need to make a trip personally. Beside that royal family member of the evil god race were two other royal family members of the evil god race. At this moment, one of them spoke. All right. The royal family member of the evil god race in the middle nodded, and then said, "Continue to increase the number of crystals, regardless of the cost." Instantly, the foreign races flew out one after another. A sea of crystals flew into the array. The array shone brightly and its power became even stronger. Swish. Swish. Chapter 2408. At this time, the great battle already entered the climax. Lu Ming completely suppressed the two foreign race heavenly emperors, his attacks getting fiercer and fiercer. Kill. Lu Ming shouted loudly. One of the foreign race heavenly emperors had his body grabbed by Lu Ming and tore with all his might, tearing that foreign race into two halves. Save me. That foreign race did not die, roaring loudly in horror. Bang. The other foreign race seized the opportunity and launched a fierce attack toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body trembled, retreating several steps in a row, and threw that foreign race's body out. That foreign race heavenly emperor's body fused together, his complexion pale. Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses naturally would not die so easily, but they were also scared badly just now. The aura emanating from Lu Ming's body was too terrifying, the killing intent as cold as blades. If there were no other people to help, he would really die at Lu Ming's hands. The two foreign race heavenly emperors had ugly expressions. At this rate, they would really die here. Rumble. At this time, that passageway started vibrating crazily, even more intensely than before. Then that crack became bigger and bigger. Following that, everyone saw two streaks of purple light rush out of the crack. The two streaks of purple light converged, revealing two figures. Two lords. Seeing the two figures, the two foreign race heavenly emperors were wild with joy. These two figures were precisely the foreign race's two royal race powerhouses. Nest, it's really over. Dandan cried out loudly. Originally, the foreign race powerhouses were too many. They could not resist at all. Now, another two came. Furthermore, it was even two foreign race royal races. From the expressions of the two foreign race heavenly emperors, one could tell that these two foreign race royal races were absolutely very horrifying existences. A bunch of trash, move aside for me. One of the foreign race royal races stepped forward, a head of purple hair fluttering. His body suffused with a resplendent purple light. At the same time he smacked a palm out. A purple palm was incomparably huge, suppressing down toward Lu Ming. That kind of aura was simply earth-shaking, making people's expressions change. Peerless powerhouse, this is a peerless powerhouse. Dandan couldn't help but exclaim. Today was really over. This foreign race royal was a peerless powerhouse above four-star heavenly emperor. His strength was even stronger than that peerless powerhouse from before, terrifying to the extreme. Apart from that, there was still a king of a foreign race who had yet to make a move, but his strength was definitely terrifying as well. However, in the face of this move, Lu Ming didn't panic at all. Or rather, he didn't know what panic was. In his heart, there was only death. Power, kill. Lu Ming roared madly, his instincts telling him to continuously borrow the power of his third bloodline. Tremendous power poured out of Lu Ming's third bloodline, and into Lu Ming's body. Puff, puff. Cracks began to appear on Lu Ming's body, and blood flowed out continuously. Lu Ming could not borrow the power of the third bloodline endlessly, because his physical strength was limited. If he used too much power, his body would explode. He could borrow such a powerful force to suppress a heavenly emperor, and it was all thanks to his strong physical body. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Now Lu Ming had reached his limit. Roar! Lu Ming soared into the sky like a wild beast and punched the palm of the foreign race royal. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion. Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he flew back like a kite with a broken string. His body cracked, and he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. This was the other party being merciful. The foreign race royal obviously didn't want to kill Lu Ming. They wanted to capture Lu Ming alive and keep him for great use. Stubborn resistance, the foreign race royal said coldly. He stretched out his hand again, and another palm pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming roared, not afraid at all, and fought against the other party again. This time, Lu Ming was sent flying again, and his injuries were even more serious. What are you all still standing there for? Go and kill those people. A space-time spirit mouse and a world turtle. Just nice to get rid of them. The foreign race royal who didn't make a move ordered coldly. The two foreign race heavenly emperors' faces changed, and they stepped out at the same time, charging towards Dandan and the others. The foreign race royal who didn't make a move went towards 2-1 and Lei 1. They wanted to end this battle once and for all. Right at this moment, moo! A cow's roar suddenly came from afar. The roar was earth-shattering, and it carried a terrifying power that swept over. Those low-level foreign races that were below the Great Emperor realm were blasted apart by the roar, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. Even the Great Emperor realm foreign races were struck by lightning. Their bodies cracked, and they coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. They were severely injured. In an instant, who knew how many foreign races died on the spot? However, the strange thing was that Dandan and Bubbles were unharmed. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was jolted awake by this cry. His consciousness, which had been completely drowned by the murderous intent. He could barely discern his current situation. This roar. Lu Ming's heart was filled with joy. Old cow, it's that old cow. Ha ha ha. Dandan laughed maniacally. In the distance, a giant cow that was as tall as the sky was walking towards them. It seemed to be moving slowly, but it was actually shockingly fast. In an instant, it was already in front of them. Moo! The giant cow roared again, and a terrifying sound wave rushed towards the foreign race royal and the foreign race heavenly emperors. The two ordinary foreign race heavenly emperors' faces changed drastically. They tried their best to resist, but they were still sent flying and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Titan Longhorn Bull. The foreign race royal who attacked Lu Ming shouted angrily. His body glowed, and he struck out with his palms to resist the sound wave. Boom! Boom! Violent shockwaves rang out, and the foreign race royal's body trembled continuously. Titan Longhorn Bull. Yes, this giant cow was the Titan Longhorn Bull. Lu Ming had never thought that the Titan Longhorn Bull would dare to come to his aid at this critical moment. Wasn't the Titan Longhorn Bull guarding a forbidden land in the Tsang state? Why would it come here? You're just a seriously injured cow. Do you think you can save them by coming here? You'll die together with them today. The foreign race royal who didn't attack previously said coldly. He took a step forward, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. He was even stronger than the foreign race royal who attacked previously. What if I join you? A figure suddenly appeared beside the Titan Longhorn Bull. It was a middle-aged man. He was tall and thin, but he was handsome. His eyes were sharp, but they were filled with vicissitudes of life. However, he exuded an unfathomable aura. Jiuming, it's you. Ha ha ha, you're all here to save me, right? Ha ha ha. Dandan laughed maniacally. Interesting. 4 of the top 10 beasts of the heaven domain came today. Let's get rid of them together. The foreign race royal who didn't attack previously said coldly. His body glowed with purple light. He took a step forward and threw a punch at the tall and thin middle-aged man. The other foreign race royal charged towards the Titan Longhorn Bull. An incomparably intense battle unfolded. Go quickly. Chapter 2409. Lu Ming's body was covered in blood-red mist as he turned into a ray of light and charged towards the two heavenly emperors. Wherever he passed, the bodies of the other races would explode. The countenances of the two heavenly emperors from foreign races changed drastically. They did not seek to achieve anything but to avoid making any mistakes. The two of them joined forces to defend with all their might. However, they were still hit by Lu Ming's move until they vomited large mouthfuls of blood and almost died. Retreat! The Titan Longhorn Bull's voice resounded through the sky as its horns slashed towards the other party. You want to save people with your severely injured bodies? Don't even think about leaving today. The Heavenly Emperor roared as his body was drowned in purple light. He was extremely powerful as he fought with the Titan Longhorn Bull. If the Titan Longhorn Bull was at its peak in the ancient era, he wouldn't be its opponent. However, the Titan Longhorn Bull was severely injured in the ancient war and had yet to recover. He wasn't afraid at all. Moo! The Titan Longhorn Bull roared. Its roar shook the sky and the void collapsed. In the distance, Tu-yi and Lei-yi were still fighting with the peerless Heavenly Emperor. However, at this moment, the Titan Longhorn Bull's roar rushed over. The peerless Heavenly Emperor's face changed as he tried his best to resist and took a few steps back. Tu-yi and Lei-yi finally found an opportunity to escape and retreat 10,000 miles to Lu Ming's side. Young master, let's go! Tu-yi roared. Let's go! Lu Ming was affected by the Titan Longhorn Bull and barely regained a trace of clarity. He also understood the current situation, and it was best to retreat. Swoosh! 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 They retreated quickly. Stay! Right at this moment, there was a loud shout in the sky. Then, the sky cracked open and a huge purple hand stretched out from the sky. It was so huge that it covered the sky and the sun. It grabbed toward Lu Ming, Tu-yi, Lei-yi, and the rest. The pressure was extremely strong, and was the strongest expert Lu Ming had encountered so far. How is this possible? Lu Ming's pupils contracted rapidly. The other party didn't attack through the passage but directly broke through the void. If the other party was in the fiend god realm, he could directly break through the void to attack. This kind of strength was too frightening. Oh no, a peak-level Heavenly Emperor, retreat! Dandan shouted. However, in the face of this huge palm, there was no way to retreat. Young master, leave now! Tu-yi roared and unleashed all his strength. He pushed the meteor hammer to the limit, and smashed it towards the giant hand. At the same time, Lei-yi also activated the Heavenly Dao weapon with all his strength to attack the big hand. Roar! Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. His entire body was covered in bone spikes, making him look extremely ferocious. He also attacked that large hand. With the three of them working together, their power was extremely powerful as they bombarded the purple hand. Boom! 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 3 consecutive earth-shattering explosions erupted. The airwaves whistled as if they could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. The 2 Heavenly Dao soldiers shook violently and then flew back. Tu-1 and Lei-1 were shocked by the force and were sent flying tens of thousands of miles away. Lu Ming's body shook violently as well. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and was sent flying backwards. However, just as Lu Ming was about to fly backwards, the purple hand erupted with an incomparably powerful suction force, sucking him in and causing him to fly towards the purple hand instead. Not good. The Titan Longhorn Beetle and the tall and thin man named Jiuming wanted to help, but they were entangled by the 2 foreign tribe royals. Swoosh! Lu Ming flew directly towards the palm of that large hand. Roar! Lu Ming unleashed all his strength, but it was useless. That large hand was sturdy and indestructible. Its power was extremely powerful and could not be blasted away at all. In the next moment, that large hand clenched and directly grabbed Lu Ming in its hand. At this moment, a terrifying and boundless power surged into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body trembled. What little consciousness he had also fell into a blur and lost consciousness. After that large hand grabbed Lu Ming, it retracted back. Young master! Tu-1 and Lei-1 roared, wanting to save him. Don't be rash. The person who attacked is a peak Heavenly Emperor. Although he attacked from an infinite distance and the power is greatly reduced, Lu Ming has already been captured by him. With our strength we can't save him. Retreat first. The Titan Longhorn Beetle roared. The aura on his body became stronger and stronger. With a sudden roar, he forced the other party back repeatedly. Titan, You take them away first. I'll block the foreign tribes. The tall and thin middle-aged man said. The aura on his body also became stronger and stronger. The power of his attack was even more shocking. He actually forcefully blocked the two foreign tribe royals. With a heavily injured body, you can forget about recovering to your peak for the rest of your life. A foreign tribe royal roared angrily. However, the two of them were blocked by the tall and thin man. The Titan longhorn beetle's huge body charged towards Dandan and the rest. Moo. With a loud roar. Even the foreign tribe peerless powerhouse at the beginning could not block it. His body trembled violently and he retreated repeatedly. The bodies of the two foreign tribe ordinary heavenly emperors exploded directly, their bodies and souls annihilated. A large number of foreign tribes below the heavenly emperor level died directly. The Titan longhorn beetle's huge body arrived beside Dandan and the rest. A surge of power swept them up and rushed towards 2-1 and Lei 1. Big brother Lu Ming. Bubbles shouted, her eyes staring straight ahead. At this time, the big hand that grabbed Lu Ming had already retracted and disappeared into the eternal void. Sigh. The Titan longhorn beetle also sighed secretly. It was not that he did not want to save them, but that he could not save them at all. The other party was too strong. He was a peak heavenly emperor existence, a true peak powerhouse. If he was at his peak, he could compete with the other party. Unfortunately, he was seriously injured in the ancient war, and had not recovered yet. His strength was greatly reduced, and he was no match for the other party at all. Let's go, inform the heavenly realm powerhouses, and send someone to guard this place. The Titan longhorn beetle activated another surge of power and swept 2-1, and Lei 1 into the distance at an extremely fast speed. Damn it! The two foreign tribe royals roared angrily and attacked crazily, wanting to kill the tall and thin man. However, the tall and thin man's strength was still above the Titan longhorn beetle. At this time he did not care about his injuries and erupted with a shocking attack, repelling the two of them in one fell swoop. His figure swayed, shattered the void and disappeared. The two foreign tribe royals' faces were extremely gloomy. The rest of you, retreat to our world first. When the passage is fully opened, we will attack here. The heavenly realm and the primordial realm will fall into our hands sooner or later. One of the foreign tribe royals shouted loudly, and then returned in a flash. Not long after, on a mountain peak in the primordial continent, Dandan, Bubbles, 2-1 Lei 1, the Titan longhorn beetle, and the tall and thin man gathered. Titan Jiuming, thank you for saving me this time. Dandan sighed. I also inadvertently discovered the abnormality here, so I asked Titan to come with me. I didn't expect to encounter such a scene. The tall and thin man sighed. This tall and thin man was one of the top 10 battle beasts, the 9 lives demonic silkworm. Big brother Lu Ming, will he be okay? Bubbles was extremely worried. He shouldn't be. Lu Ming's bloodline origin is shocking. Listening to the other party's conversation just now, he probably won't kill Lu Ming. Dandan said. During the previous battle, the other party roared not to kill Lu Ming, and to kill the others without mercy. This made Dandan think of many things. I hope so. 2-1 and Lei 1 side. Let's return to the heavenly realm first and spread the news. Chapter 24:10. In an ancient secret chamber in the evil god realm, Lu Ming was lying in the middle of the chamber. He was shrouded in a thick blood aura and killing intent. Around Lu Ming, there were more than 10 figures. More than half of these figures were purple-haired royalty of the foreign races. Those who were at the entrance of the passage were all present. The other foreign races also had powerful auras. These were the top elites of the evil god tribe. The weakest of them was a 4-star heavenly emperor. At this moment, the foreign races were staring at Lu Ming with burning eyes. It's really the Saint Ancestor Sha Exine. I didn't expect him to survive the battle back then. He left behind his bloodline, and was reborn in a human. I really didn't expect him. An old man exclaimed. This old man was also a royalty of the foreign race. However, he was very old. His face was full of wrinkles and his purple hair had lost its luster. Ha ha ha, the heavens are really protecting our tribe. If the Saint Ancestor Sha Exine is not dead, our tribe will definitely flatten the heaven world and break through the world to achieve unparalleled glory. That's right. When the time comes, flatten the heaven world will be as easy as flipping our hands. The ancestral dragon will not be able to stop us. The other foreign races were extremely excited and laughed heartily. They were waiting for the awakening of the saint ancestor Shah Xian. However, at this moment, their faces changed drastically. This was because Lu Ming's body was emitting a different kind of light. Buzz. Lu Ming's body vibrated. Then a stone tablet appeared and expanded rapidly. The stone tablet vibrated continuously and emitted layers of black light that surged towards Lu Ming's body. That's right. This stone tablet was the suppressing stone tablet. The light emitted by the suppressing stone tablet surged into Lu Ming's body and emitted a terrifying suppressing force. It was suppressing the third bloodline's blood-red light. Kill, kill, kill. The blood-red light roared continuously, wanting to destroy Lu Ming completely and replace him. However, the suppressing stone tablet shone brightly, and its suppressing force was extremely strong. It kept suppressing the blood-red light. The third bloodline's blood-red light was suppressed by the suppressing stone tablet. It wriggled slowly and retreated back into Lu Ming's body. The blood qi on Lu Ming's body slowly thinned. The dozen or so outsiders were all dumbfounded. The prison suppressing steel. It's the prison suppressing steel. Damn it. Why is the prison suppressing steel in this person's body? Damn it. I get it now. The prison suppressing steel is also this person's bloodline. It was used to suppress Saint Ancestor Shah Xian. What a cunning scheme. Damn it. Let's attack and seize the prison suppressing steel. Not bad. The dozen or so outsider experts roared. Boom, boom, boom. 3 foreign races attacked at the same time. The cultivation bases of these 3 foreign races were shockingly strong. Each of them was a 5 or 6-star heavenly emperor. The 3 of them made their moves. Their powers formed a sealing force that enveloped the prison-suppressing monument. They wanted to pull the monument out of Lu Ming's body. Wang, wang, wang. The prison-suppressing steel shook violently. Lu Ming's body also shook slightly. Strip. The 3 of them roared and erupted with all of their strength. But at this moment, the prison-suppressing monument suddenly shook violently. At the same time, it shone brightly. A terrifying power emanated from the prison-suppressing monument, as if it could suppress the heavens. Bam, bam, bam. The 3 foreign race experts shuddered violently as if they had suffered a terrifying attack. They retreated and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were pale. As expected of the prison-suppressing monument, the natal divine weapon of that person back then is extraordinary. Although it is not complete, the power it contains is extremely shocking. Let's attack together. A majestic royal of a foreign race said. All right, let's attack together. The others nodded. Immediately, the dozen or so foreign races exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Among these foreign races, the weakest one was a 4-star heavenly emperor. The strongest one was a peak heavenly emperor. When the dozen or so of them attacked together, they could dominate the world. At the same time, the dozen or so people attacked together. More than 10 rays of light turned into a sealing force. They wanted to imprison the prison-suppressing monument, and then strip it out. Wang, wang. The prison-suppressing monument shook violently. Then it started to expand and a terrifying power erupted from it. The power of this power was even stronger than the dozen or so foreign races combined. Wang. In the end, the prison-suppressing monument shook violently. An even more terrifying power spread out and destroyed the sealing force of the dozen or so foreign races. Moreover, the dozen or so foreign races were repelled by the power of the prison-suppressing monument and were forced to retreat. A few of the weaker ones were knocked against the walls of the secret chamber. Their faces were extremely pale and blood was oozing out of their mouths. The dozen or so foreign races' faces were extremely ugly. With their strength, they could not do anything to the prison-suppressing monument. Damn it. The power of the prison-suppressing monument is too strong. Not to mention us, even an undefeatable expert would not be able to strip it off. Unless someone of the same level as us makes a move. A foreign race old man said with an ugly expression. The others' faces were gloomy. Where could they find someone of the same level as them? Did they have to ask the old ancestor for help? However, the old ancestor was severely injured in the battle back then, and had been in a deep slumber. How could he make a move now? What should we do? Someone asked. There is only one way to strip the prison-suppressing monument. That is to make this kid do it willingly. As long as he cooperates, it will be easy to strip the prison-suppressing monument. Then, Saint Ancestor Shah Xian will wake up. The majestic royal of a foreign race said. This kid will cooperate? The others were not convinced. There is no other way. We can only wait for him to wake up. The majestic royal said. Left with no choice, they could only wait. The prison-suppressing monument floated above Lu Ming. Its radiance became brighter and brighter, forming a suppressive force that surged into Lu Ming's body. The blood-red mist on Lu Ming's body slowly faded away. Lu Ming's consciousness fell into darkness. It was as if he was floating in the darkness without any concept of time. He did not know how long he had been floating in the darkness. After some time, a beam of light pierced through the darkness. Lu Ming immediately rushed toward the beam of light. Boom! Lu Ming felt a jolt in his head, and his consciousness returned in an instant. What happened? Oh right, we found out that the foreign races were trying to open the passage. We went to stop them. A terrifying battle broke out. I used the power of the third bloodline. And the Titan Longhorn Beetle. I was captured, Lu Ming muttered. Everything appeared in his mind. Dandan Bubbles 2E and Lei E. How are they? They should be fine with the Titan Longhorn Beetle around. Lu Ming was worried and suddenly opened his eyes. What came into view was a secret chamber. There were pieces of luminous stones inlaid in the secret chamber, illuminating it as if it was daytime. A purple-haired middle-aged man with a square face looked very majestic. He looked at Lu Ming with his hands behind his back. There was no one else except for him. You're finally awake. Your name is Lu Ming, right? The majestic middle-aged man said. Even his voice was quite majestic. Who are you? Wait, you are a foreign race. Lu Ming squinted his eyes because he saw that there was a third eye between the man's eyebrows. A royal of a foreign race. Chapter 24:11. I am Emoluagia, the barrier-breaking general of the evil god realm. The middle-aged man spoke. Barrier-breaking general? Breaking my heaven realm? Lu Ming sneered. Emoluagia's eyes were calm and he did not speak. Is this the evil god realm? You captured me, didn't you? Lu Ming said. He sensed carefully, and found that this place was different from the primordial realm of the heaven realm. The space here was filled with a strange energy, which was very different from the primordial realm of the heaven realm. But Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. He found that the laws of heaven and earth here were exactly the same as the primordial realm of the heaven realm. He originally thought that the evil god tribe and the primordial realm of the heaven realm were two different worlds, and the laws of heaven and earth would be completely different. He did not expect that they were exactly the same. Strange. Lu Ming was surprised, but this was a good thing for him. That's right. I captured you. Emoluagia stared at Lu Ming and said, Now I need your cooperation. My cooperation? Lu Ming's lips curled into a mocking smile. Tell me. Cooperate and let me strip the prison-suppressing steel from your body. Emoluagia said. You know I have the prison-suppressing steel? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. From the beginning to the end, he had not used the prison-suppressing steel. How did the other party know? Was it because the other party's cultivation was so strong that he saw through everything? Or did something happen when he was unconscious? Wait, how did I wake up? I crazily borrowed the power of the third bloodline, and my consciousness was already devoured by the endless killing intent of the third bloodline. I was about to become a killing puppet. How did I wake up? It can't be that the other party saved me. Could it be the prison-suppressing steel? Lu Ming suddenly remembered that when he had just obtained a drop of ancestral dragon blood, it had caused the third bloodline to go berserk. But later, the prison-suppressing steel erupted and suppressed the third bloodline. Could it be that the prison-suppressing steel saved him again this time? Was it because the prison-suppressing steel suppressed the power of the third bloodline that he could wake up? Very likely. That was why the other party knew that he had the prison-suppressing steel. What is the third bloodline? Hold on, Saint Ancestor Shah Xian. During the previous battle, the other party shouted Saint Ancestor Shah Xian. Could he be referring to the third bloodline? What is the third bloodline? What did it have to do with the outsiders? Could it be that they want me to be devoured by the third bloodline? At that instant, a few thoughts crossed Lu Ming's mind. How smart was he? Based on some scattered clues, he was actually able to deduce most of the truth. Looks like if I don't cooperate, you won't be able to remove the prison-suppressing steel. The smile on Lu Ming's face widened. Instead of answering directly, Marojia said coldly, "You just need to cooperate." Ha ha ha, I took the initiative to cooperate. I'm afraid that after the prison-suppressing steel is taken away, it will also be the time of my death. How can I be that stupid? Lu Ming laughed loudly. You don't deserve it. Only death awaits you, Marojia said coldly. Oh really? Then you can kill me now, Lu Ming said. You. A cold light flashed in Marojia's eyes. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so difficult to deal with at such a young age. If they could kill Lu Ming, they would have killed Lu Ming a long time ago. But if they killed Lu Ming, Saint Ancestor Sha Xian would not be able to wake up. Tell me, why do you want to remove the prison-suppressing steel? Who is Saint Ancestor Sha Xian? What is his relationship with my third bloodline? Lu Ming stared at Marojia and asked a few questions in a row. Since he had fallen into the hands of the outsiders, he was ready to risk everything. At worst, he would die. These are not questions for you to ask. Marojia stared coldly at Lu Ming and said, It looks like you don't agree? Even if I agree, I'm afraid I'll still die. Without the hell-suppressing monument, I'll be devoured by the boundless killing intent. Rather than turning into a killing puppet, I'd rather you guys just kill me. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not care. If you agree, I can guarantee that you won't die. I can extract your soul and find you a suitable body so that you can seize it and be reborn, Marojia said. Thank you for your kindness. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Extract his soul and find a new body. What a joke. He would rather die. Moreover, he concluded that the outsiders were so eager to remove the prison-suppressing steel and let the third bloodline devour him. There must be a conspiracy. Saint Ancestor Sha Xian, could it be that my third bloodline is a terrifying expert of the outsiders who has been reborn in me and wants to use my body to be reborn? But my second bloodline is the prison-suppressing steel, which happens to suppress the third bloodline? Lu Ming's imagination ran wild. If that was the case, he would not agree. Otherwise, the heaven realm and the primordial realm would suffer. Don't think that we can't do anything if you don't agree. Marojia waved his sleeves and left with a cold face. The door of the secret chamber closed, leaving Lu Ming alone. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He walked to the side of the secret chamber and observed the walls. The walls of the secret room were made of an unknown material, and there were mysterious runes drawn on them. Lu Ming shook his head. He knew that since the outsiders were so confident in locking him in here, it would be wishful thinking for him to break out of this secret chamber. Since I'm here, I might as well take it easy. Since the laws here are the same as those in the heaven realm and the primordial realm, I can still cultivate. Moreover, under such circumstances, the outsiders are not killing me. I'm afraid that killing me will be detrimental to their so-called Saint Ancestor Sha Xian. At this thought, Lu Ming was relieved. As long as he did not die, there would always be a chance. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and adjusted his state to the best. Then he began to comprehend the law of cause and effect. Now, among the 10 supreme laws, Lu Ming only had the law of cause and effect and the law of destiny that he had yet to comprehend. After Marojia walked out of the secret chamber, he came to a large hall. More than a dozen outsider experts were waiting in the main hall. General, how did it go? Did that kid agree? An elder asked. That kid is young, but he's very smart. I'm afraid he's already guessed a lot. He didn't agree at all. He won't be swayed by force or persuasion. Marojia frowned. Won't be swayed by force or persuasion. That kid is courting death. I'll kill him. A burly foreign tribe expert was furious. But halfway through, he swallowed his words and smiled awkwardly. If he killed Lu Ming, how could the Saint Ancestor Sha Xian awaken? General, what should we do now? Someone asked. Lock that kid up here. We'll study it again, and see if we can find a way to remove the prison-suppressing steel from that kid. At the same time, Send a message to the other royal tribes. Let them think of a way. Marojia said. All right, that's the only way. I don't believe that we can't remove a broken piece of the prison-suppressing steel. Chapter 24:12. At this point, the other tribes had no other choice. They could not kill Lu Ming, and they could not remove the prison-suppressing steel. Only by getting Lu Ming to cooperate willingly could they remove the prison-suppressing steel. How could they get Lu Ming to cooperate willingly? That was to make Lu Ming despair, to let Lu Ming see the terrifying strength of the other tribes, and to let Lu Ming understand that the Heaven Realm was no match for the other tribes. The Heaven Realm was destined to be destroyed by the other tribes. Even if Lu Ming did not agree, it would not change the outcome. Then they would give Lu Ming hope, a way to survive, resources, and his family. Only then would Lu Ming yield and agree to the other tribe's conditions. Let him move freely in our realm, but send an expert to follow him, lest he gets killed by others. The other tribe king ordered. This was the evil god realm. If a human swaggered on the streets, he would be killed. Yes. Marojia and the others bowed and accepted the order. All right, let's do that. The other tribe king ordered, then got up and left. On this day, Lu Ming was cultivating when the door to the secret chamber opened again. Marojia and an old man walked in. Here they come again. In my opinion, you don't have to waste your time. You can't remove the prison-suppressing steel. Lu Ming mocked. We're not here today to remove the prison-suppressing steel, but to let you out. Marojia said. Let me out. Lu Ming was stunned and surprised. He did not expect the other party to let him out. That's right. You can go to our realm, but you can only stay here. If you want to return to the Heaven Realm, don't daydream. Let's go. With that, Marojia turned and left. What are these other tribes up to? Lu Ming was confused. However, it was better to be able to leave than to stay in this secret chamber forever. There was nothing to think about. Lu Ming strode out with Marojia. Walking out of the secret chamber, Lu Ming came to a platform, and his eyes flashed. This was because the scenery that entered his eyes was simply too magnificent. This secret chamber should be located at an extremely high position. They stood at this position, towering into the clouds. Their field of vision was extremely wide, and they could see extremely far away. What entered his eyes was a large number of buildings. These buildings were very strange. They were completely different from the buildings in the Heaven Realm. They looked more barbaric, more majestic, and very magnificent. Such buildings were endless and could not be seen at a glance. This was a huge city, even bigger than the ancient city in the Heaven Realm. In the city, figures were constantly flashing. All of them were foreign races. There were burly foreign races with black scales, purple-scaled foreign races, short foreign races with 4 arms, and shadow-like foreign races. There were too many. These foreign tribes did not conceal their auras at all. Lu Ming could clearly sense their terrifying auras soaring into the sky. So many experts. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Just by sensing, Lu Ming discovered that there were shockingly many experts among these foreign races. There were large groups of martial emperors. There were also many true emperors. There were even many great emperors. There were too many experts in this world. This is the royal city of our tribe, Marojia explained. The royal city, no wonder. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The royal city was usually a place where experts gathered. It was normal for there to be many experts. However, this is just one of the royal cities of our tribe, Marojia added. One of the royal families? What do you mean? Lu Ming asked subconsciously. Our evil god tribe has a total of 10 royal families. Naturally, we have 10 royal cities. This is one of the royal cities of our tribe. I don't mind telling you that these years, only 3 of the 10 royal families have been attacking the Heaven Realm. Not all of them, Marojia said. What? This time, Lu Ming's heart trembled violently. There were actually 10 royal families of the foreign races. In these years, only 3 of them had attacked the Heaven Realm. This meant that the other 7 royal families had not attacked the foreign races. The 3 royal families had already forced the Heaven Realm into a disadvantageous position. If the 10 royal families all attacked the Heaven Realm would not be able to resist at all. This was really beyond Lu Ming's expectations. At this moment he was really anxious. Seeing Lu Ming's expression, Morogia smiled. This was what he wanted to see. Shocked despair. Now you know the strength of our tribe. If the heaven realm wants to fight with us, it's like hitting a stone with an egg. Morogia sneered. How could this be? No, the heaven realm must have hidden forces. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed by the foreign races long ago. Yes, it's definitely not that simple. There must be something hidden. Otherwise, the foreign races would not have delayed for so many years and not destroyed the heaven realm. Lu Ming's mind turned and he calmed himself down. Phew. After a while, Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed down. This kid, Morogia was shocked. Lu Ming's mental fortitude was beyond his expectations. After hearing that the foreign races were so powerful, he calmed down so quickly. Humph, when you see the real strength of our tribe, let's see how you can stay calm. Morogia snorted in his heart and ordered. Jia Yi, from now on he will follow him. Do you understand? Yes, great general. The old man beside Morogia bowed. Swish. Morogia took a step and disappeared without a trace. Since I'm here, I'll take it easy. Since I'm here, I'll take a good look around. If I can learn more about the secrets of the foreign races, it will be helpful if I can return to the heaven realm in the future. At the thought of this, Lu Ming leaped off the platform and flew downward. Jia Yi was not far behind Lu Ming. After jumping off the platform, Lu Ming walked toward a street. The buildings of the foreign races were simple and tall. Each building was a few hundred meters tall, and the streets were extremely wide. Lu Ming swaggered down the street. On the other hand, the foreign tribesmen on the streets were stunned. Their eyes widened as they stared at Lu Ming. He's not from our tribe? He looks like a human. Yes, he's a human. A human dares to swagger down the street in our tribe's royal city. What's going on? The foreign races on the street discussed animatedly. Furthermore, this news spread like a whirlwind. Soon, the area was surrounded by all kinds of foreign races. Hey, make way. You're blocking the way. Don't you have manners? Lu Ming was very arrogant and scolded them directly. Oh my, this human is so arrogant. A human dares to scold us in our tribe's royal city. He's courting death. A bad-tempered foreign race member shouted, revealing a cold murderous intent. However, at the sight of Jia Yi, who was beside Lu Ming, all of them shuddered. Jia Yi's aura was too terrifying. Chapter 24:13. It was obvious that Jia Yi was an extremely terrifying existence among the foreign tribes. Because of Jia Yi's existence, no one dared to attack Lu Ming. However, many foreign races were very curious about Lu Ming's background. How could a human appear in the capital of a foreign race so openly and have a powerful cultivator by his side? Make way, Lu Ming shouted and continued to stroll around. However, more and more foreign tribes gathered around him, and there were even heavenly emperors. Kid, it's you. Suddenly, a voice was heard and it was filled with disbelief. In front, the crowd made way and a group of people walked over. The one in the lead had purple hair. He was from the foreign tribe's royal family and he was very young. It's him, the foreign tribe's prince. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Back then in the Two-World City, the foreign tribes attacked the city and sent out their younger generation to challenge the Heaven Domain. They wanted to use this to attack the Heaven Domain's morale. At that time, there was a foreign tribe's prince who was very strong. However, he was taken down by Lu Ming and was exchanged for 100 chaos stones. The person in front of him was that prince and his name was Mo Tianluo. Behind Mo Tianluo, there were a few other figures. Some were from the foreign tribe's royal family, and some were from other tribes. All of them had powerful auras. Greetings to the 8th prince. Around them, many of the foreign tribes bowed and were very respectful. There were many branches of the foreign tribes, and they all had the same bloodline passed down from the same ancestor. However, the foreign tribe's royal family was the tribe whose bloodline was closest to the ancestor. Hence, the royal family had the highest status among the various tribes. As for Mo Tianluo, as a prince, he was the king of the kings and his status was much higher than the ordinary royal family. Of course, the ordinary outsiders treated him with utmost respect. Mo Tianluo didn't bother about the others as he stared at Lu Ming. Kid, why are you here? Mo Tianluo's face was gloomy as he asked coldly. Why am I here? You have to ask your ancestors this question. Do you think I want to stay here? Lu Ming curled his lips. Kid, watch your words. Mo Tianluo chided before looking at Jia Yi. Senior, are you here to ensure his safety? Mo Tianluo asked. Jia Yi nodded and said, I'll only protect his life. As for his injuries, I don't care at all. Oh. Mo Tianluo's eyes lit up. Although he was curious as to why Jia Yi would protect the life of a human, it was easy for him to deal with Jia Yi if he only protected his life and did not care about anything else. He wanted Lu Ming to suffer a fate worse than death. Mo Tianluo's eyes flashed with cold radiance. In the past, he had been taken hostage by Lu Ming in exchange for 100 chaos gems. He had taken this matter to heart and had always wanted to find an opportunity to take revenge. He didn't expect that the opportunity would be presented to him so easily. How could he let it go? Bang! Mo Tianluo stepped out as his purple hair fluttered. His entire body was emitting a purple radiance. As the third eye at his glabella opened and closed, it flashed with a cold light. Brat, come out and fight! A cold voice came from Mo Tianluo's mouth. Around them, many people became excited. Mo Tianluo was the top genius of the evil god tribe. Back then, he was ranked 9th among the younger generation of the evil god tribe. In the vast evil god race, Mo Tianluo was ranked 9th. One could see how talented he was. With Mo Tianluo's current age, he wasn't considered to be from the younger generation. The 8th prince is about to take action. Seems like this human has a grudge with the 8th prince. Haha. How many moves do you think the 8th prince will take him down? At most, it won't be more than 10 moves. It might be an instant kill. You have to know that the 8th prince now has the fighting strength of a rank 18 true emperor. Around them, many of the foreign races were discussing. Fighting strength of a rank 18 true emperor? Lu Ming's lips curled into a smirk with slight disdain. You better find someone stronger. You aren't a match for me, Lu Ming said indifferently. These words made Mo Tianluo's eyes turn even colder. Brat, you're boasting shamelessly. I would like to see how much progress you have made over the years. Having said that, Mo Tianluo took a step forward. His body was like a ray of purple light as he charged towards Lu Ming. Boom! Mo Tianluo slapped out with his palm. In his palm, purple radiance spread out and turned into a terrifying palm print that blasted towards Lu Ming. The foreign race's cultivation system was very similar to the immemorial system of the Heaven Domain. When they attacked, it looked simple, but every move they made was extremely powerful. Peak of the true emperor realm. Fighting strength of a rank 18 true emperor. Lu Ming smirked. For a martial emperor, one seclusion would take thousands of years. For Mo Tianluo to be able to raise his fighting strength from a rank 9 true emperor to a rank 18 true emperor in 100 years. This speed was already very fast and shocking. However, it was a pity that he had met Lu Ming. Lu Ming couldn't be measured by common sense. Lu Ming didn't use his physical strength. His body shone with various radiances of the laws. In an instant, there were more than 10 radiances that intertwined around his body. Swoosh! Lu Ming simply pointed out with his finger. With more than 10 types of laws supporting him, Lu Ming's simple finger became extremely powerful. Lu Ming's finger was like a long spear as it pierced Mo Tianluo's palm. There wasn't any earth-shattering sound and there weren't any violent scenes. The collision between the two of them was extremely small. Poof! It was like a needle piercing a balloon. With a poof, blood splattered everywhere. Mo Tianluo's palm print and his palm were pierced through by Lu Ming's finger. The destructive force surged towards Mo Tianluo. Mo Tianluo cried out in pain as his body flew out and landed heavily on the ground. His body twitched as he spat out mouthfuls of blood. The entire scene was silent. Mo Tianluo, the prince of the foreign races, was defeated by Lu Ming in one move. He was defeated in an instant. How could this be? 100 years ago, Mo Tianluo was the 9th-ranked genius in the evil god world. He was extremely talented. Although he wasn't part of the younger generation, his fighting strength was undoubtedly stronger. However, he was defeated by Lu Ming in one move. Everyone was stunned as they found it hard to accept. How could this be? Mo Tianluo found it hard to accept as he roared in his heart. He had been working hard for the past few years, and his cultivation had improved rapidly. He was now at the peak of the true emperor realm with the fighting strength of a rank 18 true emperor. Soon, he would be able to break through to the emperor realm. He was confident that he could break through to the emperor realm before he was 200 years old. Becoming a great emperor within 1,000 years was already incredible, let alone becoming a great emperor within 200 years old. He was already stunning enough, but he was still defeated by Lu Ming in one move. Back then, he had fought with Lu Ming for many moves before Lu Ming defeated him. Initially, he thought that he was strong enough to defeat Lu Ming and take revenge. He didn't expect this outcome. Could it be that Lu Ming had broken through to the emperor realm? Many people couldn't help but think so. Only a great emperor could defeat Mo Tianluo so easily, right? However, the aura that Lu Ming had released earlier was obviously at the true emperor realm. This made many people suspicious. Chapter 24:16. The foreign tribe king Morogia and the others did not know that Lu Ming was so strong. Back at the passageway in the heaven realm, Lu Ming had displayed shocking strength and killed many foreign tribe elites. But at that time, Lu Ming had borrowed the power of the third bloodline. The foreign tribe king and the others thought that Lu Ming was so strong because of the power of the saint ancestor Sha Xian. They did not know how strong Lu Ming was. Now that they saw Lu Ming's strength, they were a little surprised. This kid is very talented. I'm afraid it won't be easy to subdue him and make him despair. That's right. This kind of person is definitely a peerless genius in the heaven realm. This kind of person is usually arrogant, supercilious, and extremely confident. It will be difficult to subdue him and make him despair. The rest of the experts voiced their opinions too. This was indeed beyond their expectations. Their original plan was that if Lu Ming was just an ordinary genius, he would definitely be taught a lesson in the evil god realm. At that time, any of the powerful geniuses would be able to subdue Lu Ming. Then Lu Ming would easily despair and submit. But Lu Ming was a rare genius. It would not be easy to make him despair. If there's no other way, we'll take him to the sacred mountain, the foreign tribe king said. Yes, your majesty is wise. The sacred mountain has gathered countless elites. Some of the top people on the longevity list are also on the sacred mountain. I believe that in the face of countless elites, he will definitely be in despair and submit. That's right. Morogia and the others smiled. At the mention of the sacred mountain, their eyes flashed with respect. Time flew by. After 2 hours, a few rays of light broke through the sky in the distance. In the next moment, a few more figures appeared in the sky. One of them was Mo Tianluo. There were 2 other people, one of whom was also an outsider royal. However, this outsider royal had a head full of purple hair and seemed to be in high spirits. Judging from his appearance, he was also very young. As for the other person, he was a shadow-like being of a foreign race. He did not seem to have a physical body. He stood there, but his body swayed like a stream of water. It's Storm and Mo Ping. I didn't expect Storm and Mo Ping to be an imperial city. Mo Ping is ranked 98 on the longevity list. Storm is ranked 76. Ha ha ha, let's see how that human kid can be arrogant now. There was a burst of excited discussion around them. Obviously, they were very confident in Storm and Mo Ping. From the discussion around them, Lu Ming knew that the foreign tribe king was called Mo Ping. As for the shadow-like foreign race member, he was called Storm, and he was one of the top experts on the evil god world's 10,000 years list. So this is the brat who wants to challenge everyone on the longevity roll? He's really arrogant. Mo Ping said coldly as a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. Then I'll cripple him and make him lie on the ground like a dog. Storm sneered. His voice was ear-piercing, and his shadow-like body swayed. Do you want to go first, or should I? Mo Ping asked Storm. You first. In my opinion, you're enough. Storm's voice sounded again. All right, I'll meet this kid. Mo Ping stepped out, his body emitting a violent aura. 3-star Great Emperor. Lu Ming's eyes moved. Mo Ping had cultivated for less than 10,000 years, but he was a 3-star Great Emperor. And he was only ranked 98 on the longevity list. Could it be that the 100 people on the longevity list are all 3-star Great Emperors? At this moment, Lu Ming's heart was heavy. It was absolutely shocking that there were 100 people who had cultivated for less than 10,000 years and had reached the 3-star Great Emperor level. It would not be a problem for them to become heavenly emperors in the future. They could even become peerless experts. The foreign tribes were indeed shockingly powerful. It was no wonder that the celestial field had been defeated in the ancient war. In the end, they could only guard the Grand Pure Sky domain. No, I can't be discouraged. No matter how many experts and geniuses there are, I'll suppress them all in the future. Lu Ming's eyes shone with a bright light and strong fighting spirit. I'm invincible. This was Lu Ming's belief and confidence in himself. No matter how many geniuses and experts there are, I'll suppress them all alone. Kill. Mo Ping shouted coldly. The third eye between his brows shone with a bright light. Then battle swords flew out from his eye. There were a total of 18 battle swords, forming a strange pattern, and slashing toward Lu Ming. What a strange attack. Lu Ming's heart moved. Mo Ping had used the light of destruction in his third eye to form a sword formation. Whoosh. Whoosh. The 18 battle swords formed a strange sword formation. Its power increased exponentially, bursting with boundless sword chi that shrouded Lu Ming. Buzz. Lu Ming's muscles vibrated rapidly as the 6 feathered divine wings were displayed. Lu Ming had mastered too many laws. He had a total of 81 laws and 71 laws of the monarch Tao. The 6 laws required by the 6 feathered divine wings were all included. Not only the 6 feathered divine wings, but the 18 laws of the indestructible ancient scripture were also included. This allowed Lu Ming to use the indestructible ancient scripture to increase its power. Whoosh. Whoosh. Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. He flashed continuously and dodged the sword chi attacks. None of the sword chi could pierce Lu Ming. Your movement technique is quite fast. Let's see how you dodge it. Mo Ping said coldly. The light in his third eye shone brighter, and the 18 battle swords became even faster. At the same time, he stepped out and rushed toward Lu Ming, throwing out a palm. Boom. A vortex appeared in his palm. The vortex emitted a shocking power. This power spun crazily and brought about a shocking tearing force. It wanted to shroud Lu Ming and tear him to pieces. This power could greatly increase a person's speed and movement technique. Combined with the sword formation formed by the 18 battle swords, it was simply unstoppable. You're defeated. Mo Ping shouted coldly. He was very confident. The reason why he could be ranked 98th on the longevity list and defeat 2 experts who were not weaker than him was because of this move. I'm too lazy to play with you. At this time, Lu Ming's indifferent voice sounded. Then Lu Ming threw out 19 palms in a row. 18 of them were placed on the 18 battle swords, while the other one was aimed at Mo Ping's palm. Pung, pung, pung. Lu Ming's strength was shocking. When he slapped the battle swords, the 18 battle swords immediately exploded. When Lu Ming's palm and Mo Ping's palm collided, Mo Ping's body trembled as if he had been electrocuted. His eyeballs almost popped out. Crack! Chapter 24:17. As Mo Ping landed on the ground, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Defeated. Mo Ping had also been defeated. He seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. Mo Ping was a top expert on the longevity list. His cultivation had reached the level of a 3-star Great Emperor. Yet he was defeated so easily. Lu Ming, this human, had he really only cultivated for less than 200 years? As for Mo Tianluo, his face turned pale. Even Mo Ping was no match for Lu Ming. How was this possible? 100 years ago, he had fought with Lu Ming. At that time, Lu Ming was only slightly stronger than him. But now Lu Ming was so much stronger than him. He felt a huge blow and his state of mind was unstable. Interesting, interesting. At this moment, Storm's ear-piercing voice was heard again. His 3 eyes flickered as he sized up Lu Ming. Your physical strength is very strong. It seems like you mainly cultivate your physical body. Storm said coldly. His body seemed to be weightless as he floated out. Why don't you try and find out? Lu Ming curled his lips. Of course I'll try. Storm said. Suddenly he moved. His body trembled and disappeared. Then he suddenly appeared behind Lu Ming. A slender long sword appeared in his hand, and he stabbed at Lu Ming's back. However, Lu Ming seemed to have eyes on the back of his head as he struck back with his palm. However, Storm's body flashed and disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, 8 figures suddenly appeared around Lu Ming. The 8 figures were like a storm. They dashed toward Lu Ming and continued to attack him. All 8 of them are real bodies. Interesting. Lu Ming was surprised. What Storm used was not doppelgangers or illusions to confuse others. All 8 of them were real bodies. All 8 of them had the same cultivation level and were extremely powerful. In an instant, Lu Ming struck out 8 palms at the 8 figures. Boom, boom. 8 explosions rang out as the 8 figures of the storm were repelled by Lu Ming. He's also a 3-star Great Emperor. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The other party's cultivation was also a 3-star Martial Emperor. However, he had already reached the peak of the 3-star Martial Emperor realm. Furthermore, his attack technique was extremely strange and unpredictable. His strength was indeed stronger than Mo Ping's. Again, the Storm 8 shadows retreated, and their bodies swayed again. This time, each of their bodies was directly split into 2 halves. The 8 silhouettes turned into 16 and attacked Lu Ming. The 16 silhouettes were all real, and their strength was exactly the same. Their strength did not weaken because they were split apart. It's useless no matter how many you split, Lu Ming said coldly. He changed his palm into a fist and punched out continuously. Boom, boom. The terrifying fist force crushed the void. Wherever the fist force passed, everything was destroyed. Storm let out a sharp cry and retreated frantically. However, it was too late. He was crushed by Lu Ming's fist force and the 18 figures exploded one after another. Everyone was greatly shocked. Could it be that Storm was killed by Lu Ming? A top expert on the longevity list had fallen just like that? However, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly at this moment. This was because he realized that his own shadow had suddenly moved. He did not move, but his shadow moved. It was like a sharp sword, piercing towards Lu Ming. It happened so quickly that Lu Ming could not react in time. The sword accurately pierced Lu Ming's body, but it did not pierce through Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's defensive power was shocking. In addition, Lu Ming had activated the immortal golden body. That terrifying defensive power was not something that a 3-star Great Emperor could break through. Lu Ming's shadow rapidly distorted, as if it was filled with shock. Get lost. At this moment, Lu Ming roared like a thunderclap, stomping on his own shadow. Lu Ming activated many kinds of laws with this kick. Although Storm's body was strange, it was still restrained by some of Lu Ming's laws. Boom. The power of this stomp was extremely shocking. The ground shook, and cracks appeared on the incomparably hard floor. With a scream, Lu Ming's shadow returned to normal, while Storm's figure appeared in the distance. There were cracks on his body, and his body almost exploded. Of course, this was because Lu Ming had already shown mercy. Otherwise, Storm would have been dead. No matter how many tricks a 3-star Great Emperor had, Lu Ming could easily kill him if he went all out. You can't even withstand a single blow, Lu Ming said coldly. Damn it, how is this possible? At the side, many of the foreign races roared, finding it hard to accept. An expert on the longevity list had defeated 2 people in a row, and one of them was ranked 76th. There was actually such a powerful genius in the human race, and he had cultivated for less than 200 years. Fortunately, he was captured. This was the Fiend God realm. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't do anything. Many of the foreign races comforted themselves. I didn't expect this person to be so strong. High in the sky, the foreign race king Morogia, and the others were also very surprised. Lu Ming's strength had completely exceeded their expectations. It's fortunate that such a person was chosen by Saint Ancestor Sha Xian. Otherwise, if he grows up, he'll be a huge threat to our race, Morogia said. That's right. The others nodded. Let him go to the sacred mountain, the foreign race king said. Things were a little out of his expectations. Originally, he wanted to let the foreign races attack Lu Ming, let Lu Ming feel the strength of the foreign races experts, and let Lu Ming feel despair and submit. However, he didn't expect that the foreign races would be the ones being attacked. Lu Ming had displayed his invincible might and defeated many foreign race experts, causing many of them to suffer a heavy blow. This had allowed Lu Ming to accumulate more confidence, which was something they didn't want to see. Morowijia nodded, and then his voice was transmitted out. His voice rang in the ears of Mo Tianluo, Mo Ping and Storm. Let him go to the sacred mountain. Mo Tianluo and the others' eyes lit up. That's right, let Lu Ming go to the sacred mountain. There were countless experts there, and there were plenty of people to deal with Lu Ming. Lu Ming, don't be arrogant. Our race has 10 royal families and 10 royal cities. This is just one of the 10 royal cities. Moreover, most of our experts are cultivating in seclusion in the sacred mountain. If you're capable, go to the sacred mountain. Mo Tianluo shouted. That's right. If you're capable, go to the sacred mountain. I'll show you the strength of our race. At that time, you'll understand what it means to be an expert. Mo Ping also shouted. That's right, that's right. If you're capable, go to the sacred mountain. At the side, the other foreign races also shouted. Sacred mountain? Lead the way. Lu Ming said directly. It seemed like the sacred mountain held a high position in the hearts of the foreign races, and a large number of experts were gathered there. It was an important place for the foreign races. Lu Ming wanted to take a look and see how many experts there were in the foreign races. If he could escape in the future, he would be more confident. Chapter 24:18. Lu Ming, follow me to Saint Mountain. Mo Tianluo spoke before turning around and flying in a certain direction. Lu Ming did not say a word as he followed. As for Jia Yi, he did not utter a word as he followed Lu Ming not far away. As long as Lu Ming's life was not in danger, he would not make a move. Let's go, I want to take a look too. Great, I want to go too. The surrounding foreign tribes were all very curious. They wanted to see what kind of storm Lu Ming would stir up after arriving at the sacred mountain. One had to know that the top experts on the longevity list were all in Saint Mountain. If Lu Ming went to Saint Mountain, he would definitely clash with those existences. They did not believe that Lu Ming could keep winning. Immediately, a large group of people followed behind Lu Ming as they flew forward. Soon they flew out of Monarch City and headed west. Saint Mountain was west of Monarch City, and also the center of the entire evil god realm. Mo Tianluo was leading the way at the front. His speed was neither fast nor slow. Lu Ming wasn't in a hurry either. In the end, he simply took out a puppet. He sat on the puppet and got the puppet to hurry on their way. He was fully focused on comprehending various laws and strived to achieve perfection in all laws as soon as possible so that he could step into the Arch realm. Mo Ping and Storm turned into 2 streams of light and flew towards the west, disappearing from everyone's sight. It was very likely that they had rushed to Saint Mountain in advance to make preparations. Just like that, after flying for a month, they arrived at a plain. Mo Tianluo's speed became even slower as Lu Ming realized that all the foreign races had a solemn look on their faces. There was also reverence, or a kind of reverence. After flying for a while, a huge mountain appeared in front of them. It was a huge mountain that truly embodied the meaning of the word huge. It was an incomparably majestic and huge mountain. This mountain did not have any vegetation, but even from far away, one could feel the majesty of this mountain. The mountain was so tall that it reached the depths of the sky. Its peak could not be seen. As they got closer, they realized that the area it occupied was even larger. Lu Ming had never seen such a huge mountain before. That is, as they approached, Lu Ming discovered that the number of outsiders at the foot of the mountain was astonishing. Countless outsiders could be seen sitting cross-legged on the sage mountain, apparently in the midst of cultivation. There was a wide mountain path from the foot of the sacred mountain all the way to the top. There were also numerous outsiders who were slowly making their way up the mountain path. After reaching a certain height, they would sit down cross-legged on some rocks, or find a random spot to sit down cross-legged and meditate. The entire Sage Mountain was filled with outsiders, and their numbers were shocking to say the least. With a casual glance, Lu Ming discovered over 1 million outsiders. And this was only a corner of the holy mountain. It was impossible to say how many outsiders there were on the sacred mountain. Most shockingly, these outsiders were all experts. The weakest ones were all in the Saint realm. Above that was the martial emperor realm. Lu Ming saw at least 100,000 martial emperors and 10,000 true emperors. It was just a small corner, Yet there were already so many experts. How many experts were there in the entire holy mountain? Terrifying, truly terrifying. Lu Ming's face changed and became extremely solemn. Seeing Lu Ming's face change, Mo Tianluo revealed a carefree expression and flew over. Lu Ming, let me tell you, the sacred mountain is where our sacred ancestor resides. At the highest point of the mountain, our sacred ancestor resides. Your sacred ancestor resides in the sacred mountain? Lu Ming could not help but ask. Of course, our sacred ancestor resides at the peak of the sacred mountain. Hence, the entire sacred mountain is the best place for our tribe to cultivate. When we cultivate on the sacred mountain, we will be influenced by the sacred ancestor's aura. Over time, not only will our cultivation increase, but our bloodline will also be purified, bringing us closer to the sacred ancestor and making our bloodline purer. Mo Tianluo said proudly. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. No wonder there were so many experts gathered on the sacred mountain. The sacred ancestor of the outsiders was definitely an unimaginable existence. He might even surpass the heavenly emperor. If so, what was the relationship between sacred ancestor Sha Xian and the sacred ancestor of the outsiders? Lu Ming's heart was filled with more doubts. Let me tell you, there are many caves dug out on the sacred mountain. Many of our tribe members have turned into ascetic cultivators. For countless years, they have been cultivating in those caves. I don't know how many of them there are. Also, the higher you go, the higher your cultivation. Near the peak of the mountain, there are many heavenly emperors cultivating diligently. The number is beyond your imagination. Now you know the strength of our tribe. Only a small portion of our tribe is attacking the Taiqing Sky Domain. If the entire army were to attack, the Taiqing Sky Domain would be reduced to dust in an instant. Mo Tianluo said proudly. Lu Ming was indeed shocked. The number of experts of the outsiders on the sacred mountain was indeed terrifying to the extreme. It was beyond his expectations. Standing from afar, he could feel the terrifying aura of the entire sacred mountain. Although these auras were very obscure, Lu Ming had cultivated 81 types of laws. It was as if he was about to merge with heaven and earth. His perception was also astonishingly strong. He could clearly feel the aura. Those auras were filled with astonishing pressure. They were all heavenly emperors. The number of them made Lu Ming feel apprehensive. The entire sacred mountain was like a terrifying weapon of the martial emperor. It gave people a terrifying pressure. It was as if they would be crushed to dust at any time. Mo Tianluo was right. The strength of the outsiders outside the two-world city could not be compared to the sacred mountain. If the experts of the outsiders on the sacred mountain were to attack together, the Taiqing Sky Domain would be reduced to dust in an instant. Impossible, impossible. If that was the case, the outsiders would have already breached the two-world city and the Taiqing Sky Domain. They would not have waited until now. Maybe my heaven domain also has hidden forces. It's just that I have not seen it yet. Also, maybe there are other reasons. If it could be destroyed, the heaven domain would have been destroyed by the outsiders long ago. Lu Ming's mind raced and he thought of many things in an instant. He told himself to be more at ease. His mood finally improved. Mo Tianluo smiled coldly and walked towards the sacred mountain. When they approached the sacred mountain, a few streams of light flew out from the sacred mountain. Two of them were Feng Feng and Mo Ping. Other than them, there were three other young men. Of course, they looked young. They were definitely not young. It's the three people on the longevity list. They are ranked 65, 59, and 43 respectively. Someone at the side said, recognizing the three of them. Most of the top experts on the longevity list are indeed at the sacred mountain. Three of them came at once. Now, it's enough to take care of Lu Ming and let him know the power of our race. That's right. Seeing the three young men, many of the outsiders were excited. They had followed for so long, because they wanted to see Lu Ming get beaten up. He's the human who defeated you? One of the young men stepped out and looked coldly at Lu Ming. His eyes were extremely sharp. Looks like he's not that great. I can easily defeat him. Chapter 24:19. The three of them were ranked 65th, 59th, and 43rd on the longevity roll respectively. They were very powerful, far above Storm and Mo Ping. They were definitely at least a 3-star Great Emperor, or even a 4-star Great Emperor. Of course, they had been cultivating for a long time, at least longer than Lu Ming. They had been cultivating for at least a few thousand years. The three of them were very confident. They stepped out and surrounded Lu Ming, oppressing him. The surrounding people retreated, giving them enough distance to fight. "All of you, come at me together." Lu Ming glanced at the three of them and said indifferently, "What?" Everyone was stunned. Lu Ming wanted to fight the three of them alone? How arrogant. What an arrogant human. This is the first time I've seen such an arrogant human. One of the three young men licked his lips, his eyes cold. He wants to challenge the three of us at the same time. Who does he think he is? What do you mean? Of course we'll agree to it. I'll beat him up until he can't take care of himself. The three experts on the longevity roll sneered, their eyes becoming more and more ferocious. Since Lu Ming was looking for a beating, they would naturally fulfill his wish. The three young men moved and surrounded Lu Ming in the middle. Almost at the same time, they struck. 3 different types of attacks were launched toward Lu Ming. The power was extremely shocking. Lu Ming judged their strength as soon as the 3 of them attacked. 2 of them were 4-star Great Emperors and 1 was a 3-star Great Emperor. Under normal circumstances, such a lineup would have no problem dealing with someone who had cultivated for less than 200 years. However, they had encountered Lu Ming. That was a problem. Wang. Lu Ming's muscles suddenly vibrated and his body rushed out like a cannonball, charging at one of them. Whoosh. Lu Ming grabbed out with his big hand, and the other party's attack was destroyed by Lu Ming. Then his hand did not stop and grabbed at the other party's throat. Fast. Too fast. Lu Ming's palm was unbelievably fast. Before the other party could react, Lu Ming had already grabbed him by the neck. Then he swung it with all his might, and it smashed into the ground like a meteor. Boom. The ground trembled, and the other party cried out miserably. It was unknown just how many of his bones were broken, and he was truly unable to take care of himself. However, the ground in this place was extremely sturdy. Even after smashing into the ground, it only managed to create a shallow crater. At this time, the other two's attacks were about to land on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's figure flashed, directly dodging the two's attacks, and then attacked one of them. The man was slightly surprised, but he did not panic. The one that Lu Ming had easily defeated was the weakest among the 3 of them. He was only a 3-star Great Emperor, while Lu Ming was a 4-star Great Emperor. A 4-star Great Emperor was already a high-level Great Emperor. Their battle prowess was far beyond that of a 3-star Great Emperor. Meteor Fist. He roared angrily. His fist was like a meteor as it blasted towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Boom. At the same time, Lu Ming also threw out a punch, and the 2 fists collided heavily. Crack. When the 2 fists collided, the alien youth's arm was directly bent, and the bones inside were broken. The scales on his skin flew everywhere, and his body shook violently as he frantically retreated. His eyes were filled with deep fear. He felt that Lu Ming's strength was too strong. It was as if he could topple mountains and trample seas. It was simply impossible to resist. Not good. Then he was shocked and quickly retreated because Lu Ming had attacked again. However, how could his speed be compared to Lu Ming's? When he retreated, Lu Ming had already arrived. Crushing. It was a complete crushing. Although the alien youth tried his best to resist, he only managed to block 2 moves before he followed in the footsteps of the previous person. His throat was clasped by Lu Ming, and he was thrown to the ground, unable to move. Although it took a long time to describe, all of this happened in an instant. In an instant, 2 experts on the longevity list were crushed by Lu Ming. The remaining one was almost scared to death. It was fine if it was the 3-star Great Emperor, but now, even a 4-star Great Emperor was crushed. He panicked. He decisively retreated like a stream of light. "You want to leave?" Lu Ming sneered. His muscles trembled, and space exploded. Lu Ming rushed towards the other party, instantly closing in on him. The other party tried his best to resist, but the result was already decided. After 2 moves, he crashed to the ground like a meteor, unable to move. The surrounding aliens' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Looking at the 3 experts on the longevity list lying on the ground in a row, they felt that it was unreal. as if they were dreaming. Those were 3 experts on the longevity list, and their rankings weren't low, but they couldn't withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. In just a few moves, the 3 of them were lying on the ground like dead dogs. Terrifying. They finally knew how terrifying Lu Ming's strength was. He hadn't used his full strength before. Perhaps he hadn't used his full strength now. Just how strong was Lu Ming? Mo Tianluo, Mo Ping Storm, and the others turned pale. Lu Ming's strength was really beyond their imagination. The commotion here also alarmed some of the experts on the sacred mountain. Quite a number of people flew over. There were more and more people here. When the people behind found out about the situation, they were also shocked. With such strength, don't tell me your so-called longevity list doesn't have stronger experts. Lu Ming said, his voice filled with faint contempt. All the aliens' faces were ugly. The vast fiend god realm had countless experts. But now, they were being mocked by a human youth at the edge of the sacred mountain for having no experts. This was too shameful and humiliating. This kid is courting death. Let me slap him to death. An extremely powerful expert from the sacred mountain said with a ferocious look on his face. But Jia Yi emitted a terrifying aura that scared that person away. The kings have ordered that this person can't die. The rest doesn't matter. Jia Yi's voice sounded, causing many to stop. They naturally understood what the kings meant. The kings were referring to the kings of the 10 noble races. What was Lu Ming's background? He actually made the kings give the order that he couldn't die. This made all the aliens even more curious. No one else wants to fight? How disappointing. Lu Ming continued, causing many aliens to feel stifled. They really felt that Lu Ming was asking for a beating. Many powerful existences really wanted to go out and beat Lu Ming up. This guy is very strong. In my opinion, unless the top 20 on the longevity list makes a move, I'm afraid those below that rank won't be his match. Good. Let's spread the news at the sacred mountain. Those in the top 20 will definitely rush over when they hear it. That's right. Many people discussed and then flew towards the sacred mountain. Lu Ming, if you have the guts, wait here. There will naturally be experts coming to fight you. Mo Tianluo stared at Lu Ming and said, as you wish. Chapter 2420. Regarding Lu Ming's matter, it spread rapidly on the holy mountain. A human youth actually has the orders of various kings, can't die. Interesting. Furthermore, his combat power is shockingly strong. Go take a look. On the holy mountain, such discussions were everywhere. Then one figure after another flew out of the holy mountain, arriving near Lu Ming. There were even heavenly emperor realm powerhouses descending. Labu, it's Labu. Suddenly someone cried out. Everyone saw a youth come over from the holy mountain, standing in the air. This person was a foreign race royal. He had a head of purple hair, but his appearance was ordinary. His figure was thin, his expression cold, ice pale gold. When they opened and closed, cold light circulated. After he arrived, his gaze swept over Lu Ming, revealing a strong fighting spirit. Labu is ranked 19th on the longevity list. Cultivating until now, he's only cultivated for over 3,700 years. He's definitely a rare heaven's pride. That's right, with Labu making a move, that kid will lose for sure. You all look, Kuei-ju also came. Everyone was discussing when suddenly, an even stronger cry of surprise erupted. A youth appeared high in the sky. This youth was also a foreign race royal. But different from Labu, he was very handsome, his skin like jade, even more beautiful than women. Seeing this youth, graveness and fear flashed across Labu's pale gold eyes. Kuei-ju was ranked 9th on the longevity list, a full 10 places higher than Labu. His strength was a great deal stronger. The Kuei-ju in the top 10 of the longevity list is all here. This time, see how that human brat is arrogant. That's right, this time, the one being beaten into a dead dog will be him. Really looking forward to it. Everyone was incomparably anticipating, looking forward to the following battle. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was indifferent to all of this. He had a carefree look on his face as he closed his eyes and rested. Following that, more and more experts came here. Dozens of experts from the longevity ranking had come. 7 or 8 of the top 20 had come, and even a few of the top 10 had come. Lu Ming, You're still pretending to be calm there. Now that the experts have already arrived, do you dare to fight or not? Tianluo cried out. Among the people present, no one was more eager to see Lu Ming get beaten up than he was. He couldn't wait to see Lu Ming get beaten up. Is everyone here? I'm afraid that it'll be another bunch of weaklings who can't even withstand a single blow. Why don't we wait a little longer? Lu Ming opened his eyes and said casually. The experts on the 10,000 years ranking almost coughed up blood. Their bodies were filled with fighting spirit, and their eyes were burning with anger. Don't think that you're invincible just because you've defeated a few people. Let me take you on. With a furious roar, a burly alien charged towards Lu Ming. Everyone immediately recognized that this person was an expert ranked 32nd on the 10,000 years list. His battle prowess was extremely profound. Boom. Lu Ming also rushed out and threw out a punch. Lu Ming's fist contained a shocking amount of power, directly destroying his opponent's attack, and causing him to cough up blood as he was sent flying. I've already said you can't even withstand a single blow, Lu Ming said disdainfully. He didn't want to dilly-dally, so he directly displayed his powerful strength so that the weaker ones wouldn't dare to go up. The experts on the 10,000 years ranking focused their eyes. Lu Ming did have some ability. I'll take you on. A voice sounded. Then a skinny figure stepped out. Everyone recognized that it was Labu, ranked 19 on the 10,000 years ranking. Finally, the top 20 experts on the 10,000 years ranking were about to make a move. Everyone was filled with anticipation. Make your move, Lu Ming said indifferently. Swish. Before Lu Ming's voice fell, Labu moved. His speed was astonishing as he rushed towards Lu Ming. Every step he took caused the void to tremble. His speed became faster and faster. When he approached Lu Ming, his speed was extremely fast. Whoosh. His palm was like a blade as he slashed towards Lu Ming with shocking power. However, the most shocking thing was yet to come. When his palm was about to reach Lu Ming, his palm suddenly changed. His palm was like mercury. It suddenly elongated and wriggled, turning into a battle saber. It slashed toward Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. What kind of move is this? Lu Ming's eyes moved, and his muscles trembled. His figure quickly retreated, avoiding the opponent's blade. However, when Lu Ming retreated, the opponent's palm actually changed again, wriggling rapidly and turning into a soft whip with barbs on it. It lashed towards Lu Ming. You can do this? Lu Ming was extremely surprised and struck out with his palm. Dong. When his palm struck the soft whip, it was as if he had struck a huge mountain, causing a violent tremor. A 5-star great sovereign. Lu Ming's heart trembled. The opponent's cultivation was equivalent to a 5-star great sovereign. However, the opponent was definitely a genius among geniuses for being able to cultivate to this level in a few thousand years. His combat strength was extremely shocking, and definitely could not be measured by an ordinary 5-star great sovereign. Lu Ming's physical strength alone was still not a match for the opponent. After the collision, Lu Ming kept retreating. Lu Ming is no match for him. Hahaha, I knew that Labu would win for sure. Come on, teach that kid a lesson. How dare a human be so arrogant in our world? The surrounding foreign tribes were extremely excited. Tianluo, Storm, and the rest were also excited. After pushing Lu Ming back with one blow, Labu's other hand slashed towards Lu Ming. His other hand had also turned into a weapon, a battle sword, and slashed towards Lu Ming. It seems like I need to use the power of laws, Lu Ming muttered. Then, rays of light appeared on his body one after another. There were more than 10 rays of light that covered Lu Ming's body. It was like a colorful armor on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming used the mutated version of the chaotic divine palm, as both of his palms struck towards Labu. Bam! 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 The two of them clashed continuously, causing loud explosions. Labu's attacking style was extremely strange. His hands were like mercury, and he could transform into various weapons at will. The key was that his attacks were extremely powerful, and it was impossible to guard against them. However, Lu Ming had unleashed his power of the autonomous realm, and more than 10 types of power of laws. His combat strength had increased tremendously, and he was slightly suppressing his opponent. The reason why Lu Ming did not unleash his full strength to defeat his opponent was that Lu Ming felt that these foreign tribes' techniques were extremely strange and mysterious, and he wanted to see more of them. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 10 blows, and Lu Ming had gained the upper hand. Around them, the other foreign tribes did not speak, and their faces were filled with depression. Labu was actually at a disadvantage. Those who thought that Labu would win earlier felt that they had lost face. At this moment, Labu's heart was filled with anxiety. Suddenly his attacks changed. He actually dashed toward Lu Ming head-on, adopting a desperate fighting style. However, what shocked Lu Ming was that when Lu Ming charged out, his head, like his hands, changed rapidly and spikes grew out. Chapter 24-21. Dong. Lu Ming's palm struck Labu's head. It was as if he had struck a giant hammer. A powerful force surged towards Lu Ming. Following that, Labu's waist seemed to have no bones as he bent into a terrifying arc. His legs were like two blades as they slashed towards Lu Ming. The angle was extremely strange and tricky. If an ordinary person was not careful, they would probably not be able to avoid it. Lu Ming displayed the 6-feathered divine wings. Coupled with the vibration of his muscles, his speed was extremely fast. In a flash, he dodged the other party's attack. Your entire body can be transformed into a weapon. Interesting. However, this battle should end soon. Lu Ming muttered. The light on his body increased by a few more types. Reincarnation slash. Lu Ming shouted. His palms seemed to be moving water as they danced in the air. In the void, an incomparably huge vortex appeared. This was a divine ability that Lu Ming had created himself. Over the years, Lu Ming had mastered 10 types of supreme laws and 71 types of monarch laws. With so many laws intertwined, countless divine abilities could be produced. Over the years, Lu Ming had also made many attempts and developed some strange divine abilities. However, these divine abilities had different characteristics, and the number of laws they contained was also different. Some contained more than 10 types, some more than 20 types, some more than 30 types. The more laws they contained, the stronger the power. However, he had not developed a divine ability that contained 81 types of laws. This was too difficult and required a long time to study. This reincarnation slash was a divine ability that contained more than 10 types of laws. Among them, one was based on the reincarnation law. The other 2 types of supreme laws and 12 types of monarch laws were included. A huge vortex that contained a terrifying cutting force rotated crazily and enveloped Labu. Labu resisted with all his might. His body transformed into various weapons and attacked horizontally. However, at this moment, Lu Ming rushed over and attacked consecutively. Labu finally could not resist and was struck by Lu Ming's consecutive palms. His body shook violently and his body was sent flying thousands of miles. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was pale. Labu was defeated. Many people looked at each other. This human lad was way too strong, wasn't he? Most importantly, they had heard that Lu Ming had only cultivated for less than 200 years. How could he be so strong in less than 200 years? In the depths of the sky, there were also some people watching. If others saw this, they would definitely be shocked. Because in here, any one of them could make the evil god realm tremble with just a stomp of their feet. The reason for that was because these people were the kings that other people spoke of. The evil god race was the king of the 10 great royal races. However, not all of them came, only 5 of them. Each of these 5 was a pinnacle powerhouse of this world, incomparably terrifying. When Lu Ming arrived at the Sage Mountain, these terrifying experts were very curious and came to watch. After all, Lu Ming had the bloodline of sacred ancestor Sha Exine. This brat is actually this strong. It's really unexpected. This kind of genius has ambitions higher than the heavens. It's difficult to make him feel despair. Indeed, this kind of people all have great luck. They are very confident. No matter what kind of situation they face, they firmly believe that they can escape. The outsider kings discussed among themselves. They knew very well what kind of person Lu Ming was, because they themselves were such people. Otherwise, how could they stand at the peak of the world? There's no other way. At this point, we can only continue down. There will definitely be someone on the longevity ranking who can suppress him. An old man said. That's right. The outsider kings nodded in agreement. They seemed to be very confident in one of the people on the 10,000 years ranking. Below. You have some ability, but unfortunately, it's still not enough. Next. Lu Ming glanced at Labu and said indifferently. The youths present looked at each other. They were all experts ranked between 10th and 20th on the longevity ranking, but if they were to fight, they weren't certain that they could win. Although they were stronger than Labu, they weren't much stronger. They were afraid that if Lu Ming had held back just now, they would most likely lose if they went up. Therefore, they were somewhat hesitant. Let me, Kuei-ju said. His figure flickered, and he appeared in front of Lu Ming. This made many people's eyes light up. Kuei-ju was an expert ranked 9th on the longevity ranking. Those in the top 10 of the longevity ranking were all freaks and shockingly powerful. With Kuei-ju taking action, they were relieved. You're Lu Ming? Kuei-ju looked at Lu Ming. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. I've never heard of an expert like you in the human race. Kuei-ju smiled, looking incomparably handsome. If he were in the human race, countless girls would fall for him. Lu Ming smiled casually and didn't say anything. I don't want to fight fiercely with you. That's what ordinary people do. How about we decide the victor in 3 moves? Kuei-ju said. 3 moves to determine the victor? Lu Ming said. That's right. If I can't defeat you in 3 moves, it'll be my loss. However, there's a rule. You can't dodge. You can only meet force with force. How about it? Kuei-ju said, a wisp of cunning flashing in his eyes. Okay. Lu Ming had a bright smile on his face. This kid actually agreed. Haha, this time he's going to lose even more. He actually agreed to meet force with force with force. He's going to lose for sure. The other foreign races laughed wildly in their hearts, revealing a relaxed expression, thinking that Lu Ming was going to lose. Lu Ming didn't know how powerful Kuei-ju was. Lu Ming naturally saw the reactions of the people around him. However, would Lu Ming be afraid? Want to defeat him in 3 moves? Lu Ming was confident that no one below the Heavenly Emperor could do it. Make your move. Lu Ming's voice sounded, and the scene fell silent. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open, waiting for the moment when Lu Ming was defeated. Boom. Kuei-ju's body emitted a powerful aura. 6-star Great Emperor. Kuei-ju's cultivation had already reached 6-star Great Emperor. At this moment, his body emitted a purple light that was incomparably dazzling. Then pieces of purple scales appeared on his skin. The foreign race's royal race was very similar to the human race. They didn't have any scales on their bodies. However, at this moment, purple scales appeared on Kuei-ju's body once again. Countless scales covered Kuei-ju's body. It's coming. Kuei-ju is going to use this move. Lu Ming is going to lose for sure. Mo Tianluo's eyes were filled with excitement. Lu Ming didn't know, but they knew very well. Kuei-ju's strongest point was his explosive power. Kuei-ju had an ultimate move. When used, it consumed a lot of energy, but its power was boundless. The instant explosive power was used, even experts ranked higher than him on the longevity list wouldn't dare to meet it head-on. They could only dodge. However, Kuei-ju could only use this ultimate move a few times. Hence, he had set a 3-move agreement with Lu Ming.